Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby. Hey, what's happening every Wednesday to all of you? Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning, and by we, I mean me, Sean Pendergast, and in for Seth Payne today, Sean Bajani.
Hey, good
morning.
morning.
The great Sean Bajani in today for Seth Payne. What's up, dude?
I'm doing good.
Sean and Sean show today. Seth, it was noticed by hundreds, thousands of Houstonians yesterday. Mm-hmm. If I can steal from a texter, Seth sounded like he had swallowed a cheese grater yesterday. His voice happens to him like twice a year.
That's it? I feel like it's more frequent than that, and it usually occurs following a Texans loss.
Sometimes, you know what's funny is both my sons listen to the show, James and Sammy. Shout out to them. I'm sure they're listening on the Rewind feature of the Odyssey app right now. They're not listening at 6:01 a.m. But my son, Sammy, my younger son, said that with several laughing emojis, he's like, Jalen Petrie running off the field while that tackle was still going on at the goal line broke Seth's voice. Because if you missed it on Monday, that was one of Seth's big takeaways from the game, is that not one of his big takeaways. Like, there were bigger takeaways, but that was one of his frustrations from the game, was that, they made the stop on 1st and goal at the 1-yard line on the last play of the half, but while the tackle was still going on, and while some Jaguar offensive linemen were coming in to try to maybe tush-push a little bit, Travis Etienne, Jalen Petrie's running around like a lunatic getting ready to run into the tunnel for halftime. Like, the play's still going on, I think.
There were a few comments made in the press box. We were all sitting there together, and I was probably Seth that I heard, like, what the?
Yeah.
We all thought the same thing as that played out.
So we blame Jalen Petrie, basically, for Seth's voice going AWOL yesterday. He's feeling fine. A lot of people were worried that he was sick, Seth. He's not sick. It just happens to his voice a couple times a year where it bails on him for a day or two.
Happens to the best of us, man.
He'll be back. I appreciate you coming in today, though, Sean. Thank you.
Oh, thanks for having me. This is a great time of year, especially this year. I mean, there's nothing like covering and talking about a good football team, one that's playing meaningful games, passion-filled games. It's been a long time. It's been a while, so I'm enjoying it.
As much stock as we put in that game last week against Jacksonville, not that we were treating it like it was a Super Bowl or anything, but look, if they win the game, you're in first place going into December. First time in 4 years that's happened. That's not that long a time. I mean, it feels longer because of just how weird the last few years have been. And that's not where I'm going with this. Sometimes I'm like, boy, it hasn't been this way since 2019. And meanwhile, you've got some franchises like Jets fans will be throwing their glass at the radio right now. Like, it's been 50 years since we were good or whatever.
Right.
But as much stock as we put in that game, my feeling going into it was, it'd be cool to win this game. But at a bare minimum, like, I'm going to go glass half full. At a bare minimum, even if you lose that game, you are still, you're going into weeks 13 through 18, and these games are all going to matter. And that just feels good, for somebody doing radio where the last couple of years it's been, where are we going to ding? That's what the last 5 games have been, is where are we going to be picking in the draft. That's really cool. And this one on Sunday is it's not a great slate of games on Sunday. I think that's why the Texans and Broncos got moved up to noon.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the more watchable, honestly, if we're looking at one of the more important games this Sunday. I'm as excited for this one, maybe even more so than I was for Jacksonville, mostly because we got Sean Payton and Russell Wilson, 2 eminently hateable people.
Sure, there's great storylines, but I mean, as going back to the point you just made, because the Texans lost to the Jaguars this past weekend, every game is now that much bigger. They were already going to be big anyway. Yeah. Now they're even bigger because, boy, every game you lose from here on out is just a shot. It's a gut punch because you see your chances of making a dent, of making a realistic chance for you to get within the AFC wildcard picture, that much more difficult. This is a huge game for the Texans.
Huge game. This is how I look at it. We went through the numbers yesterday, and since the playoffs expanded to 7 teams in each conference, that was 2020. They did that in the COVID year, and they kept it, and I like that. It makes for a great weekend of wild card round football. Since that change, 7 of the 8 teams that have finished 10-7 have made the postseason. 7 of 7 teams that have finished 11-6 have made the postseason. So it's granted, it's just 4 years of history, but it's the only 4 years we have. 7 teams making the playoffs in each conference. If you get to 11, you're in. That's what history tells us. If you get to 10, you're probably in. Yeah. And so the way I'm looking at it now, Sean, you got 6 games left. You got 2 mulligans. Because I'm looking at it through the wild card lens. They're not winning the division. That loss, the downside to losing to Jacksonville in the division race was way bigger than the upside of beating Jacksonville was in the division race, because you're already a game behind them going into that. Yeah. So you're 2 games back. The tiebreakers all favor the Jags heavily right now. I'm looking at the world through a wild card lens, and I think 10-7 gets you there. I'm certain 11-6 will get you there. That's how I'm looking at these last 6 games. This is a 6-game season, and you've got 2 mulligans basically. And you don't want to lose. You don't want to use one of your mulligans this Sunday in a home game against the team that is literally right next to you in the standings right now.
You got a ways to go, but I mean, hell, 11-6 might get you the division in some sort of tie-breaking scenario. I mean, you split the head-to-head with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't know what the next level would be.
That's the problem. The next one is division record. Texans are 1-2 right now in the division. The Jags are 4-1 in the division and have a game left against Tennessee. They're probably going to be 5-1 in the division.
Yeah, and that's the final game of the season. Yeah, for them. I mean, I guess it was weeks ago when somebody asked me to go ahead and predict the rest of the season. I got the Texans to a 10-win team with 1 week left to go, and you know who they play. They play the Colts the final game of the season, and I'm like, I can't have this as an 11-win football team right now. I had them as much in the hunt team, and knowing what I knew then, and it's still the same way I feel now, that it's a good team. I can't have an 11-win Texans team. It's just I can't do it. They lose. You mark that Colts game as a loss.
You're saying you can't have it just because you don't see it happening.
Sure, but I didn't see them beating the Bengals.
Right.
I didn't see them losing to the Panthers, though. I didn't see them losing this game against the Jaguars this past weekend. I had them winning rather against the Broncos. At one point, I had them as a 7-5 football team, but that means you're going to have to flip a couple of wins and losses, in which I and we probably all had very similar predictions when you're talking about, can the Texans become a 10 or 11, even a 9-win football team?
Okay,
things are going to have to go a little bit of awry.
That's an interesting question that unearths, because I think the conjecture on something like a 9-8 record, let's say, before the season, like if the Texans were 9-8, would you sign up for that right now? I think every Texan fan would have signed up for 9-8, considering what the last few years have looked like. Plus, if you're 9-8, it means C.J. Stroud's dealing with this roster. It's a better roster, but it's not a great roster. That's an interesting question we can dig into later. Like, when did expectations change? Because to me, like 9-8 would be a disappointment right now. 8-9 would certainly be. Like 8-9 would be catastrophic, considering who the schedule is the rest of the way, if CJ's healthy.
From this point
forward, that means you're 2-4, with 2 Will Levis games, a Tim Boyle game, a whoever starting for Cleveland game. Like the best quarterback left on the schedule is Russell Wilson, and he's like half of in Seattle. Like he's a game manager.
But every team does it, Sean. Even the good teams that get to the postseason, they look back on a game or 2 or 3 that you're just like, damn, there's no way we could have or should have lost that, rather. Even if you're a 3 seed or a 4 seed. The Texans, expectations have changed. Now, we can get into that when they did change. I think that's always a good conversation. But the point is, they are changed. And so you're going to look back at that Carolina game, and you're going to want to scoop your eyeballs out.
Yeah, I see. I don't. I know most people do. I feel like that's the one area I'm a healthy fan right now. Is I have been able to the part I've been able to rationalize is they're a better team. Expectations have changed, but they're still a team that's just going to play coin flip games against whoever they're lined up across from the rest of the year.
Yeah, I get it.
They still make enough mistakes,
but they're good enough to where we've seen them. This past weekend, notwithstanding,
mechanism, Sean. I don't want to be reminded of that game.
But they've proven they're good enough to be able to overcome those. Look at the Bucs game. Look at the Bengals game. Those are games in which, look, I'm not looking for a perfect game. I mean, nobody pitches a perfect game hardly in the NFL. Right. It's all mucked up, to some various degree. But they proved they were good enough to overcome that. Hell, they gave themselves a chance. They still controlled their own destiny somehow in that game, that loss against the Jaguars.
Yeah. As far as news with the Texans goes, Charlie Heck is back. He's been activated.
Your boy.
Yeah, my neighbor. There was some confusion yesterday, I think, among Texan fans because they'd heard shows like others talking about how, well, they brought Juice Scruggs back. They've got one more return from the IR that they can use, and I think the assumption has always been it's going to be Kaimi Fairbairn. By the way, they tried out a couple kickers yesterday, Brett Maher and Taylor Russolino. They re-signed Matt Amendola to the practice squad, so we'll see what the kicking solution is going to be against Denver this Sunday. But I think there was some confusion, like, okay, they brought Charlie Heck back. Does that mean that we're playing with street free agent kickers the rest of the way and Kaimi can't come back? Charlie was on the PUP list. So it's a small distinction, but he was not coming off of IR. He was on the PUP list coming out of training camp, was activated, had his practice window activated and so forth. So they still have one more IR recall they can use to bring Kaimi Fairbairn back, is my understanding. So that
would be the last one.
That'd be the last one.
Yeah.
If you go on IR now, you're done for the season.
Yeah.
So.
My best guess is when I show up to Texans practice today in a few hours, Matt Amendola will be on the field.
Yep.
He will be re-signed to the practice squad.
Yep.
You got to try. You got to take a look at kickers because you never know what can happen. So that's kind of what I chalk that up to. They're not cutting a guy because he missed a 58-yard field goal, which was probably the kick of his life that literally fell inches short.
Well, it was one of the few he's had right down the middle.
Absolutely.
That's to me, that's the Amendola conundrum is the kicks he makes are barely inside the upright, and he's missing kicks now.
Yeah.
He's missing kicks that NFL kickers make.
Yeah, yeah.
And for a team that plays every game down to the last 30 seconds, those points end up mattering in the end.
The crazy thing is, we obviously all wish he would have made it, but even if that kick on Sunday wouldn't have been the best kick in the league on that day. I think it was Matt Prater who kicked a 59-yard field goal in conditions.
Yeah, for Philly. No, it was Elliott.
Jake Elliott.
Jake Elliott, for the Eagles in that Buffalo game.
Yeah, I've said Matt Prater like twice this week. The people. Yeah, Jake Elliott, 59
Prater's
yards.
Getting all sorts of credit from Sean Bajani for stuff he didn't do. Text message: 10-7 is a hell of an improvement compared to the last 4 years. Absolutely, it is. No, we'd look back, and I think 10-7 gets you into the playoffs too. More importantly, all right, off and running. On a Wednesday, Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne. We got to mention here in the 7 o'clock hour, Rolling Stones tickets. Rolling Stones coming to NRG Stadium April the 28th. We are giving away 2 sets of tickets today in the 7 o'clock hour. Tickets go on sale Friday this week, so your chance to get your hands on some tickets even before the purchasing public gets them. 2 sets today, 2 sets tomorrow, another set on Friday. Be listening in the 7 o'clock hour for your chance to go check out Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones on April the 28th. Up next, how these people got my phone number, or this person, I have no idea. I got one of the strangest lunatic voicemail messages from a listener wagging his finger at me about suggesting J.J. Watt should come back and play football. And, of course, this listener was completely wrong on his research. This is audio, I promise you, you will not want to miss. That is next. Men's Tea Clinic. You don't want to miss.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne today. Rolling Stones tickets, 7 o'clock hour. Be listening for your chance to win. Normal call-in. We're giving away 2 sets of tickets today. 2 pairs of tickets to see the Rolling Stones on April the 28th. You get your tickets on Friday. Broncos coming to town on Sunday. We should mention noon kick. Some of you may still not be up to speed on that. You might have like the old pocket schedule from the beginning of the season that says 3:05 kickoff.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't want you showing up at 3:05. You're going to be showing up for CJ's fourth quarter heroics.
Jeez, we better not need them this week.
Regular thing here, yeah. So noon kick, 9 a.m. Texans countdown with me and Seth Payne. Owen Daniels is our Texans ambassador this week. So we have not had OD on the pregame show yet, so that'll be fun.
He's so good.
He's a former Bronco too.
Yeah.
Whose side is he on?
That's right.
He's on the Texans side.
We know.
He'll be wearing Texans gear that day.
But he's not going to be there as a Bronco ambassador that day.
If he's there with a Super Bowl ring on, he's there as at least in one finger as a Bronco.
Yeah.
He won a Super Bowl there in
I'd be wearing that thing as much as possible.
Dude, I would too. I'd be wearing it everywhere. So today is Wednesday. So today is J.J. Watt Day on the Pat McAfee Show. So we'll see if the streak remains alive with the pot getting stirred with J.J. Watt comeback rumors. 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, it was J.J. Watt sort of correcting A.J. Hawk and Pat McAfee when they were talking about, hey, you could come back with Pittsburgh or you come back with Detroit. And J.J. kind of stepped in. He's like, why would I come back? I'm paraphrasing. But he's like, why would I come back with Detroit? There's another team that has a good young quarterback that I have ties to.
He did the whole, there's another team out there.
Basically mentioned the Texans without saying the words Houston Texans. So that got people, I would say, on a scale of 1 to 10, lathered up at about a 4 here. Mm-hmm. Last week was like a 9 on a scale of 1 to 10 when it was just 2.5 minutes of McAfee and A.J. Hawk semi-jokingly pressing him on coming back to play for the Texans because J.J. Watt was here working out at NRG Stadium.
Yeah.
He was in the building.
Yep.
Hanging out with the fellas, lifting weights, taking pictures with Mike Eubanks, the strength coach, wearing cleats in the picture.
He did it before already this season, though.
Did he?
Yeah, when he was put in for the Ring of Honor. He came in.
That would make sense.
Do you remember, he took that picture outside of NRG at 4 in the morning? And that was the first time that, at least publicly, everybody knew that he came to work out early. And
right.
He did the same thing.
Right. But there was a logical reason for him to be in town there because he was getting honored by the team.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the logical reason this time would be Brian Cushing's his brother-in-law, and they're in town for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I guess.
This last time he had D'Amico was doing tongue-in-cheek pitches to get JJ back in and suited up.
That's the other thing. D'Amico did not do anything to quell these rumors. As much as D'Amico tried to laugh it off, he proactively brought it up at the end of one of the cuts, like, yeah, but if JJ wants to suit up. So anyways, I say all that to say that led to me, Seth, several other people on the radio, several other people around town, speculating, could this happen? Hell, Seth said that he thought this time last week, Seth thought 68% chance that J.J. Watt would be.
Did he really?
Yes, he calculated 68%. That's what the Sethometer spit out.
That's a very Seth thing to do.
68%.
Wow.
Now, I don't know. We'll see what happens today on the McAfee Show. But it all led to this, which is yesterday I get a phone call. It's a number that's not in my phone. So I do what I normally do on those calls, which is let them go to voicemail.
Right.
Hell, I do that on 90% of the calls where it's somebody I know. I let it go to voicemail. People know I hate talking on the phone. So I get a phone call from a number that's not on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
I get a voicemail message. I said, okay, it's about a 45-second voicemail message. And the voicemail message was evidently from somebody who listens to the show who got my number. Now, we can speculate as to how they actually got my number. I know you've got a theory on this. We'll get to that momentarily.
I think I'm right, too.
But this person thinks I am an awful human being for suggesting that J.J. Watt would come back and play football. Here is the message.
This is Dr. at 713. Why are you making these statements? They could very likely come back to the Houston Texans. You're in the know, Sean. You know that J.J. stopped playing football for a good reason. He could die of a heart attack. He's got heart problems. I found that out easily. from digging just a little after he retired. So that's a stupid statement for you to make. If you want to discuss it, call me at 713. Because you usually can do better than that. Bye-bye.
My favorite is the salutation at the end. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, sir, you will not be getting a phone call from me. The last thing I want to do is spend more than 10 seconds on the phone with you. And let me correct you, okay, kind sir. And let me preface this by saying I appreciate you listening to the show. I'm not doing this to insult you in any way. Somehow you got my number and you thought I would want to spend time on the phone with you discussing J.J. Watt coming back to play football. And yes, you are correct. Good job with your Google machine, sir. He did have a heart issue last season in early October. Mm-hmm. It was revealed by a media member. I don't think J.J. wanted it out there, but somebody got wind of it and then was going to report it, and J.J. kind of preemptively jumped in and at a press conference and said, or maybe on a tweet, and then he addressed it after the game. Yeah. It was in early October, a game against the Carolina Panthers. So it was like week 4 that he had to have his heart rhythm kind of shocked back into normal rhythm. I forget what the name of the condition was, but he did. He had to have a or whatever it's called. Mm-hmm. He went on to play 14 games after that, sir. It's not as though he retired because of a heart issue and now he can't play football anymore. So before you paint me as Lucifer or Satan or whatever evil, nefarious being it is that your God goes up against, know that J.J. Watt himself, if I'm putting him in danger by merely mentioning it, then J.J. Watt must be the most irresponsible person on earth for putting himself in danger by playing with this condition for 14 games last year.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
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 Texter said, that sounded like Old Man Sam. Remember Old Man Sam?
Well, I do remember Old Man Sam. I will say this. I don't think the beep at the beginning, neither of those beeps were curse words. The one beep at the beginning, he said his full name. His first name's Alan. Okay, I think I can say that. I could probably say his full name, but
Alan from 713.
Yeah, Alan, you got enough fame out of this thing, okay? Your friends probably were able to recognize your voice and probably the way that you ended that call, because that's probably what you do with all your friends when you get mad at them and you leave the bar. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
572-4610, 713-572-4610. Alan from the 713, if you want to call in and tell us how you got Pendy's number. I have a theory. Okay. And it's something that I just learned.
As to how he got my number?
As to how he got your number.
That was my big question. How did this guy get my phone number?
Before I give you my theory, though, let me ask you, does his voice sound recognizable at all?
I tried. I listened to it 3 times to see if... my first thought was someone's messing with me. Mm-hmm. But it's not a number it wasn't a number in my phone.
Possibility. Okay. I learned this about 2 days ago. Me and my wife have fairly new updates on our iPhones. Yeah. They just came down like this last week or whatever. Okay. And I'm wandering through the house a few days ago, and she said, "Hey, give me your phone." I said, "Why? What's up?" She goes, "You need to turn this setting off that this new update." Yeah, I can't give you the specifics on it, and I'll tell you why in a second. She said, "You need to turn this setting off in your settings because when you're out and about, if you have it turned on, it's like an airdrop. People around you can automatically see your name and your phone number.
And your phone number?
And your phone number.
What the hell are you doing, Ghost of Steve Jobs?
I said, what? And she goes, yeah, I'll take care of it for you. And I'm like, she couched it as like, this is a big deal. You don't want your information out there. And I'm like, well, what information is it? She said, your name and phone number. And I'm like, people can get that anyway. Like, whatever. You do enough Googling, they can get it. And so I was like, whatever, turn it off for me. That's my theory, though.
Okay.
And you frequent a bar.
I do.
Was it
Lizards? Yeah, I go to Lizards a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
My thought was this has got to be a guy who's probably around, who hears you talking about, who knows you.
Yeah.
Probably said, holy crap, Pendy's in my phone.
Yeah.
Let me save that contact.
He would definitely fit the profile of a few of the people that hang out there for sure.
Yeah.
Now, let me be clear. The profile of most of the people that hang out there are tremendous, and I love them, and they're great. But there are a few, like any bar. There's a few. There's a few
stragglers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try to start up conversations. Okay, that's a good theory. My kind of like, what did Meltzer used to call it? Occam's razor theory. Like usually the answer is the most obvious answer kind of thing, is kind of what you just alluded to. Like, I think if you go to enough websites that do background checks on people and things like that, if you want to find somebody's phone number badly enough, I'm assuming that you can do it in 2023.
You can do it in about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Easily.
So
Easily.
that's what I assumed. But yeah, he
What is this? You see this text?
about the movie The Fan?
Is this for you or me? Because both of our names are misspelled here.
Careful, Sean. Yeah, it could be for either of us. Now that's right. There's no SHAWN on the show, so this could be for either. I'm sure it's for me because the voicemail was directed to me. You remember the movie The Fan with Robert De Niro?
I get the reference now. Yeah, I get the reference.
Could be a stalker.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, could be. Or could be one of J.J. Watt's family members. You never know.
Watch your hot take, Sean.
I know, man.
You got to be careful. Filter them now.
I'm putting J.J. Watt in harm's way by merely suggesting he play football. Can you imagine, if he played and something happened to him, people look at me like, this is on you, Sean.
Yeah.
The blood of J.J. Watt's downfall is on your hands.
Let me ask you this question, because we're going to talk about this fella a little later. Who's got a better chance to return this season? J.J. Watt or Aaron Rodgers?
J.J. Watt. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is coming. I think Aaron Rodgers is doing a lot of this for attention because and we're going to play Aaron Rodgers audio a little later in the show. He's completely backpedaling now. He's out there making himself seen before all these games. They got a lot of nationally televised games because he's playing.
Yeah.
So we've seen plenty of prominent Jets games where he's just soft tossing on the sideline, moving around like somebody who didn't tear an Achilles within the last couple of months, and not doing anything to quell coming back. Like if anything, he's throwing every chance he's gotten. He's throwing gas on the fire. And now it's getting to nut cutting time. Now it's down to 6 weeks left in the season. Now it's down to the Jets kind of stink.
Yeah.
And I think it was unreasonable all along to think there was a really good chance of him coming back, even though I know people come back from Achilles tears in a shorter time frame than they normally do.
But you got people even speculating he didn't even really tear his Achilles.
Yeah, some of that is because of him, like who he is. So I think if it was almost anybody else, there wouldn't have been the conspiracy theories. But he's such an attention whore that I think this was a chance for him to remain in the spotlight a little bit while being injured. And now we're getting down to a point where, okay, are you it's week 13. Are you or aren't you? Mm-hmm. And he's completely backpedaling now. Like, well, it's going to come down to my health, and we'll see. And boy, by the time I'm determining this, if I am healthy, boy, if we're out of it, I don't know. Has
he seen the standings lately? You're out of it.
Or the schedule, or watch Tim Boyle and Zach Wilson play.
They're out of it.
Yeah. No, there's look, the chances of either of them playing are minimal. But I'd say J.J. Watt. Aaron Rodgers is not going to play a down of football this year.
It's just so interesting because both of those guys are getting paid handsomely to be on the same program weekly. And they both know, along with Pat McAfee, what they're doing.
Oh, yeah.
To some degree, right? At least, even though you know the likelihood of one or the other, not happening in terms of their return. But J.J. loves himself some J.J. too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's strung,
for sure.
He's strung you along before, that gee golly shucks kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
If you know you're not coming back, damn it, say it.
That's right. That's right.
Be adamant.
Okay, text messages coming in on the voicemail we played. Several people, and they're all different numbers, saying that was sore throat Seth Payne with a burner phone calling me yesterday. Ben, play it one more time. Let's see. Does this sound like Seth Payne from the show yesterday?
Are you making these statements that J.J. could very likely come back to Houston, Texas? You're in the know, Sean. You know that J.J. stopped playing football for a good reason. He could die of a heart attack. Okay. He's got a heart problem.
No, that's Alan from 713 who smokes about 3 packs of Pall Malls a day.
Yes. I mean, the voicemail sounds like Seth in his new voice. That was sore throat Seth Payne with a burner phone. That Alan dude sounded exactly like Seth yesterday. Yep, I'm pretty sure that was Seth. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Yeah, and someone says, careful, Sean. Remember you jinxed the Texans last week by doing your job during the pregame show, LOL. Somebody came after me yesterday on the text page saying that by merely mentioning the downside of losing the Jags game in the pregame show, that I jinxed them. I was the reason they lost. By saying that, hey, if they win, they're in first place. And Indianapolis wins, they're actually falling all the way to third place.
Yeah.
By doing my job and laying out the scenarios, I was the reason they lost.
Damn you.
Week. Yeah, I know.
Damn you and your logic and factual takes.
Someone says that it's David Culley that called that voicemail. Ben, play like 10 seconds of the voicemail, and then give me a couple Cully hits. Give me a couple hits off the Cully bong.
Why are you making these statements that JJ could very likely come back to Houston, Texas? You're in
all
the
about
know.
being a Texan.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe Cully through like a modulator that makes him sound like he smokes 4
Three
packs
and
a
out.
day.
We're good.
Yeah. Most important thing about football is the football.
The most important thing about football is the football.
Yeah, maybe it's Cully. Cully is the hero we all need, coming in and sticking up. Now, this is where it would be David Cully. Is that the take was completely incorrect, and the guy says he Googled it, and I'm the one that's in the wrong. I could see Cully Googling it and being like, he's got a heart problem, he can't play. Coach, he played 14 games after the heart issue. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne. Reminder, top of the hour, 7 o'clock hour, giving away 2 sets of tickets to see the Rolling Stones on April the 28th. Tickets go on sale this Friday. Also a reminder, join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light tomorrow afternoon. Buffalo Wild Wings up in Tomball off FM 2920. So Tomball, get ready up in the ball tomorrow. Thirsty Thursday, wings, cold Bud Light, chance to win awesome prizes. Stick around afterwards. Watch the game Thursday with Drive and our friends at Bud Light tomorrow afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. Up next, headlines. Texans, we got a Texan returning from injury. We've got kickers trying out. We got Rockets last night. Houston Sports Awards announced their nominees. We got a lot to get to in headlines, and we will do it next. But first, if you're looking to get that LASIK procedure,
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
A lot of theories on the voicemail message that was left for me yesterday that we'll get to. Let's get to the headlines here quickly. Texans headlines. Texans Broncos coming up on Sunday. Noon kick. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. 9 a.m. Texans countdown. Presumably with me and Seth Payne. I think Seth will have his voice back by then. I think he'll be okay. Texans news, just some little things here. Nothing. Charlie is back. He's off of the PUP list, so they've got a little depth on the offensive line. He's been activated. He was activated off the PUP list, so for you roster nerds out there that track things like guys coming back from IR, you get 8 of those per year. They've used 7. Charlie doesn't count towards that because he was on the PUP list, so they still have one more recall they can use to bring Kaimi Fairbairn back.
Much needed depth on the offensive line.
Get well soon. Yeah, I would say so, too. Yep.
You don't know the status of Titus Howard. Maybe we'll find something out today. You've got some dude named Jalen Thomas, on the depth chart. He's a swing tackle. You needed Charlie back because, nothing's guaranteed with Laramie Tunsil's knee. He's load managed for the rest of the year.
Yep.
The next time he practices on a Wednesday, I'll be shocked, to be honest with you. And so it's big-time depth for Charlie.
I guess the things we'll be watching today, you'll be out of practice today, Sean. I guess the things we'll be looking for today, injury-wise, what's the status of Jimmy Ward? That's probably the biggest one still. I mean, Kaimi, obviously, but he's on IR. Jimmy Ward and Noah Brown are the two that are not on IR, but they've missed the last few games.
Those are the big one, too, right there. And then, to be honest with you, we need updates on Kaimi Fairbairn, who you just mentioned, Titus Howard. I'd be shocked if you saw Titus Howard on a football field today. I just don't have a good vibe about that, even though you saw him in the locker room right after the game.
Yeah, you were in the locker room, right?
Yeah. He had a sleeve on his left leg, and I didn't actually see him walk around, but he had to walk from his locker out, out. So, I mean, it was a good sign. Typically, like, if it was an ACL or an MCL or something really serious, like there was a concern there, you don't see those guys after a game.
Oh, he'd have been at a medical facility.
Yeah, they're getting scanned.
Yeah.
He's not seen.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. They did try out kickers yesterday. They worked out kickers. We'll see if anything happens. Matt Amendola, the starting kicker the last 3 weeks, waived earlier this week, being brought back on the practice squad, so still in the building. They worked out Brett Maher, former Cowboys kicker, and someone by the name of Taylor Russolino yesterday. So we'll see. I don't know. What do you think? Who do you think? I'm going to give you a choice. It won't be Kaimi. We know that because he still has to be on IR for one more game.
Yeah.
Matt Amendola or the field?
Amendola.
Amendola. You think he's the kicker on?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And look, the thing is, that career-wise, which has been a brief one, the guy stinks, from 40-plus, and it was going to be a career kick for a lot of kickers if he nails it on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, 58 yards at the gun, yeah.
And he'd never made something longer than 56 in high school. It was the kick of his life, perfect right down the middle, and it is what it is. You're not cutting him for that.
He's not getting waived for that kick. He's getting waived for all the other, the near misses and the actual misses.
I think he's getting waived because it's roster gymnastics.
Yeah.
You had to get him off the roster to go get that D end that they just picked up.
Oh,
Derek Barnett.
Barnett, yeah.
And, I mean, we've seen the Texans do this time and time again. Look, it's been a while. Where's good old Derek Rivers at? He was up and down with the
what happened to old D-Riv?
He's off, he's back, he's off, he's back.
That was fun. 1 week he's cut, 1 week he's back. Usually he's back like 3 hours later.
I was having a lot of fun because when Monday mornings would roll around, I would just kind of sit anxiously looking at my emails like every few seconds because I wanted to tweet out that Derek Rivers was back on the football team.
Yeah.
I miss those days.
There's always a tell he was coming back when you'd see him working in the cafeteria that day. Hey, make yourself useful, Derek. We're going to bring you back here, but we're short a couple workers in the cafeteria. Rockets lose last night to the Dallas Mavericks, 121 to 115. Fun, entertaining game. Rockets actually had a lead. They had a 9-point lead in the second half of this game. Mavericks grabbed the lead for good, 99-98 with about 6.5 minutes to go. Kyrie Irving was really good in the second half of this game. He was dismal in the first half of this game. Luka Doncic was good for the entire game. 41 points, 9 rebounds, 9 assists, so damn near a triple-double for Luka. He was great last night. Alperen Şengün was great last night. Again, 31 points. Yeah. Şengün's making a kind of a nice low-key all-star bid here this year so far. He's been really, really good.
I wouldn't argue with that. Yeah. I mean, I'm not shocked at all. The dude, if you watched even a little bit of this team last season, you could see this coming. Like, man, he just when the talent is better and the coaching is significantly better, when they're actually playing for something, you're going to get the very best that this guy has to offer. He is uber talented, a lot of fun to watch. He's helped make this team very watchable once again for the first time in a long time. That was, I think, the third game last night that I watched from start to finish, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, they're fun to watch.
If you're not back in, you need to get in.
They're fun to watch. They're competitive. They're in Denver. They're gonna play they played the Nuggets. This will be the third time they played the Nuggets in the month of November. The Nuggets have yet to beat them.
And then you're done.
Yeah, then
you don't have to see them again.
You're catching them without Jamal Murray. That's kind of nice. Where are you on this in-season tournament?
I hate it. I think it's stupid.
Okay, good.
And here's why.
Actually, not good for radio purposes. Would have been good if you loved it. Then I could sit here and argue with you for the next 3 minutes about how dumb it is.
Okay.
No, but
I get the incentive, but you can tell me how dumb my theory is, or suggestion is, rather.
Okay.
I think this is an absolute winner, moneymaker. You could still have the money included. Did you see how much money these guys are getting each if they win the damn thing?
Like $500,000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
crazy.
was like, holy crap. I was like, I thought it was the whole team getting $500,000. I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Every player gets $500,000 bucks.
Which guarantees good effort, but that doesn't do anything for me to care about it. You know what I mean? You're like, boy, God, I hope they win this so that Jalen Green gets another $500,000. You know?
I stand by this. If you're going to have this, for whatever reason, you need to do it this way. Have 2 in-season tournaments. One in the first half, one in the second half.
Yep.
The incentive, money, cool, whatever. Here's the real incentive for the team.
Yeah.
Make it a +2 or 3. And by that, what I mean is if the team... Let's say the Rockets win the first in-season tournament.
Yeah.
They get a +2, which means if they finish with 40 wins at the end of the season, they finish with 42.
Okay.
So if you finish a game out of whatever seed, you get a +2. You get to hopscotch maybe a team or two, improve your seeding, or just get in.
Okay.
That would be absolute fire for any seed 1 through 10, doesn't matter. And it makes seeds 11, 12, 13, and 14. You go back and look at recent history. All of those teams that just finished on the outside looking in were within 6 games.
It's gimmicky.
Mm-hmm. So is this?
No,
for a plastic
100%.
Trophy
No. I think this is where I think it's a good idea. If we have to have an in-season tournament, that's a good idea because I don't care about players winning I don't care about a bunch of millionaires winning another $500,000.
Right.
Like that does nothing for me. Now, like if the fans of the team that won all of a sudden, like the league subsidizes the season tickets for a handful of people or something has to be in it for me, either from a fiduciary standpoint, like, oh, okay, cool, the league's going to pay for X amount of fans to go, or like what you just said, my team now has a better chance of achieving something that results in a parade at the end of the season, that kind of thing.
Can you imagine, like, from a gambling aspect, I know you're a big gambler.
Yeah.
Could you imagine what that would mean, like, at the end of the season for, like, over/under win totals and in or out, winning a division? Or
they would probably caveat, like, that they have to be actual wins, the wins you would get from... Yeah. We're getting down a gambling rabbit hole, but the angles you're bringing up are great.
Yeah,
I still hate the idea of an in-season tournament existing, but if it has to exist, I like your idea way better than the one they're doing. If it's going to be gimmicky, then let's just go full gimmick.
That'd have me passionate about it. I know that.
I like that. Houston Sports Awards nominees got announced yesterday. We'll dig into that a little later. Daniel Gutierrez, actually, from Harris County Houston Sports Authority, is coming in studio in the 9 o'clock hour for a segment to go through that. Houston Sports Awards coming up. And some I'll say this. The one thing I'll say, C.J. Stroud is nominated for 2 of the awards, Athlete of the Year and Newcomer of the Year. he will definitely win at least one of those.
Just going to say, man.
Possibly both.
Could have been play of the year if they would have extended it long enough.
They have moment of the year in there.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like moment of the year or something like that.
Well, and he might win one of the moments of the year, and the one I actually voted for, draft night. The C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, back-to-back draft picks right there. So, so Houston Sports Awards. By the way, college football playoff rankings, 4 undefeated teams are your top 4 teams. Georgia, Michigan, Washington, Florida State. Texas 7th right now. They need some help to get into the college football playoff. All right, we head into the 7 o'clock hour. Speaking of C.J. Stroud, speaking of gambling, a huge TKO for C.J. Stroud on the gambling front indicates just how dominant he's been this year. We'll have that for you and a whole lot more next. Stay there.
Are you looking for the 3-time Motor Trend Truck of the Year, the Ram pickup? If you are, there are many in the house down at Bayway Ram on 225 in Pasadena, where if you bring in a written offer from any other dealership, they've got the Bayway guarantee, which means that Bayway will beat that offer. You're going to get the best deal at Bayway Ram. If they can't beat that offer, manager McCumber is going to give you $1,000 cash. You're going to get an incredible deal on an incredible pickup when you go to Bayway Ram. Plus, right now, Jen has deals up to $20,000 off the Ram 3500. So, especially if that's a work vehicle and you need to get that in before the end of the year so you can depreciate it and all that good stuff, go to Bayway Ram because you
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Rolling Stones tickets coming up later this segment. Be listening. Ben's the DJ today. Ben, what songs should people be listening for later in the segment?
Oh, a little Sympathy for the Devil.
All right. All right. Ben, I need you to work on your DJ voice. From now on, I need you to go.
A little Sympathy for the Devil.
There we go. My man. There we go. All right, so Sympathy for the Devil. Listen for that later on this segment. And if you are caller number 5 or caller number... Make it easy on Ben. Caller number 7. A little bit of separation. Caller number 5 and caller number 7.
Are you going to try to go
to the Rolling Stones?
Yeah.
It's draft weekend.
Oh yeah.
So I'm kind of tied down that weekend.
Yeah, that's a big no.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to go. I've been the only 2 times that I know of that they've actually been in town. 3-4 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, fairly
recently.
Definitely
pre-COVID.
Yep.
And in way back in '96. Whenever I was in 6th grade, that was my first ever concert.
Really?
Yeah.
This was your first concert?
Yeah, it was great, man.
Okay. So this has a little bit of historical significance.
Significance. It's like ZZ Top. Anytime they're in town, I'm there.
Yeah. Well, then that's got Houston roots there, too.
Seth looks pretty fired up to meet the guys from ZZ Top.
He was. You know that story, right?
No.
You didn't know that story?
No.
When Seth got picked in the expansion draft? Back in 2001 or whenever it was. I know the first season was 2002. The expansion draft probably took place after the 2001 season. They had an actual expansion draft for the Texans.
Yeah.
And ZZ Top was the one that announced the selection of Seth C. Payne.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Yeah. He was so happy.
Seth looks pretty fired up to meet the guys from ZZ Top.
He definitely was. He definitely was. They actually televised the expansion draft.
He won the lottery in more ways than one.
He came out on stage in a suit. Like, he was shaking, Dusty's hand, like, Billy Gibbons' hand.
Yeah.
Like he was Roger Goodell, or I guess at the time it would have been Paul
Was
Tagliabue.
it just the 2, or was Frank Beard?
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember if it was all 3 of them or not.
That's cool.
Yeah, I can't remember. But, yeah, Seth Payne.
I'll bet that picture's front and center in whatever, Wall of Fame he's got set up at the casa.
Good question. I don't know if he's got it commemorated or not. It's on YouTube. You can go find it. So be listening later this segment. We say all that to say Rolling Stones tickets. Tickets go on sale on Friday. All right. C.J. Stroud. Ben, cue up the music. Have you heard the good news? C.J. Stroud, according to the odds makers, has basically clinched the Offensive Rookie of the Year award. Yep, you heard me.
There you go.
The odds always Tuesday, courtesy of Jimmy Shapiro, betonline.ag, the odds we use on this show. C.J. Stroud has TKO'd all the other offensive rookies. Offensive Rookie of the Year odds off the board, because C.J. Stroud is like literally 1 to 100 to win the award. You would literally have to bet $100 to win one single dollarini on C.J. Stroud winning Offensive Rookie of the Year. That's how dominant. It took him 12 weeks, and Bijan Robinson, poof, Bryce Young, poof, knocked them all out. Even Tank Dell, his teammate, who he loves, poof, knocked Jordan Addison, pow, knocked them all out.
I like that other sound effect. That was good. That's good. That hits.
Yeah, man.
But this makes me uncomfortable, you talking about this.
About C.J. Stroud punching a bunch of people out?
No, there's 6. Well, just locking up Rookie of the Year. Like, there's 6 games left. You're making me nervous.
Stop being one of these jinx people, man. Embrace it. This is fun. We have a quarterback that knocked out the competition.
I know. But maybe it's just I'm thinking a little too hard. I thought the guy was going to get killed after the first 2 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
19 quarterback hits, 11 sacks, and then him running around for his life this past weekend.
Chapter and verse, knowing the numbers off the top of your head.
They were some pretty damn stark numbers. Like, it was only 2 games, but like I had visions of like the 70-some-odd sack year that David Carr had with the Texans.
No, it shows your concern is real for him, that you're reciting the exact numbers. Those are the correct numbers.
No, it's I'm not like a jinx guy, but it concerns me that there's still so much football left. And people in Houston, you know what? Sometimes we don't get nice things. We have it taken from us all the time.
Gotta let it go. CJ 9th on the MVP odds board, 28-1. The Texans are 12th on the Super Bowl odds board right now. 66-1 to win the Super Bowl. They're 12th. Man, what progress they've made. D'Amico Ryan's second on the Coach of the Year odds board. He is plus 375. That means about 4 to 1, a little under 4 to 1.
I know what I wanted to do here. I saw that you had these numbers in the rundown, and so I went back and I thought it'd be fun to look at the preseason numbers and how much they've changed. Right? So you said Stroud's killing the competition now in terms of offensive rookie of the year, right?
Yeah. You got the preseason odds board up
I got the preseason odds. Stroud was behind both Bryce Young, who was a plus 400, and Bijan, who was plus 300 this summer. He was at plus 650.
CJ was.
So
6.5 to 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
6.5 to 1. Now,
and I didn't have a big issue with that back then.
No, I mean, who knew? You didn't know anything. Like, everybody wanted Bijan.
Literally, he's having the bet right.
Right.
Like CJ's literally having the best rookie year for a quarterback, possibly in the history of the league.
100%.
Yeah.
You said Super Bowl odds, right?
Yeah.
Texans are now 12th at plus 6,600.
Yeah, 66 to 1. Right.
They were plus 20,000 in the preseason.
So 200 to 1.
200 to 1.
Yeah, that's where they put the bad
Along
teams.
with every other, bottom feeder in the NFL. They were all, how like it's like everybody else sucks here.
Yeah,
Texans were in that group.
They were in the Cardinals. The all the bad
Absolutely.
teams. Yep.
And you said Coach of the Year, right?
Coach of the Year. Yeah, D'Amico is second on the board. Dan Campbell's first. Dan Campbell 2 to 1. D'Amico plus 375. So. 3 3/4 to 1.
D'Amico in the preseason had the 12th best odds to win Coach of the Year at plus 2,500.
So 25
So that's
to
25 to 1. You see how I go money line? That makes more sense to me.
Yeah. Well, but
the
average listener who doesn't speak fluent gambling, I think, knows 25 to 1 better than plus 2,500.
Dan Campbell had the best odds at 9 to 1.
Okay.
Peyton 10 to 1.
Sean Payton. Okay.
Yeah.
I think I hate to say this because I don't like Sean Payton, and I don't like the way he was using Colin Cowherd as his mouthpiece to talk about how weird and dysfunctional the Texans were in the preseason because they had the gall to do a Zoom interview with him instead of flying a contingency to whatever beach he had his toes in the sand on.
Yeah.
But I think Payton, I'm not going to say he's put himself in the conversation for Coach of the Year. Like this, they're 6-5. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Like they were 1-5. He pulled the nose up of the nosedive. He's pulled the nose up here for them.
Yeah.
But before I put him in the same category as D'Amico Ryans or even Dan Campbell or even Mike McDaniel, let's get to 8-5 maybe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. For sure. He doesn't get that much credit in my mind for having dug himself a deeper hole.
But I know I was one of the people when they were 1-5, when they were giving up 70 to the Dolphins. I'm like, this is a disaster.
Yeah.
They may have to cut him loose. They were never going to fire Sean Payton, like Frank Reich just got fired.
Mm-hmm.
It's even for the Walmart people, that's a lot of money. Plus, he's Sean Payton. He's got pelts on the wall. But I was definitely saying when they were 1-5, like this is definitely a cash grab by Sean Payton. This does not look like a team that's motivated at all.
Yeah, 100%.
So credit him for that, I guess.
God, I remember having conversations like, give him whatever he wants. You got to get Payton. You got to get Payton.
Here?
Yeah. Idiot. I was a Bryce Young
Dude,
guy. I was a Sean Payton guy.
I was a Bryce Young guy. Yep. I was a Bryce Young guy. We'll get to David Tepper in the next segment. That was interesting yesterday. Texans got mentioned at the Frank Reich firing press conference yesterday.
That's always a win.
Will Anderson, third on the Defensive Rookie of the Year board, but he's way back. He's 14 to 1. Jalen Carter is going to win that thing. Jalen Carter's been awesome this year.
Anderson in the preseason was tied with Jalen Carter for best odds at 5 to 1.
Yes. Yeah, he was a co-favorite.
By the way, do you ever look at the CBS stuff? Like that has their odds and predictions, and they use I didn't know this, but all these little articles like that, they use like Boomer Esiason, J.J. Watt,
I haven't.
Bill Cowher, Nate Burleson. They use all these guys to vote. I found this interesting. C.J. Stroud wasn't even mentioned in others receiving votes for Offensive Rookie of the Year in the preseason. D'Amico Ryans wasn't even mentioned as others receiving votes in the preseason. In fact, CBS had Mike Tomlin and Robert Saleh in a tie for Coach of the Year.
Wow. Well, Tomlin, I think Tomlin's in the mix. 7-4 with Kenny Pickett as your quarterback.
Yeah, and he has to be. And Robert Saleh, I guess, depends 4-7. So I don't really see.
No, Saleh's way outside. Saleh looks like he would want to be anywhere but on an NFL sideline
right now, for sure. Yeah, but depending on what kind of run maybe they go on. Hell, I didn't think they'd win 3 games in a row a month ago.
No, you're right. Well, and at one point, look, 4 weeks ago, I think they were 4-3 or 4-4.
They just won 3 in a row, and it was like, how are they doing this with Zach Wilson?
Yeah, no, and it's not. I don't think Saleh's a bad coach or anything like that, but it's been a rough year. Boy, that's interesting. So JJ's one of the people, and D'Amico didn't even get a Coach of the Year vote, huh?
Right.
Damn,
right.
JJ.
It's pretty crazy.
Damn, JJ.
And they even say, Anders. Let me see. I got the Anderson and Carter. J.J. Watt, of course, voted for Anderson and Carter.
Okay.
For Defensive Player of the Year.
For defensive.
They didn't have it listed.
Okay.
For the Coach of the Year votes.
Okay.
But still, not even mentioned as others receiving votes.
Yeah, man.
I mean, come on.
Of course, everybody knows that I'm trying to get J.J. Watt killed based on a voicemail that was left on my phone yesterday by some rando that called me, that got my phone number and called me. Here was if you missed it in the 6 o'clock hour, here was some rando named Alan calling me yesterday saying that I was, by merely mentioning the possibility of J.J. Watt returning to football, that I was setting J.J. Watt up for some sort of cardiac event.
This is Dr. at 713. Why are you making these statements that J.J. could very likely come back to Houston, Texas? You're in the know, Sean. That J.J. stopped playing football for a good reason. He could die of a heart attack. He's got heart problems. I found that out easily from digging just a little after he retired. So that's a stupid statement for you to make. If you want to discuss it, call me at 713.
I'm good.
Because you usually can do better than that.
Usually.
Bye-bye.
Usually. My favorite part is you usually can do better than that.
I liked it better.
Oftentimes you don't do better than that.
I liked it better that time than I did the first time.
It gets better each time.
That might have hit a little personal to him.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a guy who's, experienced heart issues before, and he's listening to you saying, this guy needs to come back and play and help this team, and he's taking it a little bit too close. It literally hit close to home. It hit his heart.
If JJ, it's a fair theory. If JJ had literally sat down at a press conference and retired and said, I retired because of heart issues,
which he
then
didn't.
that could make me a bad person, maybe. It would in a way, make me selfish. I'm sure I would not be alone, but it would be selfish. JJ's heart issue last season, and I'm not trying to minimize this either, it happened in week 4, and he went on to play 13 games after that.
Yeah.
I did the research in my Google machine, Alan. Bye-bye. We got a lot of theories as to who that could have been, who Alan could have been.
Oh, these are great.
Yeah, these are pretty good. Someone said that was Clint Stoerner's mom with a burner phone. We have any Mama Stoerner in the system?
I'm going to come over there and whoop that ass.
So that's a stupid statement for you.
Okay, like through modulator or some sort. Or she just sat down and knocked down 5 packs of Marlboros and decided to call me and call herself Alan. Yeah. Someone says Coach O definitely called you to come after me. We're gonna go get a ham sandwich. Bye-bye.
So that's a stupid statement for you, man.
It's a really good comment. You got to get to the other one. This was my favorite, probably. I think you're going to get to him eventually.
Caller sounds like Tillman Fertitta.
Yeah.
Almost exactly.
I don't know why.
Play a little bit of the caller again, Ben. Just a little snippet.
That JJ could very likely come back to Houston, Texas.
He's got the little twang
Tillman
that Fertitta's got.
Sitting at that nice marble desk that he has over there at the Post Oak Hotel.
Yeah.
And he's got a gigantic, pizza tray-sized ashtray with 100 cigarette butts in it and says, now I'm going to call Sean Pendergast. Bye-bye.
As he's mulling over future coaching candidates for his football program over there.
Right. Someone says it sounds like Jimbo Fisher. Jimbo would have the time on his hands to call me. Jimbo's like, I got $76 million now in the bank. Let's see what I can do. My co-celebre is going to be J.J. Watt's heart issues and this Sean Pendergast that I'm going to go call right now. Look up his phone number. Text message. I'm making the weight room kids listen to y'all today. Be entertaining. I hope it's working.
That's another reason why I was laughing. Is what the hell are those kids thinking about this guy?
About this, you're right.
Listen to that voicemail. Another texter said a mob boss phone call.
I'm digging just a little after he. So that's a stupid statement for you, man.
He's got the temper of a mob boss.
I was going to say maybe one of the captains. You know?
Yeah, like a capo. Yeah. to where, and to so much so to where, like, if the boss of the family was driving around listening to Payne and Pendergast on Sports Radio 610,
Yeah.
and then they met up at whatever the Houston version is of Satrial's later in the show, he'd be like, "What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Why are you putting yourself out there like that?
Why are you making these statements?
Why are you making this your co-celebrity?
You think that's funny?
Yeah.
You think that's funny?
By the way, Sean is a friend of ours. Are you going after him like that?
Bye-bye.
He spends a lot of money at our casinos.
that would be true. That's right. The casino above the hardware store. Absolutely. Someone says, Ben, we need to use bye-bye to end the show each day.
There's your new clothes.
Antibodies to you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Perfect.
I like it. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Oh, we got to give away some stuff here. We got. Yeah. There we go. There we go. A little sympathy for the devil. That's a nice jam right there. Rolling Stone ticket giveaway. Call now, 713-572-4610. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones are hitting the road in 2024, and they are stopping at NRG Stadium on April the 28th, and you can be there. Callers number 5 and 7 win a pair of tickets to see the show. So we're giving away 2 pairs today, 2 pairs tomorrow, and a pair on Friday. So if you miss it today, if you're not one of the winners today, you're going to get a chance, really 2 chances tomorrow, and then 1 on Friday. 712-4610. Call now. Tickets go on sale Friday, December 1st at 10 a.m. All right, up next, David Tepper, the owner of the Panthers, cannot get the Texans' name out of his mouth. Press conference yesterday that completely contributes to the theory that C.J. Stroud was the one really who got Frank Reich fired. That is next.
610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Actually, Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne, but Seth is always with us in spirit. He didn't die. His voice did yesterday, but Seth will be back, possibly tomorrow. We'll see. But Seth, if you're listening, get those pipes back. You need them for Sunday.
He usually gets it back after.
He gets it back quick. Yeah, this is like people were asking, like, are you sick or whatever? And like, no, Seth, I don't think he was sick. It happens to him like twice a year. It's a really weird thing. That voice, the little voice thing, but it's cool. Hey, Ben, do we have winners on the Rolling Stone tickets?
Carol won.
Carol?
And, I'm dealing with the other winner right now.
Dealing
Joseph.
with? Okay, is it the guy? Is it
I
Alan?
have to put in a lot of.
Is it Alan?
No,
the voice?
it's not Alan.
Hey, I'm calling in now to talk to Sean. Well, you can't talk to him, sir, but you did win Rolling Stones tickets. I hate the Rolling Stones. Bye bye. Okay, cool. Ben's like Ben. Okay, poor Ben. Every time we have a contest, Ben puts who the winner is right below the on the rundown where it's got the script for what I'm supposed to say. And when we give away Texans, I never look. Like 30% of the time I look and I'm like, congratulations, Clint in Atascocita or whatever. But like 2/3 of the time I'm on to the next.
Convenience him by making him come on air while he's dealing with the
every
caller.
time he puts it in there, like he is a creature of routine. And 2/3 of the time I ignore it, and he's just doing it in total futility. The one time I'm like, hey, who won the tickets? Not only has he not put it in there yet, because he's working on things in there, but it's a time where there's 2 winners, not 1.
Yeah.
Ben, I'm sorry for being such a jerk. Alan is right. Alan's right, the voicemail guy. All right, but we're getting more theories on who Alan the voicemail was. People just getting in their cars. We'll save it.
Somebody said Lou Holtz, and now they're goading you into doing a Lou Holtz impression. I got one during the break, because that's one of my favorite ones that you do.
You got a private show. Yeah. A lot of people saying it sounded like Seth did yesterday. We'll get back to that in just a second. Let's get to yesterday in Carolina. Boy, it is fun to see another team operate completely dysfunctionally, just swimming in quicksand right now. That's the Carolina Panthers. It's really fun to watch because the Texans are on a serious upward trajectory in every phase. So that's really nice to see. Here was David Tepper, the owner of the Panthers, yesterday, his press conference the day after firing Frank Reich. And he was asked about, look, Bryce Young is a huge, huge topic. He said that there was unanimity, that everybody wanted Bryce Young, but he makes sure to drop CJ's name in there so that he can, my theory is he's trying to hold off some of the pitchforks and torches at the door right now by saying, hey, we almost would have had CJ Stroud.
It's been reported and we talked about it. Originally,
Pause, Ben. Let me be. You brought this up before the show.
Yeah, you need to
Let me be clear, because this may confuse people. He's going to talk about how we were going to get the number 2 pick and we were going to take C.J. Stroud because the Texans were going to take Bryce Young. What dots failed to get connected with this audio, he fails to mention the Texans reportedly were going to move up from 2-1 with the Bears, and then the Panthers are going to move up from 9-2, not 9-1 like they ultimately did. The Texans pulled out of that deal. And so it became a deal just between the Bears and the Panthers. Continue.
It's been reported, and we talked about it. Originally, we were going to go to the number 2 pick, and we thought we would get CJ because we thought the Texans were going to pick Bryce. And listen, we preferred Bryce. He was our number 1 pick. We had a lot of conviction. But in answer to your questions, it's just not the way the process was done. The process was done the way the process was done. And again, even though if there was a process with 5 people in the room, and the way the votes came in, Frank was the first choice. I always could veto that choice. And even if it was Bryce and the votes came in unanimously in this particular case, I could have vetoed that choice. In both cases, I supported both choices. Okay? I'm just going to say that I supported both choices. I supported the coaches. I supported the scouts, their unanimous opinion. And I supported Frank Reich.
So, to me, Tepper's doing 2 things here. One, the mere mention of, hey, we were cool moving up to 2 and taking C.J. Stroud is him saying, we weren't that off on our evaluations here. We basically had them both, like a lot of teams, had them both 1 and 2. And, we ultimately the Texans pulled out and we move up to 1 and Bryce was our guy. But we really like C.J. Stroud. And here at the end, like he's making it like this was everybody else's decision. And I'm this owner I'm going to let my people do their thing. It was unanimous, and normally I'd step in, but I let my people do my thing here.
But he didn't play the rest of it where he said, the buck stops with me.
Yeah.
But he doesn't say it like a guy that has acted like he rules with an iron fist would say, the buck stops with me. He kind of threw his hands up. He's like, the buck stops with me.
Right.
I'm the owner.
Yeah.
And I agree with everybody's decision. You know what I mean? Like, this is a guy who's fired 5 coaches now over the last 4 years, right? And it's just, listening to that, the one thing that I can say after hearing it for the 3rd or 4th time now is you don't want there to even be a shred of doubt that the guy that you have in-house wasn't the guy that you originally wanted.
Right.
By him saying, breaking down the deal as he did, at least made it sound like that they damn sure didn't want the Texans to have a chance to move up to 1 and take Bryce Young.
Yeah.
The national consensus pick.
Yeah.
And so that, if anything else, is, to me, in my mind, just further confirmation, and at least it should be in Bryce Young's mind that, the owner does want me here.
Yeah, well, and he went on to say he's totally confident in Bryce Young. We were confident in the pick. The part that was getting dissected yesterday was the word unanimous. He used it multiple times in that cut we just played. And there's been a lot of speculation that there was not unanimity in here. And I think there's even conspiracy theories that by getting rid of Josh McCown and Frank Reich and Deuce Staley, they were getting rid of the guys who like CJ, and they're keeping the guys that like Bryce. I don't know that to be true, but here's Mike Florio yesterday with some advice for David Tepper, where Florio basically says that David Tepper strong-armed Frank Reich and Scott Fitterer, the GM, into taking Bryce Young.
You need to hire people you trust and let them do the job and stay out of their way. Don't nudge them toward Bryce Young, because you did. You did. They would have taken C.J. Stroud if you hadn't interfered with the process. Frank Reich is not a 5-foot, 10-inch guy. He was a 6-foot-plus quarterback. He knows you need to have size to be successful in the NFL. But he went along. You go along to get along, and then you're long gone, like he is.
So, I mean, I don't know if that's a report or Florio's just speculating, because he goes on to say, he goes on to list the heights and weights, and that CJ's the more prototypical guy. But that's not the first person we've heard say that Reich was probably a Stroud guy, and that the analytics-based owner loved the 98 percentile S2 score for Bryce Young.
I don't want to embellish it too much, but I'll say this. At least it was maybe not heavily reported, but it was reported by multiple different people leading up to the draft that Frank Reich and the Panthers were looking at C.J. Stroud.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, for sure.
And so I think there's got to be something there, and at the end of the day, you could probably just couch it. He did work on both, and maybe it was Bryce Young by just a little bit better of a coin flip. But I don't think that just because guys like McCown, and I don't think you fire these guys just because they were Stroud guys. At the end of the day, Bryce Young is one of the poorest performing quarterbacks in the league, and maybe those are the guys are the reasons why.
Yeah, they're responsible for that.
You know what I mean?
For sure.
And they're going to let Thomas Brown, who has been flip-flopped as the play caller a couple of times this year, they're going to let him go to work and cook and see what he can do.
Yeah, I just, Frank Reich sure did operate during this season like somebody who just realized about a month in, what did I get myself into? And that could have gone as far back as the draft. Who knows?
Maybe.
You brought this up before the show, and I love this take. Here is the rest of Mike Florio yesterday. Florio did about a 2-minute video sitting and waiting for his breakfast. Here is the rest of it. And as you pointed out before the show to me, Sean Bajani, it is really nice to hear other franchises getting discussed like this.
Who's going to take that job? Who's going to want to work for David Tepper? Who's going to want to step into the shoes of Frank Reich, preceded by Matt Rule, preceded by Ron Rivera? It's not an attractive job unless David Tepper grossly overpays, which is what he's going to have to do. Problem is, Panthers fans are stuck with David Tepper as the owner because, as Jed York, the 49ers CEO, famously said, or infamously said several years ago, you can't fire the owner, even if you wish you could.
So to me, the only commonality is that people were saying about the Texans the last couple of years, where the road diverges in the wood, and I think we've seen it play out this season so far, is that if Cal McNair got the hire right, then he was a perfect kind of owner for somebody to come work for, because he does the opposite of interfere. He interferes zero, and we've heard D'Amico and Nick Caserio and others say, like, anytime we need something, enhancements to the weight room, we need this resource, that resource. Cal's got the checkbook open, man. So, but we had to listen to that the last couple years, and it was earned. It was a bad franchise. They weren't winning games. There were people in the building that didn't belong in the building. You're cycling through coaches year over year. I think there were reasons behind that. That's not the take on the Texans anymore. I think the thing that would scare me if I were a Carolina Panthers fan is that Tepper is the wrong kind of owner. Like, Tepper he is going to meddle. He is going to be impulsive.
The complete opposite end of the spectrum that you have and certainly had with Cal McNair, right?
Right.
And you could have played that little clip of Mike Florio and literally inserted Cal McNair's name in for Dave Tepper,
Mad Libs.
Lovie Smith in place of Frank Reich.
Yep.
And you wouldn't have known the difference. Yeah. That sounded exactly how we all, characterized the Texans' job before they'd made the D'Amico Ryans hire, before we even started to see the change, maybe even get a hint of it, right? The parallels between these two organizations over the last few years are just uncanny to me. Florio calling this, and a lot of people have said this, one of the organizations in the league over the course of the last 5 years. If D'Amico Ryans doesn't happen, if C.J. Stroud doesn't happen, all of these things this offseason, we're still talking about this being erased for one of the most poorly run organizations in all of football between the Panthers and the Texans.
Yeah. God, thank God it's not, man.
Right.
Thank God it's gotten
You got your coach right. You got your quarterback right. Yeah. However the hell it came to be, it doesn't matter. You got it right.
Yep.
And maybe the most important thing is that at least from the top down now, whatever pulse you thought Cal McNair, Hannah McNair had on this organization, you can rest assured that they at least have a pulse on the organization now, where that was in serious doubt in my mind over the course at any point the last 3-4 years and beyond.
We missed a significant anniversary in Texans history yesterday, and we can't let this go uncelebrated. And we will celebrate it next. We've got headlines at the top of the hour, the 8 at 8 o'clock at the top of the hour. Stay there.
Hey, if you're looking for a treat and something that's just not empty calories, Bayway
friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. We'll do the 8 at 8 o'clock, top of the hour, the Ocho. 8 stories to get your day started. And we'll talk to John McClain after that at 8:25 on the show today. John McClain joins us for his weekly visit. We'll get his thoughts on the Broncos-Texans game coming up here in just a little bit. John's got a couple good pieces up on SportsRadio610.com as well that we can get into. John's got we got to ask him about this, Sean. He's got he did a kind of like a alternate universe, hypothetical piece. What if Sean Payton became the Texans coach last offseason and DeMeco Ryans became the Broncos coach? Because both guys were rumored for each job.
Yeah.
I think the DeMeco Ryans to the Broncos rumors had more than the Sean Payton rumors here. The Sean Payton to Texans rumors got kind of, not rumors, I mean, he actually talked to the McNairs. But that seemed to get nipped in the bud pretty quickly.
Did DeMeco actually ever interview with the Broncos, or was that one of the ones that he kind of nixed because he got to the Texans first?
I don't know. And the word was I think he interviewed. I'm pretty sure. I will ask. John will know. John will know the whole chronology of it. You know, and then they made an end around for him at the very end of the process too, DeMeco. Like the Broncos wanted him pretty badly, is what the conjecture is out there. And why not? He's excellent. But he is our coach. So keep your greasy mitts off of him, Denver, okay? DeMeco Ryans was on the team back in the day when this happened, back in 2010. I think DeMeco was hurt at the time, though. That was the year DeMeco shredded his Achilles. So this was in like week 13 or 14, because yesterday was the anniversary. There was not a lot to celebrate in 2010 for the Houston Texans. They went into the season with all sorts of hope. They were 9-7 the year before. 2010 was going to be the first year they ever made the postseason, and we found out early on the defense was not very good. Their rookie Kareem Jackson, not very good at cornerback. That was an issue.
Yeah. Oh, God. We were just talking about him, yeah.
That was an issue. But ultimately, in late November of that season, we were able to get our frustrations out there. We were able to get some therapy thanks to Andre Johnson raining fists down on Tennessee Titans cornerback and agitator Cortland Finnegan.
Flat out, running right, and brought down across the 35-yard line. And now Andre Johnson and Finnegan are going at it. Helmet comes off of Finnegan, and Andre Johnson's ejected. Andre Johnson lost his cool with Cortland Finnegan, and you know Cortland's just trying to get Andre Johnson upset. More fighting on the field. Big pushing, shoving action. And Andre Johnson wants more. Somebody's got to hold him back. A big pile up at the 40-yard line. A lot of pushing and shoving, and somebody's got to pull Andre Johnson out. Jeff Fisher at midfield with Cortland Finnegan trying to keep him out of it. And this thing is not even broken up officially yet, as Antonio Smith is in the mix, Jason McCourty in the mix, and now peace prevails for the moment. Flags everywhere, and Andre Johnson close to the sideline now, but he is far from cool as he almost went back into the melee for more action.
Okay, so a few things there. First of all, that was incredible.
I kind of got goosebumps listening to that.
Were you in the stadium that day by any chance? Were you at that game?
I'm sure I was.
Okay.
I've probably made 95% of all Texan games.
Yeah. So I remember the thing I remember about that game personally. That was the first game Amy and I ever went to together as a couple. Mm-hmm. She's a season ticket holder. She's been a season ticket holder since 2002. We had just started dating a couple months before that. That was the first game that we ever went to together. That fight took place like in the third or fourth quarter. It was in the second half of the game. Was out of hand. That was the Texans actually won that game. They didn't win many games the second half of the season that year. That was a game where Glover Quinn picked off Rusty Smith 3 times.
Oh my God!
It was a shutout. That's where that Texans defense, which was awful, shut out the Tennessee Titans that day. So I think the game was already out of hand when Dre got ejected. But we were not. Amy and I were not in our seats when that happened. We were up in one of the bar areas up there in the concourse, just hanging out at the bar. And I'll never forget the commotion in the bar area when that happened.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah.
It was crazy because they had TV, so there were people watching it on TV. Yeah. We weren't paying attention. We were just drinking and hanging out with people. The game was out of hand. But I remember you could hear the commotion in the stadium, the commotion in the concourse area, and the commotion near the bar that we were at. And it was one of those things, it was very unsettling. It was like one of those things where almost like, okay, is there a gunman in the stadium or something? Like, there was a definitive buzz and a lot of movement and a lot of people like starting to go crazy. And then we look up at the screen, and at that point, it was like the third replay of Andre Johnson raining blows down on Cortland Finnegan's fuzzy little head.
It's weird because I normally remember things like that, but I couldn't tell you if I was in the press box or if that was a game where I'd sat in the stands, with my uncle. I can't remember seeing anything that day. I just remember thinking and it wasn't a good season for the Texans, as you kind of mentioned. But they'd shut the Jags out. Dre gets suspended, 2 games? 3 games?
Did he get suspended for that? I don't remember.
I thought he got a pretty good suspension for it. I thought him and Finnegan both got suspended for it.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
You go back and you look and you wonder if that and just maybe if things play out a little bit differently, because I think they go back and they lose to the Eagles the following week.
Thursday Night Football.
Was that Thursday night?
They played the Eagles on Thursday night that year. I remember that.
They lost the overtime game to the Ravens, and you saw the Jags 2 games after that, a game after that or something like that, and they beat the hell out of you. And you just wonder, man, did the things trend differently if maybe that they don't come unhinged?
Okay, I'm going to look this up because I know that was also the year that when they played the Jags in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
That was the Hail Mary that I think it was Glover Quinn tried to knock the ball down, and Mike Thomas caught the deflection on the Hail Mary.
Later that year,
I think it was before that because that was sort of a Glover Quinn redemption game. He got the 3 picks against Tennessee.
Yeah.
Just mere week. I got the schedule here. This is our deep dive on the 2010 season. That was 2 weeks before they played Jacksonville. But you're right. They win that game. They were 5-6 after they beat Tennessee.
Right.
So you're still in the mix, right? 5-6. But then they lose to the Eagles on Thursday night.
That's what it was.
They lose in overtime in the last game. They had the red battle red head to toe, or at least neck to toe, against Baltimore. Pick 6 in overtime.
Man, all right. So I knew I remembered that. That was one of the funnest Monday night. That was one of the funnest Texan games I've ever been to. That was great.
It's a huge comeback.
Yes.
Kobe Jones.
Yes.
Touchdown catch.
Yes.
And then they lose that one in overtime, and then the wheels sort of fell off. That was They lose to this week, the 117. They lose at Denver to Tim Tebow. Amy and I were at that game. we road trip to Denver the day after Christmas for that game, and they were up 17 at the half, and Tim Tebow engineered a comeback. The Texans contributed to the legend of Tim Tebow
in some way
by letting him come back. Yeah.
That Monday night game against the Ravens, that was probably the loudest or second loudest I've ever heard NRG Stadium. And it's between that moment, as to get the game to overtime, and when David Carr beat the Jaguars by it was a quarterback keeper, and he dove over the right pylon on the south end zone to beat him. I think that was in overtime. It was last few seconds of the fourth quarter. I'd never heard the stadium as loud as one of those 2 days. Hey,
speaking of Monday Night Football, as several people pointed out yesterday, the deadline has now passed for that Jets game to get flexed.
Yeah, what was it, noon yesterday?
It was yesterday. It's 10 days is sort of the deadline. The team knows even before that, but publicly the deadline is usually 10 days. So yesterday, I guess, was the deadline, thereabouts, 10 or 12 days, I think, for that game to get moved. That was a heavy rumor for a while there, a few weeks ago. Hey, the Giants and the Packers are supposed to play on Monday night. They both suck. The Texans are supposed to play the Jets at the same stadium the day before.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud is doing legendary things. Aaron Rodgers might come back. Who knows? I mean, this is a few weeks ago that people are saying these things. So, hey, why not just flip the two? Send the Giants and the Packers to Sunday and move the Jets and the Texans to Monday. I feel like when that rumor became a thing, that immediately everything that started happening related to all 4 of those teams was something that would be contrary to the game getting flexed. All of a sudden, the Giants are winning games. Tommy DeVito's throwing touchdown passes. The Packers are in the playoff mix now in the NFC. They've been winning games. The Jets suck.
Yeah.
Tim Boyle's their quarterback. It will not be Aaron Rodgers in Week 14 in all likelihood. The only constant is that C.J. Stroud is still the most watchable player on any of those.
I kind of believe, though, if the Texans would have beat the Jags and the Jets even were respectable this past weekend.
On the Black Friday game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Maybe.
they flex it. I asked Mike North on the conference call last week if that game particularly
He's
was
the VP of scheduling for the NFL.
the VP of scheduling for the NFL. I asked him if that was being considered, has been considered, and gave a really great answer, but said, yes, it's still on the table. They wanted to see, and I'm paraphrasing, basically how this past weekend shaped up
Makes
to
sense.
make that determination.
Yeah.
And it didn't go well, obviously. I think if the Texans, like I said, would have beaten the Jags, and the Jets were just respectable, I think it probably does because it was so damn easy.
How many primetime games do you think the Texans get next year?
I think at least 2 or 3.
I think at least 2.
And I've got a small little fantasy, and it goes against
Okay.
what?
Let's get kinky. Let's go.
Let's get football kinky,
Yeah.
man. I don't want this to be a home game. I want it to be a road game because it won't affect me. My wife will kill me if I have to work on Thanksgiving.
Oh, okay. You want a Thanksgiving
You could
game.
very well see the top 1-2 guys in Coach of the Year voting this season go head-to-head on Thanksgiving next year, and Dan Campbell and D'Amico Ryans.
Okay.
With C.J. Stroud and this up-and-coming Lions team, what the Texans are supposed to be.
Yeah.
Could you imagine how big that game could be, on Thanksgiving next year? They face that division. I mean, it's very possible.
They do, but that game's here.
Oh, it is?
The Lions game is here.
Oh, okay.
They already know. They already know where the games are. They just flip back and forth.
I just saw the opponent. Yeah.
The last time they played, the last time these two teams played was on Thanksgiving in 2020.
I know, and it was a great game.
It was a great game. JJ had a pick 6. It was two bad teams, but it was a great game. But they played there last time. They're going to play here. I don't know as long as we're talking about this, I think 2 things. One, it's just to put a bow on our primetime game next year talk.
Mm-hmm.
I think you get at least 2. 2 feels like the right number. If I were doing my Sean Pendergast Gamblecast thing here, I would put the number at 2.5.
Yeah.
And I'd probably lean towards the under.
Do you consider Thursday primetime?
Kind of now, because they don't have to put everybody on Thursday night anymore.
Yeah.
But no, I think to me, I'm talking in my mind when I think 2, I'm thinking 2 Sunday or Monday night.
Sunday,
games.
Monday, me too. Yeah.
I don't think you have to wait and see how the rest of the year plays out. Look, if they win 11 games and they make the playoffs and they make the AFC title game, then I'll up my number to 3, maybe 4. Who knows?
Yeah.
But I think right now, if I had to pick, I'd say they get 2, and I feel strongly that one of them will be against Jacksonville. This Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud rivalry is something. This is a core rivalry in terms of the national focus. Like the Monday after this past game, Lawrence v. Stroud got mentioned in the Peter King, Mike Sando, Albert Breer, like those type of Monday columns. They all mentioned it like this is the rivalry. Like this is the new rivalry here. You got Mahomes and Burrow, Mahomes and Josh Allen to some degree. Obviously, Brady and Manning's the gold standard. These 2 guys are in the same division.
Yeah.
You're going to see these 2 guys, provided health, play each other at least twice a year, if not multiple times, if they make the postseason.
I hope it's one of those games. I hope, nationally, the NFL and, the broadcasting decision makers see it just like you do and I do, and I think a lot of us do in terms of making the Texans and Jags, a primetime kind of event. It's interesting to me. I thought about this the other day. The parallels between what is being birthed right now between the Texans and Jags in terms of a rivalry and maybe for the foreseeable future, years down the road, like what this could mean, and finally not having a manufactured rivalry between the Astros and Rangers.
Yeah.
We finally saw that come to fruition this year. That's real.
Yeah.
It's not manufactured with some lame-ass silver boot anymore. It means something. And I'm starting to get the same vibe with Texans and Jags because of what you said, the quarterbacks, Lawrence and Stroud.
It's been so rare they've been good at the same time. They've both been bad at the same time.
They've never been this good at the same time.
Not this good. No,
Drew Doherty had a tweet, I think, last week leading up to the game. This is the first time in both of their franchises' history, these head-to-heads, where they faced each other with above 500 record.
Yeah, this deep into the season.
It's
yeah,
crazy.
I saw Drew's number on that. All right, so real quick, because you mentioned Detroit, 2 things. One, the home schedule next year.
Yeah.
I had this in the rundown a couple weeks ago, but I'm like, I don't know. Like we're in the season right now. I don't know if people want to talk about next year's schedule, but you and I are talking about it now. So we've got 8 at 8 coming up here. I'll do a quick drive-by on it. The home games next year for the Texans, keep in mind, this is going to be a good version of the Texans next year, presumably. This is going to be this year's version, plus whatever they do in free agency, plus another full complement of draft picks.
Sure.
Because you got Cleveland's first rounder. Mm-hmm. The home games are Jacksonville, Indianapolis, Tennessee, your 3 division games.
Mm-hmm.
You play Detroit at home. That's juicy. You play Chicago at home, so you might get a Caleb Williams sighting here. That's fun.
That's what I was thinking.
And a very winnable game.
Yeah.
You cross over with the AFC East.
Yeah.
Buffalo and Miami are both at NRG Stadium next year.
Oh, man.
Detroit, Buffalo, Miami, Caleb Williams, and your 3 division games. That is as good a home schedule. I know it's hard. It's a hard home schedule, but at least you got those games at home, right? Like if I got to play Buffalo and Miami, at least I'm playing them here and not there, right?
100%.
Right? And then the 8th game will be whoever from the AFC North you finish in the same place as, right? It'd be Pittsburgh right now. You're both second place in your division, but it could be Deshaun Watson again at home. If the Texans finish in the same spot as the Cleveland Browns, I want that every year. You have Kenny Pickett and all those Steeler fans coming here?
No. You put it like that. No. That's
what's coming.
I'm so ready to just be done with Deshaun and that whole relation. I'm so tired of that.
I want to come here and hear everybody boo him every chance I get. Last thing.
Now, if you beat the brakes off of him, sure, I'm here for it.
By the way, you're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Check that off, Ben. I got that in. Your Thanksgiving dream could be alive. The Texans, next year, the 17th game, is whoever they finish in the same spot as. On the road, they would play whoever they finish in the same spot as in the NFC East, which right now would be the Dallas Cowboys.
Ooh.
A game at Dallas next year.
Ooh.
Last I checked,
yes,
they play Thanksgiving games.
Yes,
at Dallas.
That would be the number one.
Texans, Cowboys, Thanksgiving Day.
Sure,
in Dallas.
100%.
If the season ended today, no, actually, because they're in third right now technically because they lost to the Colts.
Right.
So I take it all back. Deshaun would come here because they're in third place. My bad.
Jeez.
But I think they're going to finish in second, the Texans. They're going to finish ahead of the Colts. I feel good about that.
I do too.
If they finish second, and I think the Cowboys are going to finish second behind the Eagles, you get a Cowboy game next year.
That would be great.
That'd be fun in Dallas. So your Thanksgiving dream, and it's better for your wife because it's a road game.
Exactly. I'm there for that.
Yeah.
And then two, look, you would potentially get a really good Thanksgiving Day game, just in general.
Yeah. No, there's
those are few and far between.
It'd get a ton of eyeballs. It would be Cowboys got 41 million people watching you with the freaking Sam Howell and the Commanders last week.
Yeah.
Can you imagine C.J. Stroud, Dak Prescott, the whole thing? That would be so fun.
It's a spectacle every time, man.
Let's get to the 8 at 8, the Ocho. We're a little late, but I had to make sure that Sean Bajani walks away with some scheduling satisfaction. He had a fantasy, and I wanted to make sure that he was able to follow through on his fantasy. So there's your football scheduling kinkiness right there. All right, here we go. Charlie Heck is back. He is off the PUP list. He's been activated, so a little depth along the offensive line. They still have one more recall off of injured reserve that they can use, presumably for Kaimi Fairbairn. The Texans did work out a couple kickers yesterday. They either did or they're going to bring Matt Amendola back on the practice squad, but they worked out Brett Maher, former Cowboy, Taylor Russolino, who I've never heard of before, but he was worked out yesterday.
Yeah.
Your prediction earlier in the show was that you think when push comes to shove on Sunday, Matt Amendola will be the kicker for the Houston Texans.
Yeah. There's no reason, to really waive him. I mean, kind of stick with what you're familiar with. Unless one of these guys, Maher or Russolino, just blew him away.
Yeah.
You always have to take a look. If you can do better, you're going to do better. I think Amendola is going to be the guy. I mean, he won a game for you, earlier this year.
He won a game for you.
And he damn sure could have, this past Sunday. I just fully expect him to see him kicking on the practice field in a few hours. The Heck being back just kind of gets my wheels spinning thinking about what this offensive line situation could look like. Laramie Tunsil's being load managed, and he will contend, in my opinion, the rest of the year.
He won't practice today, probably.
And
never does.
I'd almost guarantee that. But it's huge because you don't know. We might find something out in a few hours when D'Amico updates, if he updates on Titus Howard. But Tunsil's banged up. You don't know the extent in which Howard's banged up.
Juice Scruggs just played his first game.
He did, and did a really good job, in my opinion. But that's going to be your left guard, right? You need swing tackle depth. if Fant goes down or Tunsil goes down, you don't have Howard potentially in the mix anymore. You had to have Heck. You got some dude named Jalen Thomas on the practice squad that you can call up, and that's kind of it. Josh Jones, is he a guard? Is he a tackle? I know he should be a tackle, but he's been guard. So it's going to be an interesting follow the rest of the way for their offensive line.
Injury report will be big today. Jimmy Ward and Noah Brown, the two names to keep an eye on. Are they still not practicing? Are they limited? We'll wait and see.
Yeah.
They've been out. Each of them have been out the last few weeks.
2.
Rockets last night go up to Dallas. They lose 121-115 to the Mavericks. It was a fun watch. It was a good game, back and forth. Rockets had a 9-point lead in the third quarter of this game. Things I liked in this game, Alperen Şengün continues to make massive progress as one of the best young big men offensively in all of basketball. He had 31 points last night. He's a delight to watch. Jalen Green, inconsistent. I did not like that. Jabari Smith was good last night. Jabari Smith's got that little mid-range turnaround jump shot working for him now.
It is working.
That's nice to see him have a weapon like that.
It would have been nice to see a little bit more of that in the fourth quarter, though.
Yes.
They couldn't hit anything outside in the fourth quarter last night. And that, to me, that's just a mark of a young team. Not being able to, close games out, finish strong in the fourth. They'll get there. 5 of their 7 losses, this season have been by 6 points or less. The fact that they have been this competitive, I know they stunk it up the first couple of games of the season, but the fact they've been this competitive, they've become likable again. They become very watchable, and that's huge for this organization that I know had to have lost a lot of, very passionate basketball fans, Rocket fans the last few years.
Yeah, you're trying to win some of the fans back. They're in Denver tonight to take on the Nuggets for the third time this month. This is the first time on the road against the Nuggets. So a back-to-back at altitude against a team that you've already beaten twice this year that probably is going to be like, all right, we can't get swept by the Rockets here in the month of November. It does not line up well tonight for the Rockets, but and Luka was amazing last night. We should mention that. 41 points, 9 rebounds, 9 assists. Luka gonna Luka sometimes on you, so there you go.
3.
Houston Sports Awards. Daniel Gotera of the Harris County Houston Sports Authority is going to jump in with us at 9:25 on the show today. And we'll go through some of the nominees, how you can get to the Houston Sports Awards. Of course, the Hall of Fame class will get recognized at the Houston Sports Awards. They've got 5 different awards. I'm sorry. They've got 7 awards that you can vote on.
Mm-hmm.
They've added 2 from yesterday. What is going on here? Okay, never mind. It feels like they added 2. The 3 big ones for me that listeners to this show I think would be most interested in. This is no disrespect to the high school male and female athlete of the year or the high school coaches of the year. I don't think a lot of our audience knows who those people are.
Sure.
Athlete of the year. You give me the Sean Bajani ballot here. Kyle Tucker, Astros. Hector Herrera, Dynamo. Jane Campbell, Dash. Jalen Green, Rockets. C.J. Stroud, Houston Texans.
Athlete of the year.
Athlete of the year for the city of Houston. Those are your 5 choices. Who are you voting for? Gut reaction.
Man, that's tough, though, because one of them, C.J. Stroud's like in the heart of his season. You know what I'm saying?
This is the ballot you've been given. It's your filter. Who are you voting for?
C.J. Stroud.
I voted for C.J. Stroud
100%.
also. Kyle Tucker's postseason soured me on him as a choice. Probably had the best full season of any of these people.
I'm just looking. I looked at it. I thought about all right, most impactful, impressive, and just valuable to their team in particular. And it's Stroud checks all those boxes.
Newcomer of the year, Amin Bassi, Dynamo. C.J. Stroud, Texans. Jabari Smith Jr., Rockets. Tank Dell, Texans. Yainer Diaz, Astros.
Newcomer of the year.
And that one's not even close.
It has to be C.J. Stroud.
We just call him athlete of the year. You got to, by definition, you got to vote for C.J. Stroud in this one.
Yeah. However, if Stroud won the first one, maybe they.
Oh, you're going to do an MVP Offensive Player of the Year thing like they do in the NFL?
I would kind of secretly hope for Tank Dell. I think you get that that duo. A couple pieces of hardware.
That would look manipulated as hell.
I know, but it should be Stroud.
Could CJ sweep these 3 awards? Moment of the year. Framber Valdez's no-hitter. Remember that happened the day they traded for Justin Verlander. San Diego State buzzer beater to beat FAU in the Final Four. I guess because that was at NRG Stadium. That's way down on the list for me. I don't care about either of those teams.
Yeah, get that out of here.
U of H wins their first Big 12 game with the Hail Mary against West Virginia. He ended 4-8. That's kind of Texans draft night moves. The C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson sequence there that sent people haywire at the draft party.
All right, so far, Framber and draft night.
Dynamo wins the U.S. Open Cup. So it's sort of the in-season soccer tournament.
They're kicking ass right now. All props to them. But it's a
clean sweep, man.
I was going to say it's a two-man race, but it's not.
That draft night for the
Framber's
Texans,
no hitter, cool, but draft night
was insane, and especially now that we're watching the payoff of it,
yes.
It's retroactively insaner.
I mean, was that the greatest draft night in Texans history?
Oh, yeah. As of right now, yeah.
And I'm asking that question because I know the reaction that J.J. Watt got, but look at the impact that he had.
Will Anderson could have left to go work at an IHOP, and it's the greatest draft night in Texans history because of what CJ is.
Easy, yeah. No question. Dumb question.
No, we need to talk these things through.
I do.
Good.
Four.
All right, 4. Got to get back to my rundown here. College football playoff rankings are out. Boy, we may get, in the mere minute we won't get it, but could we get 4 undefeateds and just make this thing super easy for the committee? Right now, the top 4 teams are the 4 Power 5 undefeated teams. Georgia, Michigan, Washington, Florida State, in that order.
Yeah.
Lurking in the background, Oregon, who... did I say Oregon? It's Washington 3, Florida State 4. I think I said that right.
Yes.
Oregon is 5.
Yes.
Ohio State is 6. Ohio State's season is over. So they've got to sit around and wait for chaos to ensue.
Yes.
Which could happen.
Could.
Oregon is 5, and they're favored by more than a touchdown
you
against
said 9,
Washington.
Right?
I believe 9 is what I saw. Oregon, who lost to Washington earlier this year, but who has been on fire since then.
Mm-hmm.
They're a pretty heavy favorite against a Washington team that's been kind of slipping by in some of these games.
Yeah.
Winning very close games. So that could happen. Texas is sitting at 7 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Texas needs chaos.
They need chaos. Anybody outside of 5 really needs chaos because 5 controls their own destiny. Oregon against Washington.
Correct. Yeah, one of those 2 teams is going to get in.
Yeah.
So that's where we are right now. No team has ever been lower than 6th in the rankings this late in the season and made the college football playoff.
That Louisville and Florida State game is intriguing because Ohio State and Texas, because they're 6 and 7, I guess, depending on what happens, they could benefit from Louisville beating Florida State, Oregon beating Washington.
Yes.
But if it's a really close in Washington, does Washington just fall to 4?
I don't know. That's a possibility. That's the chaos. Yeah. That's the chaos.
Those 2 games are like the linchpins, right? That are real. Maybe Georgia, Alabama. I don't know.
This we know. If Florida State loses, they're going to get knocked down to 10th, even if they lose by a field goal, because Jordan Travis is not their quarterback. They're going to knock Florida State completely out of the picture. I think deep down the committee would like to have Florida State out of the picture already, but they're undefeated.
Yeah, because you don't have the quarterback.
You don't have the quarterback. I mean, they think about these things. So I think if you're Texas or Alabama or Ohio State or one of those teams.
Which is complete BS. If it plays out the way you just did. What if Florida State plays a freaking fantastic game and loses by a last-second field goal? They're going to get knocked out?
Yes.
Just because they don't have the quarterback?
Yes.
It goes against every college football playoff ranking logic and if you believe how they really grade these teams, it goes against everything.
5.
The Shaq Leonard tour is underway. The former Indianapolis Colts linebacker, he was waived last week, and then he was at the Colts game on Sunday this week when they played the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He was up in a suite. He was there to support his former teammates.
Okay.
He visited, right. I mean, I guess that got pointed out by some people, as an example of what a good dude he is.
Yeah.
And I buy into stuff like that. I'm a sucker for stuff like that. Visited Dallas yesterday.
All right.
Visiting Philadelphia today, according to Adam Schefter. According to Diana Rossini of The Athletic, there are other teams interested,
of course,
in Shaq Leonard. But if he's going to Dallas and Philly, he's clearly looking for teams that are firmly in the playoff mix.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, hey, who wouldn't be, at least that's a contending team, looking for depth at linebacker at a guy like Shaq Leonard? He's 28 years old. He hadn't had a very good season.
He's been banged up, too.
He's been banged up.
Back surgery is tough.
Yeah, to what degree could a contender or really any team see value in terms of what he would mean for them this year. I don't know, but he's 28. So it's almost like if you pick him up, you're hoping that you see enough and maybe he sticks around for the next few years with your organization.
Yeah, the Colts are paying him. I mean, he's getting money from the Colts, so he's not going to be signing for exorbitant dollars.
Right. It's like $6 million.
Yep. All right, 6. Another Colts story. That's weird, but this one actually affects the Texans. Jonathan Taylor, the Colts star running back, their best offensive player, he's having thumb surgery.
Yeah.
Thumb surgery in Los Angeles this week, and he's expected to miss at least 2 to 3 weeks. The Texans are currently tied with the Colts in the standings, but the Colts have the tiebreaker by virtue of their Week 2 win over the Texans. Any bad news for the Colts? We don't wish injury on people because that's bad mojo. But, hey, dude's injured. I didn't wish it on him, but here we are. Any bad news for the Colts is good news for the Texans.
It is. You've got Titans
Zach Moss
and Bengals and Steelers the next 3 weeks for the Colts.
Okay.
So you don't feel as great about that Bengals game, but Titans, because it's an AFC South game.
That'll be. Where is that game? The Titans.
It's at Tennessee.
Okay. I mean, the Titans. They're 4-7, but they'll put up a fight.
And you still have to go to Cincinnati, so you got back-to-back road games if you're the Colts.
Yeah, Joe Burrow, but the Bengals still have a ton of play. Like I watched some of the replay of that Bengals-Steelers game. I don't know why, but I did. And I'm like, oh, yeah, they still have Jamar Chase. They still got Joe Mixon.
Sure.
They've got good players on defense.
What's kind of funny to me is how you got us into this Jonathan Taylor thing.
Yeah.
Did you think you would be saying one of their best players, leading rusher this season? Did you think you'd be saying that about Jonathan Taylor 12 weeks ago?
That they put their weapons down and made nice with each other?
Yeah.
And got an extension. He got his money. Yeah, he got his. No, I didn't. You're right about that. I did not think Jim Irsay, Supreme Salesman, would close the deal. I will get to 7 and 8 quickly here.
7.
You'll hear audio about this a little later in the show, but Aaron Rodgers clarified his comeback stance. It had been speculated earlier this week that, hey, Aaron Rodgers might just come back and play in a few weeks, even if the Jets are 4-10. He poured cold water on that yesterday on the Pat McAfee show, saying not only is he not sure he's going to be healthy enough to play, like that's still up in the air.
Yeah.
But if the Jets are out of it, he's not coming back to play. He made that clear. We're pressed for time, but we'll have the Rodgers audio later in the show. But the Rodgers I saw yesterday was a whole lot more hesitant about any chance of him playing football than what the reports have indicated. The reports that he's allowed to sit out there and fester for the last 2 months.
Yeah.
He could come back and play.
Not seeing it.
8.
Last one. Bobby Petrino was the OC for the Texas A&M Aggies this year. He no longer is. He's, with the firing of Jimbo Fisher, Bobby Petrino back out on the street, but he was not on the street for long. He's going back to Arkansas.
This is enjoyable for me.
Crime, man. What is it about Bobby Petrino? Bobby Petrino left Louisville to go to the NFL, and then they welcomed him back to be the head coach a few years later. Wasn't nearly as good the first time. Arkansas, we remember how it ended at Arkansas. The school was embarrassed by Bobby Petrino. He was stooping the help, and he was hiring them in jobs that they weren't qualified for. And by they, I mean a hot blonde that had played for the volleyball team or whatever team it was.
I think you're right.
Got in a motorcycle crash, allegedly, with her on the back of the bike. Showed up at a press conference with his face all beaten up in a neck brace.
Oh, that made for some good skits.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
And now he's back as the offensive coordinator.
The first thing that came to mind is I cannot wait to hear Clint's take on this.
I was just going to say the same thing. Did Clint tweet about this at all?
I hadn't seen it.
I got to go look.
Because the news came down well after their show had ended yesterday.
Yeah.
And so that's the first thing that came to my mind is like, oh,
they don't
boy.
lead in at 2 o'clock with Stoerner's take on Bobby Petrino back at Arkansas. You're missing an opportunity. So there you go. Bobby Petrino back at this rate, Bobby Petrino is going to get hired by the Atlanta Falcons again. All right. John McClain, the Hall of Famer. He joins us every Wednesday. Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne today. John McClain's going to join us in the next segment. We'll get John's thoughts on Broncos and the Texans coming up this weekend and a whole lot more. Stay there. John McClain joins us next.
Losses.
SportsRadio610Livestream.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast. Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, we just spent. We'll get to John McClain here in a second and get his reaction to this. But this is breaking news with the Houston Texans. This is per Ian Rappaport. Let me pull this up here real quick. Do you have the tweet in front of you? Why do I not have Ian Rappaport on my push notifications?
I got it right here.
Okay,
per Ian Rappaport, Texans offensive lineman Titus Howard, who left Sunday's game with a knee injury, is expected to miss the rest of the season. Sources said after testing, he'll have surgery to repair it.
A blow to the Houston O-line is what Ian Rappaport calls that. That is accurate. Boy, what a rough season. A lost season for Titus Howard, really. Missed time at the beginning with a hand injury. Then he plays left guard for a bunch of games. Not all that well. Not to pile on the injured, but not all that well. He's a right tackle. He's not. I mean, he's being asked to do something. It's not what he's being paid to do. And then now out for the season. But the only good thing that's happened is he had another kid and he got a big contract extension. But football wise, rough year for Titus Howard as we welcome in our good friend, the Hall of Famer, senior columnist for SportsRadio610.com, John McClain, joining us. John, what is your reaction to the Titus Howard news that we just heard?
Anytime you lose a starting offensive lineman, it's a blow to the offensive line. But Juice Scruggs came back in the nick of time, played left guard, first time since college, and he played pretty well. And he'll play better now that he's had that game back because he hadn't been on the field since preseason when he was injured. So tough break for Titus. One of the things I get a kick out of him doing, and I retweet it a lot, he gives away tickets to every game, and I'm sure he'll keep doing that so fans can keep up with Titus and what's going on with his recovery. And if it's an ACL, then that would put the start of next season in jeopardy.
Do we know what CL it is that got torn, or what exactly the injury is?
I have no idea. That's why I listen to Sports Radio 610 for the most up-to-date news that I just got with Titus Howard having season-ending knee surgery.
Thanks, John. We appreciate your listenership. Thank you very much. I'll say this real quick, just to put a bow on it, John, as far as the really offensive line news in general. Like now should Titus move back to right tackle? That's no longer a storyline. So it's going to be Tunsil, Scruggs, Dieter, Mason, Fant, left to right. John, I think one of the biggest storylines going into next season, you've got 2/5 of what I think people view your start line should be next year, both coming back off of major injury-marred 2023. Kenyon Green and Titus Howard, the health of those two coming into the season is going to be a major storyline for this team next year.
Absolutely. The difference is Kenyon Green should be 100% during the off-season program, considering the surgery that he had. Was his biceps? Is that what he
like
had?
A bicep or a shoulder, some sort of
shoulder.
Yeah, some upper body injury. Yeah,
he'll be totally recovered. You hope going into his third season he'll come back and play close to where he was supposed to play when Nick Caserio drafted him so high. And in Titus, usually those things, if it's an ACL, will take 10 months. So his go into the season. And having Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs going into their second seasons and playing as well as they have, it'd be interesting if Patterson comes back as the starting center because he replaced Scruggs and played well. And Scruggs, if he plays well at left guard, the plan had been Scruggs at center, Patterson at left guard eventually. They could come back with opposite positions. I would imagine coaches feel a whole lot better about them knowing that they can play.
Yeah, I don't have to ask you about it now. That was going to be my question. How do you see this thing playing out? It could be totally turned upside down, John. And speaking of that, look, a couple of guys that the Texans hope they get back today on the practice field, Noah Brown and Jimmy Ward. They've missed the last couple of games. Jimmy Ward, maybe I think 3 now. I know you've taken a look ahead already at the matchup this weekend. How important is it for the Texans to kind of be, as close to full strength with those two guys back in the fold to take care of business against Denver this weekend?
I think they'll get Jimmy Ward back. We know they'll get Denzel Perryman back. So that's 2 key members of your defense. And I'm writing a column today for Sports Radio SportsRadio610.com on the defense needing to play a whole lot better and not giving up all these big plays that have become a problem. And one of the reasons it's a problem is you're not getting good play at safety. Jalen Petrie struggling. You had Ward out. You've already lost on IR your third and fourth safeties for the season. And so they're giving up too many big plays. Not all the safety's fault, of course, but getting Ward back will help. Ward and Perryman are the most physical players they have on defense, along with Will Anderson. They kind of set the tone for the physicality that D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke want them to play with. And so that's going to be a huge boost to have both of them back. And I think Noah Brown will be back. And, he showed in those two games in which he was over 100 yards that when C.J. Stroud is in trouble, he knows how to adjust his routes and get open. And Stroud has a lot of confidence in him. And I'm guessing this is one of the few times they will have had their top 5 receivers on the field at the same time. All of them have missed at least one game, some more than one.
Yeah, I think getting Noah Brown back is huge. I think all those times where CJ is he's kind of breaking out of the pocket and running around and buying time. Those were times, especially in those two games where Noah Brown broke out, where it's Noah Brown who's coming back to the football and finding soft spots out there in the defense. So I think getting Noah Brown back would be huge. Jimmy Ward, obviously, as well. John, let's talk about this Denver team that's coming in here. Russell Wilson has certainly improved over last year. Not hard to do. He was terrible last year. But they seem to be using him. Sean Payton seems to be using him much more, I guess, conservatively this year. They're not really built around Russ. They're more built around short passing game, running the football. But they've got some weapons that scare you a little bit. What are your thoughts on this Denver team offensively in Payton's first year as head coach?
Russell Wilson has become more of a game manager. His rating is 104.3, one of the best in the league. 20 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. That's the best ratio. And in his red zone, he has 17 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. So he's most dangerous closer you get to the goal line. Last 2 times he's played the Texans, he's beaten them. He had a great game in 2017 in Seattle. He and Watson put on a show, and he had the ball last, and they won. Then was it 2 years ago he came in here and won?
Yes. Yeah, 21. Yep.
Yeah, 21, and they won that one. So they're going to have to stop the run, which they can do. Then they got to watch Cortland Sutton. Cortland Sutton is their big. The joke is run, make a play, Cortland, because he's made so many big plays. This will be a big game for him. Growing up so close to Houston and going to SMU, so he'll have a lot of family and friends in the stands, but they have to contain Sutton.
Yeah, he's talking about running the football. I mean, I think that Denver defense, I guess you can run on them, if you look at the numbers, but in terms of, points given up and the opponents in which they've, played very well over the course of the last month plus, this 5-game win streak, that's kind of intimidating to me, man. I don't know if a lot of people, John, were all back in on the Texans being able to run the ball after those couple of really great games by Devin Singletary a couple of weeks ago, but it's about what you've done for me lately, and the Texans' run game just looked horrible once again this past weekend. Do you see any signs of life? Is it just going to take a little bit of time, game under Dameon Pierce's belt, to get back going again?
No, they went up against the 4th best run defense in the NFL and got shut down. And now they're going up against one of the worst run defenses, and I expect him to be a whole lot better. But I would start Singletary. I would give him the bulk of the carries. Throughout NFL history, they said running backs need carries. They're better in the second half than the first. Well, today, for teams that use running back by committee, which the Texans look like it's running back by a 2-man board of directors, that was the traditional thinking. And Singletary showed he needs the ball. The offensive line had a terrible game run blocking, and we all know it. They got to bounce back big time. The Broncos in that winning streak are giving up 16.5 points a game. They're really good when it comes to the points allowed. They've only given up 8 touchdowns during that winning streak, and they lead the NFL in takeaways with 22, 15 in the last 4 games. Now, the Texans have shown they can move the ball and score on anybody because of C.J. Stroud and his receivers. And even though the pass protection was poor against the Jaguars, Stroud made a lot of plays off schedule, and plus he ran. He was the leading rusher, so they don't want him to have to play like that. It was out of necessity, but he showed he can do it. The key to me in this game, Stroud's going to put points on the board. The key is, can the defense step up and play better than it did? And it begins with the pressure. Jonathan Grenard and Will Anderson combined for 3 pressures. That was anemic. Lawrence was only hit twice. He was no sacks, of course. But that's the worst pass rushing game they've had this season. It's got to be better against Russell Wilson, who will move around a little bit. He doesn't run as much as he did, but he can still move a little bit. They've got to get better protection on him than they got on Trevor Lawrence.
Hey, John, if you're Bobby Slowick and you were offered the Carolina Panthers head coach, you take it?
Absolutely not. And I don't think Bobby will be offered, but I think he'd be wise to interview because it'd be good practice for next year. I think Bobby needs a second year as a play caller because when he becomes a head coach, he's going to call the plays like Kyle Shanahan. And he left the 49ers where he was really happy to go with D'Amico, his good buddy, so he could call plays. He need to learn that about success and failure as a play caller. So I think like D'Amico, who interviewed, then said, I'm going back for another year of experience. I think that Bobby Slowick will come back for another year of experience. And this time next year, he'll be mentioned for just about every opening.
Yeah, he's getting mentioned already for sure. John McClain joining us for his weekly visit. John, before we get you out of here, of course, senior columnist at SportsRadio610.com, you've got a piece up there now, sort of the what if, the alternate universe of Sean Payton as Texans coach and D'Amico Ryans as Broncos coach. You don't have to give away the whole article because I know we want people to go read it, but give us like the 30-second movie trailer on the article. Go get us to go click. Give us the reading bug here.
D'Amico turned down every team that called his agent Jimmy Sexton except the Broncos and the Texans, and Sean Payton interviewed with the Texans. I think considering both are Coach of the Year candidates, and Sean Payton has proven, I think both teams would still be in the playoff hunt, and they both would still be Coach of the Year candidates. But D'Amico didn't want to go to Denver. They made a late run at him, which was reported by Ian Rappaport about it. But they did. That shows you how high regard they held him. And, of course, the McNairs are so happy they got the coach they wanted.
Indeed. John McClain, senior columnist, SportsRadio610.com. He is the Hall of Famer. John, we appreciate it. And, John, I will talk to you tomorrow when we do our preview of the Broncos for the Utopia Football Podcast.
Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, John. Appreciate you. John is up and out. All right, Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne. Hey, quick reminder, we gave away some tickets earlier in the show in the 7 o'clock hour to the Rolling Stones show that tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. for. We're giving away 2 sets tomorrow in the 7 o'clock hour again, and then another set on Friday in the 7 o'clock hour. So if you make appointments for this sort of thing, give yourself a reminder at 5:55 a.m. to just turn on the show then. That's what I would say. And just stick around for all 4 hours. But if you like the Rolling Stones, 7 o'clock is the hour for you tomorrow. J.J. Watt Day on the Pat McAfee Show. The crowd here in the 8 o'clock hour has not gotten to hear yet the voicemail that was left for me by some rando who somehow got my cell phone number. If something were to happen to J.J. Watt in his potential comeback, am I the one that would be to blame? Me, Sean Pendergast, am I the one that would be to blame? We'll let you guys guess who this person is who's calling me, because certainly the guesses continue to roll in, but this is audio you will not want to miss next. That's audio that I would say that audio right there is the opposite of that. That's me snoring right there. That's audio that my wife had to listen to for years and years and years. It's the worst audio ever. In fact, that's what Dr. Ben Salento did. He turned down that snoring. I don't snore anymore. I sleep great at night because Dr. Ben Salento is an incredible sleep doctor, incredible with sinus issues. really anything related to allergies as well. I do my allergy treatments through Dr. Ben Salento, too. That's been great. I had a deviated septum that I'd lived with for years and years and years. Back in August, he was able to fix.
new roads.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we should mention the big news off the top here. We'll get to the voicemail message that was left to me by a rando in just a second. But Titus Howard is out for the season. If you're just tuning in, Ian Rappaport with that bit of news just came down in the break before we talked to John McClain. So right at the end of headlines.
Yeah, about 34 minutes ago.
Yeah, the biggest headline of the day came down right during our headline segment, courtesy of Ian Rappaport, that Titus Howard is indeed out for the season. Again, the tweet reads as follows. Titus Howard, with a knee injury, is expected to miss the rest of the season. Sources said after testing, he'll have surgery to repair it, a blow to the Texans' O-line. So a couple things here. I guess the first question would be, okay, how severe is this knee injury? As John McClain pointed out in the previous segment, if it's an ACL, you're starting to get into the time of year on the football calendar where, at the very least, recovery drifts into training camp. You know, so it feels like a lot of the plan for this team, if there's anything this team has planned for long-term, Sean Bajani, any aspect of this team that's been planned for long-term, other than quarterback, obviously, it's the offensive line.
Yeah.
They gave 3-year extensions to 3 of the guys, including Titus Howard. Yes. They've used massive draft capital in the form of Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs in order to fortify left guard and center. Those guys, by definition, are under contract for a few more years as rookies. So all of a sudden, like if Titus Howard is dealing with an ACL, and we don't know that it's an ACL, we just know that it's a knee injury, but if it's something that drifts into training camp, the plan for the unit of your team where cohesion is probably the most important thing, continuity, maybe that's getting a grenade dropped onto it already here in November for next July.
Yeah,
you know?
100%, man. Yeah.
So that'll be a big question.
I wrote a damn article early, way too early this season, apparently, about how the Texans had finally fortified the offensive line. I mean, as you mentioned, you know, they've got a lot of these guys, all these guys locked up, at least in terms of what we believed was going to be the starting lineup on the offensive line to start the season through 2026. Signed, sealed, delivered, right? We just got talking to John McClain about how left guard center could be turned upside down, you know, in the future at least. Hopefully not the rest of this season. I kind of like it the way it is right now, I think. But if you go back to training camp, and you don't even have to go that far back, you could go back to the start of the regular season in terms of what you've seen at left tackle and left guard. But you've had Tunzel, Jones, Deculus, all different starters at left tackle. Okay,
in the regular season.
In the regular season.
Austin Deculus started a game at left tackle.
Unfreaking real. Yeah. Now, granted, I think that was the game where he'd split time with somebody. Like he was like in and out, right? You had Josh Jones, Kendrick Green. Did Kenyon Green, right?
Kenyon was gone by the end of training camp.
Yeah. So it was just Kendrick Green, Josh Jones, and now Titus Howard, and now Juice Scruggs. So you've had 4 different starters there. At center, you've had Patterson, you've had Dieter. You go back to training camp, once upon a time ago, you had Quessenberry.
Yeah.
And then Jarrett Patterson, took over. And then after
Scruggs was supposed to be the guy going into the season.
Scruggs took over before
after Quessenberry got
and then Patterson.
Yeah.
And then you've had Dieter.
Yep.
Mason and Fant, man, that right side, they've been holding it down.
Fant's been one of the really underrated pickups by this team. You know, look, they traded for Mason, you know, one of those low-level 6 for a 7th type trades for Mason, but then they gave him a big contract extension. They basically traded for him because the Bucs were going to cut him in a cap casualty anyways, but they showed what they thought of him with the contract extension. George Fant was brought in to basically the Charlie Heck while Charlie Heck was getting well. He was going to be the swing guy.
They needed it.
He's been a solid starting right tackle for them this year.
Yes. The Fant signing underrated, like you didn't know you were going to need it at right tackle. I thought they'd made that deal for Fant because of fear of depth at left tackle. No, that was Josh Jones who I was thinking of. They made that deal for Jones because I thought, Tunsil's knee, maybe he's not going to hold up, and it's kind of been the case, but he's found a way to play through it. He's been load managed all season. It's going to continue to be that way. Fant sliding at right tackle for Titus Howard has been absolutely huge. I mean, I just go back to one play. I know it's only one play, but he's obviously done a great job
what
there.
You're going to say.
What was it, the second or third interception against the Bengals that Stroud threw where Fant made that touchdown-saving tackle.
It was against the Cardinals.
Oh, was it the Cardinals?
It was the Cardinals. The linebacker caught. That was the Robert Woods deflection interception.
Yeah.
Where the linebacker, I forget his name, returned it to midfield.
Damn, it bunches up, doesn't it? Yeah, you're right. It was against the Cardinals. Titus Howard's not making that play.
No.
I don't care what you say.
Titus Howard's on the field. He was definitely not making that play.
There's maybe not any other Texan offensive lineman that's making that play. George Fant made that play. It was huge. And that's just like to kind of stamp home the value that he's brought at that position. And it makes that, what was it, a 3-year, $50-some-odd million extension that Titus Howard got in the offseason. It makes it look really, really bad. And I know for a lot of people it was already questionable. You're on the record saying you were fine with it. I was fine with it, too, at the time. But, man, it could sting.
All right, today is J.J. Watt Day on the Pat McAfee Show. J.J. Watt get us talking again about the possibility of him returning to football. If he does, there is one particular listener who somehow found my number, left me a voicemail on my cell phone yesterday. And this is, by the way, a lot of people are texting in like who they jokingly think it is. Like this.
They were great.
Yeah, no, they're funny. We'll read them. I think this person is he's seriously a listener who has major issues with me even mentioning J.J. Watt coming back. Why? For J.J. Watt's own good.
This is Dr. at 713. Why are you making these statements that J.J. could very likely come back to Houston, Texas? You're in the know, Sean. You know that J.J. stopped playing football for a good reason. He could die of a heart attack. He's got heart problems. I found that out easily from digging just a little after he retired. So that's a stupid statement for you to make. If you want to discuss it, call me at 713.
That ain't happening,
dude. You usually can do better than that.
That's what bye-bye, he says at the end. Bye-bye. Because that's what I normally want to do. Like someone who's completely rude to you and calls you stupid, I definitely want to call this guy back.
Yeah.
And have a conversation with him. Now, we've gotten a lot of people speculating as to who it might be. There's a lot of people speculating that it was Seth who did it because Seth's voice sounded a little like that yesterday. Seth's voice was pretty banged up yesterday. I don't think Seth would just say it to my face that you're being stupid. Like he wouldn't call himself. I'm like, Seth would literally look at me and tell me how dumb I'm being. A lot of people saying things like this. Why are we gendering the caller that called Pendergast? For all we know, it could be Jags lady chiming in.
You can't have a newcomer come in and steal the show.
Why are you making these statements that J.J. could very likely come back to Houston, Texas?
Oh, that's my favorite.
Sounds a lot of Jags lady, man. Sounds like Jags lady. That caller is Jags lady through a modulator. The voicemail caller sounds like the Jacksonville woman.
Certainly not.
I like this one. The caller sounds like a Stoerner.
Yeah.
Now, we had a few say that it was Mama Stoerner after like 7 packs of cigarettes or something like that. I like this one because it just says caller sounds like a Stoerner. Like just like not Clint or Mama Stoerner, just somebody related to them.
Wash your mouth out with a little bit of Coors Light.
I think it's silly as hell.
Yeah, maybe.
Why are you making these statements?
Yeah. It could be a Stoerner.
A Stoerner and Tillman Fertitta was my favorite.
Yeah, Tillman Fertitta. We got a Tillman Fertitta. Okay, Ben, how about this one? Was that Jim Irsay calling Sean about J.J. Watt?
In the upper quartile of winners, we're in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
So that's a stupid statement for you to make. If you want to discuss it, call me at 713.
Oh, man. That's too good.
I did actually go and look this person up on Facebook during one of the break, like to see if they existed, like because he says his full name.
Oh yeah, I was like, how did you do that? Alan from 713.
No, we beeped out. He says his full name, so we beeped out his name.
We're not allowed to say it.
Yeah, we're not allowed to say it. So his name's Alan. We won't say his last name, but I looked him up on Facebook. He exists. He's real. Shockingly, his timeline has a lot of politics on it. I don't know if that.
Does he look how he sounds?
Yeah, I think some of the pictures have multiple old guys in them though.
Yeah,
and I'm not sure which one's him. But you know what? The answer is yes. They all look like they could sound like
they
that.
all look like they've smoked multiple packs of Pall Malls
today.
Yeah.
So that's a stupid statement for you to make.
Someone says Alan equals Yoda. No, because he uses proper sentence structure at least. Yoda would say something like, stupid statement make you, or something like that. Like he would switch the subject and predicate around. Alan is really one of Marge Simpson's sisters. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Why are you making these statements?
Yeah,
we got a Dana Holgerson.
Oh, he does sound a little like Dana.
Got a Dana Holgerson.
Yeah, Dana's got time on his hands now too. Dana's a little bored. Got $16 million in the bank.
That's exactly what the text said.
Dana knows me. Dana and I know each other a little bit too. He would call and pester me about something like that.
You're in the know, Sean.
Every time, he does sound like Dana. Every time I see Dana, he says the same thing. He's like, "Why is Amy even with you?" He says it jokingly. Okay, all right.
Oh God.
Payne and Pendergast. Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne. ESPN did their all under 24 team for the NFL. It tells a tale of two scenarios. We'll have that for you next. But first, soda weight loss. Make that.
access. Exclusive contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Houston Sports Awards coming up in a couple of months. I don't have the date in front of me here. Daniel Gotera, Harris County Houston Sports Authority. That's his baby now. Patty Smith had it for a number of years. The ball has been handed to Daniel Gotera. He's going to jump in with us in the 9:20 segment.
January 30th.
January 30th. There we go. Lance McCullers is the host.
Yeah, I saw that.
Bregman was the host last year. He was pretty good. Bregman was pretty good last year. Seth gets the up-close, behind-the-scenes view of everything because Seth is part of the presentation as well. So Seth is on the back channels. They call it the IFB that he's got in his ear, like a little earpiece.
Yeah.
So he gets to hear everything that goes into the X's and O's of executing that thing.
Yep.
He was very complimentary of Alex Bregman as a host, and just his adaptability and how he did. I don't know if the rest of the Houston Sports Authority felt the same way, but Seth was very impressed. I'm assuming they were cool with it, but it's Lance McCullers now who's doing it. Who, as we know, wants to be buried in the H.
Lance is, aren't used to hearing from him, over the course of the last year because of the injury stuff. But don't forget how funny that dude can be.
Yeah, he's very funny.
He can be very, very funny. That's going to be a good show.
So we'll talk to Daniel Gotera. The nominees are out for the various categories. We'll dig into those as well. A lot of people weighing in on who the mystery voicemailer was for me. We'll get back to that guy too.
Oh man, we might have gotten the best ones the last.
Every time we play that voicemail message, we get 5 new guesses that are funnier than the previous 5.
Yes.
The NFL, the ESPN.com has their all youngster team, top players under the age of 24 here in 2023. And it's a fun read. I like stuff like this. It's much more fun to read now that the Texans have players who actually make teams like this, who actually get honors like this. It's been very painful the last few years to have a team. Usually when you have a team that's bad, at least the byproduct is, they're bad, but you've got some young guys on there who you're very excited about and eventually going to take you to the next level. 2021 and 2022 has not been that way. Now, 2021, they didn't have a first or a second round pick. We get that. Last year, they had plenty of picks, but it was very scattershot for that class. Best player was probably Dameon Pierce out of that class, and now he's a backup.
Yeah.
But
that's fallen hard.
But this includes, obviously, this year's draft class, which is shaping up right now to maybe be the best class in the history of the franchise. They did a really good job. Nick Caserio and the input of D'Amico Ryans, I'm sure. Incredible job with this draft class. This particular exercise, Sean Bajani, I think tells the story of probably, 2 Casarios, we'll call it. At least 2 years of Caserio. Very divergent years. Let's start with the good. The good is C.J. Stroud is your first-team quarterback in this exercise.
Yep.
He is the best quarterback under the age of 24. Brock Purdy is second team. Brock's been really good since he took over with San Francisco, but not as good as C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud says not only essentially a lock for Offensive Rookie of the Year, he's a legit MVP candidate. The 6-5 Texans are a playoff threat behind Stroud's command of the offense. Goes on to list his stats and says the Texans have a great young quarterback to build around, and we want our all-youngster team to start there too. That's the most important thing. That's the final exam. I mean, that's what counts as 2/3 of your grade, getting the quarterback right. So that's nice to see. Not only a first-teamer, but the first team being the most important position in team sports. We like that.
What did they do? 2 teams here? Was it first and second team?
First and second team, yep, at each position.
Yeah, I mean, it's that's the money shot.
It is the money shot.
Do you like that?
You with your kinkiness today.
It's all how you
fantasizing about schedules and whatnot. So quarterback, C.J. Stroud. We'll skip down. I'm just kind of scanning down. Bijan Robinson, first team running back. Breece Hall, second team. Wide receiver, Jamar Chase, Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson. Okay. Second team, George Pickens, Puka Nacua, Jordan Addison. Tank Dell deserves to be on this team.
I agree. Where's he at?
I'm sick of Puka Nacua, by the way. Sick of the guy.
Sick of the name.
I'm sick of the name. He's fifth-round pick. He's getting a lot of targets. He's getting a lot of underneath stuff. He's like the Hawaiian Wayne Corbett.
Oh, my God. What a pull.
Yeah. Doing all his little underneath stuff. Puka Nakua.
Never would have went there.
Yeah.
What a pull by
I don't even know he's Hawaiian. I know he's Polynesian of some sort.
Seriously, though.
Where's Tank Dell? Exactly.
What are they doing?
Yeah. That's a big miss by them. Skipping down, there are two Texans that did make second team on the defensive side. How are we feeling about this? First team edge rushers, Aiden Hutchinson, Kayvon Thibodeau. Don't have big problems there.
Yeah.
Kayvon Thibodeau's got 11 sacks this year, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Second team, George Karlaftis and Will Anderson. So there you go. Will Anderson, a rapidly ascending defender in his first pro season after going number 3 in April. Anderson's 24.7% pass rush win rate, ranks 5th overall in the league. 3 sacks, 28 pressures, speed off the ball shows up on tape.
It's just crazy how things turn out, though, because if you would have said, all right, pick one, CJ for Offensive Rookie of the Year or Will Anderson for Defensive Rookie of the Year, you would have chosen Will Anderson as
100%.
Defensive Rookie of the Year.
100%.
And it's just really, I mean, he's not having a bad season. He's having a good season. And even if he was having like a year, there's just some damn good players.
He'd be in a dogfight with Jalen Carter. We need to point that out. The books, the betonline.ag, which is the sports book we use each week, just whenever we talk about odds on this show, they took the Offensive Rookie of the Year bet off the board because it's so lopsided right now. CJ Stroud is that big a lock for Offensive Rookie of the Year that they don't take action on it right now. That's how crazy it is.
He shot up. I gave you the preseason numbers on that, and I forget what he was, 6.5 to 1 or something like that for Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Plus 650. Yep. The other Texan to get named in this exercise, second team linebacker, Henry To'oTo'o. To'oTo'o has the tackling range to cut off the ball on the edges, and he will shoot interior gaps to create downhill disruption against the run. That's a lot of football stuff right there. Gaps and disruption.
To get you in the mood?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm starting to feel a little like you with the scheduling earlier.
Go.
Yeah, a little bit. I see the movement skills to match and carry and coverage as well. And he can run with inside seams or transition from depth to break on the ball. Man, Clint Stoerner listening to this is getting football horny right now. Probably.
So it sounds like they really had somebody that knows their football
doing this.
At
least someone who knows exactly what terminology to drop.
Or at least somebody that maybe really knows linebacker, but not a damn thing about wide receiver.
Yeah, that's right.
Because you're going to have this breakdown of Henry To'oTo'o, but then not have Tank Dell on first or second team.
It's weak sauce, man.
Right?
Yeah.
And I almost feel like the fact that To'oTo'o is on second team, and no slight against him, but I'm almost a little bit more shocked that he's on second team than I am Tank Dell not being there at all.
Well, as opposed to being first team?
As opposed to being anything mentioned.
First team. Okay, gotcha. Oh, surprised that To'oTo'o's even in there.
I'm surprised that he's even in there more than I am surprised that Tank Dell is not. Almost.
Yeah. I think this. No disrespect to To'oTo'o, I was very surprised to see him in here. Talking about all the players who are under the age of 24, and he's one of the top 6 linebackers.
Yeah, I just wondered, maybe what does that say about
my gut? Well, look, he's a 5th-round pick, so the fact he's overachieving for where he was drafted,
and that's probably got a lot to do with it.
Yeah, but if someone's telling me Henry To'oTo'o is one of the 6 best linebackers under the age of 24 in football, I'd be like, okay, there's a linebacker problem in the NFL.
That was my point. Yeah.
So that's the good. Good job, Caserio. Good job, D'Amico. Good job, staff. You've got 3 young players in this exercise, and I would submit you've got at least one that should be in there in Tank Dell, all from your 2023 rookie class. Here's the bad. Cornerback. Patrick Surtain, first team. Sauce Gardner, first team. That's going to linger for a while. Derek Stingley's been good when he's been on the field. He needs to just be on the field. This is one of those things. The only thing that's going to make the Sauce Gardner thing go away is time. And Stingley playing at a high level.
That's it. But that's all that it needs to be. The constant comparison, that needs to die, as soon as Derek Stingley, proves that he can stay on a football field healthy and be a factor. To me, that's it. We doing the same thing, in another regard. We might end up doing the same thing with Will Anderson one day. Who knows? Like, you could pick pick any player and just kind of, bicker back and forth about it. I just hate the constant comparison. I mean, Sauce Gardner could hurt himself a year or two from now, and Derek Stingley could be a perennial Pro Bowler.
The story has many chapters still to be written, for sure. Here's my rationalization. Sauce Gardner's so damn good, and he drafted him with the 3rd pick instead of Derek Stingley Jr. Mm-hmm. Maybe he goes and wins a game or two for you last year that you wouldn't have won, and you're not picking 2nd to get C.J. Stroud. How do you like them?
That's
a healthy way to look at it, people. All right?
That's hindsight that I think I'm glad we don't have to deal with.
I am too. I'm just glad CJ's in the building. Absolutely. The other thing that hurts to look at here, we know that the Texans originally had the 13th pick in the draft in 2022 from Cleveland. That was the first of the 3 Deshaun Watson first-rounders.
Yeah.
At 13, there were 3 players on the board that I think it was perceived could be in play for the Texans. Jordan Davis, defensive tackle from Georgia. Kyle Hamilton, who is who I wanted, safety out of Notre Dame. Been very vocal about that.
Mm-hmm.
Get clowned about it. Got clowned a lot by Nick Caserio personally about my supreme love for Notre Dame people. Yeah, he always jokes about that with me, but how much I love the Notre Dame guys.
It's low-hanging fruit for anybody.
And then Kenyon Green, who they ultimately took.
Yeah.
They moved back 2 picks and took Kenyon Green. Right in front of them went Jordan Davis to the Eagles, Kyle Hamilton to the Ravens. Yeah. Like 2 teams that do not need to get wealthier on the defensive side of the ball. They are both, Davis and Hamilton, first team in this exercise at their respective positions.
Yeah.
That hurts to see.
It hurts to see. But
that hurts to see.
It's absolutely right. And offensive line, the decision-making by this organization, and it's almost regardless of who's kind of been there, it's been a tough watch, man. It's been a tough go of it.
It's not just that those 2 are working out so well for their teams. It's that Kenyon Green's been a catastrophe.
Until maybe this season, in terms of just talent evaluation. I mean, look at what Juice Scruggs has become. Look at Jarrett Patterson, how seamlessly he'd fit in. And
really good rookie class.
Unbelievable so far, right? And to the depths that the Texans needed those guys. Holy smokes.
They had to play. They still have to play, yeah.
But I'm looking at it really not just from a young player and a rookie perspective, just talent evaluation, period. I mean, you had the foresight to go out and get a guy in Kendrick Green that was freaking moonlighting as a fullback weeks prior to you picking him up, and he comes in more than serviceable at the left guard position.
Yeah.
You go out and you get George Fant, last minute, and, I mean, you've needed them all. You've needed them all. And so I think maybe we're starting to see a little bit of an uptick in terms of, talent evaluation at that position.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, and look, as we go through this exercise, 2 things that we did the good and the bad.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 things that are good, 1, the quarterback, obviously. You got the best quarterback under the age of 24. 2, it's moving in the right direction. Mm-hmm. The draft class that we are kind of on right was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
The one that's getting all the accolades is the most recent one. So it's trending in the right direction. Here's some of the guesses as to the mystery caller that left me a voicemail. Ben, do we have a snippet we can play of that caller who blamed me if J.J. Watt were to come back and suffer some sort of heart issue, that's all on me? By the way, in this caller, we didn't mention this. He's bringing up J.J. Watt's heart issue as a reason why he retired and how irresponsible I am for wanting him to play. J.J. himself played 13 games after he learned of the heart issue. But here's a little snippet of a random voicemailer to me.
You're in the know, Sean. You know that J.J. stopped playing football for a good reason. He could die of a heart attack. He's got a heart problem.
Okay. I mean, technically, we could all die of a heart attack. I mean, it could happen.
I just think that hit way too close to home for that guy. He's probably running around with a pacemaker.
Maybe. He seems older for sure.
Yeah.
We get different guesses on who that is every time. He says his name's Allen. I think he's real. But this is the first time we've gotten several Joe Exotic guesses from Tiger King. Tiger King. Daddy Stoerner makes his debut. LOL. It's always Mama Stoerner who gets mixed in. Daddy Stoerner.
Why are you making these statements?
This is the first one of these we've got as a guess, Ben. Rusty Harden.
It's not a crime. You're in the know, Sean.
Okay.
Ooh.
Rusty,
that's really close, but it might be the phone.
That's really close. Or Rusty, he was just waking up from a nap. Do that one again.
It's not You're in no, Sean.
That's Rusty Hardin with morning voice.
Very, very close. Probably the closest one.
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
Good job, 4226. Nice one.
I like the Miley Cyrus thing.
We've got 3 Miley Cyrus texts in a row on the text page. A little bit.
I wish I would have found it. I scrolling TikTok the other night. Somebody put something together of Miley Cyrus.
Yeah.
Her voice and somebody breaking wind. It was
her voice compared to a fart?
Yes, it was spot on, bro.
It was spot on?
It was spot on.
Sounds like a fart? I never thought of that before.
Well,
I like Miley.
They come in many different forms.
It's true. It's true.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, people want you to, of all the things, Ben, that people want you to keep as a hotkey, bye-bye is the big one.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's what the guy said at the end.
That's your show finish every day from this day going forward.
Told me I was stupid and then said bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Payne and Pendergast. Daniel Gotera, Harris County Houston Sports Authority. The nominees are out for the Houston Sports Awards. Who we picking? January 30th is the date. Big doings with the Houston Sports Awards. Daniel Gotera is going to jump in with us for a few minutes, and we'll talk about that next.
Zadok Jewelers at 1801 Post Oak is the absolute best place to get something really special for somebody you care about this holiday season. How do I know that? I know that just by virtue of the fact that the Zadok family has been so popular and so successful for
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we, Sean Bajani and I went through the list of nominees for the Big Houston Sports Awards coming up on January 30th, a little earlier in the show. And we talked it through, and we ended up, it could be a big night for C.J. Stroud if you and I have anything to say about it.
Yeah.
Sean Bajani.
Yeah, I would agree.
But we have our own takes on it. But and the Houston Sports Awards has become a huge crown jewel on the Houston sports landscape. This is the 7th annual Houston Sports Awards coming up January 30th. HoustonSportsAwards.com is where you can go check out all the information, tickets, and so forth. And joining us right now, Senior Director of Communications for the Harris County Houston Sports Authority. A lot of you listening probably know him best from his time at KHOU Channel 11 covering the sports scene here in Houston. Our good friend Daniel Gutierrez joining us in studio. Daniel, great to see you. Very happy holidays to you.
Hey, yeah, same to you guys. Thanks for having me on again. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's been now, 3 months removed from my days on Channel 11. So it seems not too long ago, but it seems like it's flown by as well.
Only 3 months?
Yeah, I started
Holy
with the
smokes.
Sports Authority August 28th. So just, what was that, August, September, October, yeah.
Well, that's crazy because you've done a fantastic job putting everything together in a very short amount of time.
Well, I appreciate that. And we have a great team over there, too. So it's been a nice transition. Family likes it because I'm spending a lot more time at home.
You're around.
Yes,
it's cool having you.
My kids love me being at home on the weekends.
That'll change. Eventually they'll be like, Dad, don't you have some stories to cover? Come
I know
on.
they're 6 and 3 right now, so they're all like, Daddy.
Yeah,
so now it's whenever they hit 10? About 10, 12.
When they start talking back.
Yeah. Well, that's started to happen.
Okay. Well, maybe we're closer than we think.
Sean's the guy we need to go to.
Let's not speak that into existence.
Yeah, mine are 25, 25, and 20. Here's where I am, Daniel. I got a receipt this morning from Apple that my son, age 25, resubscribed to a dating app, and that wound up on my credit card. So,
wow.
Yeah, you're dealing with different things than I am.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're dealing with what Star Wars toys we're going to buy.
Yeah, I did that back in the day. Yeah,
it's a good problem to have for them.
To be fair to my son, he did Venmo me the $53.
There you go.
So there, we can put a bow on that. So how are things coming along for the Houston Sports Awards?
Hey, we're right on track. I mean, everything's looking great. Yesterday we had our media day, our first ever media day, which comprised of us announcing all the nominees, all the honorees for all the categories that we have, Lifetime Achievement Award. It was a great day. Yesterday was good. We had it at our offices downtown. Lance McCullers Jr., our host, was there. Lance Berkman, one of the Hall of Fame inductees, was there. We had a couple of high school honorees there as well. Things are humming along. Now we've got tickets that are on sale, so it's becoming real. It's becoming tangible. People can get their hands on tickets. Like you said, it's HoustonSportsAwards.org. You can go get tickets. And we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But yeah, this year's different because for the first time ever, we're having tickets that are a little bit more the General Assembly. $95. A block of tickets is available, so those will go quickly. So if you want to come to the show and it'll be a fun time, go to HoustonSportsAwards.org.
Where is it again?
It's at 713 Music Hall downtown. Yeah, right next to the Post.
That's
right
great.
Next to the Post.
Yeah, another big-time, new, up-and-coming happening spot, so that's awesome.
Yep.
Did we mention the Hall of Fame class yet?
Well, you mentioned Berkman was at the media day yesterday, but go ahead and hit the Hall of Fame class.
So Warren Moon, Cynthia Cooper, and Lance Berkman. I mean, that is a big-time, big three right there this year. How excited are you? How do you think that's going to resonate with Houston fans?
Well, it's resonating pretty well because this year what we did that was different in years past. So every year we try to surprise the Hall of Famers with the news. I work with the family, the staff works with the family, kind of get them in a right situation to kind of spring this news on them that they're going to be in the Hall of Fame. And this year we recorded all of them and then we started releasing them every 2 weeks. And boy, it got a really great response on social media. Cynthia Cooper, you don't realize the impact that she had. Mm-hmm. A lot of people remember those Comets teams. I mean, that's probably the best WNBA team of all time. And it was right at the beginning. They won 4 straight championships.
They were very popular in the late 90s.
Huge. Yes. I remember them. I went to a game back in the late 90s too. So that was a cool moment with her on the Rockets practice court. Lance Berkman, we surprised him out at Houston Christian University because he's the head coach out there. One of his coaches told him that the police wanted to see him because of one of the players had been involved in something, and he immediately freaked. He came out with this serious look on his face, and then I was there, and his family was there, and he started looking around, and Andy Pettit was the one that told him that he was going to be in the Hall of Fame. And so that was a cool moment. He still tells me, he's like, God, don't do that to me again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was cool. And then Warren, he was in town. He thought it was going to be like a birthday party celebration type deal, and we surprised him downtown at the hotel.
With McClain.
With John McClain.
Yeah,
giving the
that
news.
was
Yes. So
McClain
John has
took
been
me through that whole saga.
Yeah, John has been a big part of this whole thing, so I really appreciate his help and kind of coordinated. We have some surprises for the Hall of Famers that night that are going to be really fun for them as well. So that'll be a good aspect of the show.
That'll be a whole lot of fun. All right, so when I think of past Houston sports awards, I know one of the big things, at least the last few years, has been the golden ticket.
Yes.
The raffle that's going on. This is a perfect time of year because the raffle ticket, I'll let you lay out what it all entails for people who don't know. But just know if you're looking for a good stocking stuffer or a good Christmas gift, Daniel is about to give you a good idea for one.
Yeah, great stocking stuffer. So the golden ticket, there's 500 of them available. You can go to the sportsauthorityfoundation.org, and that'll kind of link you back to the HoustonSportsAwards.org page to get you a golden ticket. So the golden ticket is basically you have a chance to win. You buy one ticket, and that one ticket gives you the opportunity to win a pair of season tickets to the Texans, Astros, Rockets, Dynamo, University of Houston football, tickets to the Texas Bowl, and tickets to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, and to the Houston SaberCats. So, wow. I mean, you're going to be the most popular person in your stratosphere
for a year.
For a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's to go to, and it's just a cool thing. It's an awesome gift to have, and it's one in 500 chance to win. So get your tickets because those will go fast for sure.
All right, so I don't mean to put you on the spot, but one of the things that I feel like a lot of people are probably really curious about, since this is your first year taking over for Patty Smith, and I know she did a fantastic job for a lot of years putting this on. What are some things that maybe you can share with us? I know you said you have some surprises for the inductees that night. Is there anything that you can share with the audience that maybe is different about the award show this year? The look, the feel, the vibe, maybe different things going on that night?
Well, I think one of my big things bringing into this role is to try to expand the brand of the award show a little bit more and try to get it out into the community a little bit more than what it has been. I mean, obviously it's pretty prevalent within the pro teams in that scene. Everybody really understands it. But that's why this year I added high school categories. We added high school categories because if you expand it out to the general public and involve social media, and you can already see with our high school element with the 3 categories, male, female, athlete of the year, and coach of the year, we have a fan voting component of that. And that fan vote will go into the overall calculus of who wins that award. And just in 24 hours, we're getting thousands of people, not just coming to the website, but spreading the word about the sports awards. Some of these folks have never heard of the sports awards. So to see their communities represented in this bigger picture, this tapestry of the sports awards, I think was really key for me. And not just that, but usually the sports awards recognizes one sportsmanship award and then one person for inspirational award. This year, there are nominees and honorees for each of those categories. So that night, 6 people will be recognized as opposed to 1.
Fantastic.
And so we're going to tell the stories of multiple people that impact sports in a different way. People that you may not think about, that you've never heard of, but at the same time have left a mark in their communities and in the broader Houston sports scene.
So the Community Impact Award and Inspiration Award honorees, those are the 6 you're talking about.
That's correct, yes.
And those are not voted on. Those are all 6 are there, or is that a voted on award?
there is a process to vote on those, but
the stories of all 6
stories will be told.
Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah. So in the Community Impact Award, we have Jeremy Pena. We have Peggy Turner, who's done a fantastic job with Tier Memorial Herman, their adaptive sports program. And we also have Michelle Alozzi from the Houston Dash, who is a Yale graduate and does molecular research over at Texas Children's Hospital.
While playing for the Dash?
While playing for the Dash.
That's
and
amazing.
the Nigerian soccer team. So, see, those stories, a lot of people don't know, but on this stage, to have them there and to recognize them, sure, one might be a winner per se, but at the same time, everybody needs to know their stories.
6 stories. That's phenomenal. Exactly. And if 2 of the people get a trophy out of the whole thing, that's cool.
There you go.
The Inspiration Award honorees, John Mechie III, for obvious reasons.
Yes,
Cancer
everyone
survivor.
knows his story.
Houston Texans. Eric Covert. Kingwood Park High School football coach.
Yes, he is a cancer survivor as well.
Okay.
A couple of months ago, he had a viral video. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but he was telling his team in the locker room before a game, I just want you guys know I went 1-0 against cancer. Let's go get them.
That's cool.
And so that was a really cool moment that really went nationwide, a viral moment.
Guessing that'll get replayed on the night of the Houston Sports
Maybe.
Awards.
Oh, yeah.
Possibly, yeah.
Saw that. That's goosebumpy again already. That was one of those special moments.
Third Inspiration Award honoree, Doug Dillard, Adaptive Sports Athlete, Be Abled Foundation.
Yes, so this is a guy who has been dealing with cerebral palsy since he was 18 years old, and in that time, he's competed in 50 marathons and 3 MS 150s. So it's one of those.
Wow.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's one of those. He plays golf. He mono skis in the wintertime. He's everywhere. It kind of makes you realize, holy smokes, I really need to be doing a lot more with my life in my downtime.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Again, cool stories, and I think to have them there that night kind of validates a little bit of the struggles and the journey that they were on to.
Really, really cool. And Lance McCullers is hosting.
He is hosting, and we have hopefully some big names will be there because, again, one of the other factors that I wanted to bring in is equal representation for all the teams and the nominees, and it shows in the nominations this year.
It's very evident in the nominations.
And so everyone's represented. Everybody's pretty excited, and Lance McCullers, I think, is going to do a good job leading us through it.
I think it's fantastic. You're talking about making sure everybody's represented. I mean, you're literally taking pockets of the entire city and the area and representing them. And so I know the entire city of Houston and the area is very proud and will continue to be very proud of this award show going forward.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun night, and if we can get more of those young guys, we're going to have some cool entertainers as well throughout the night spread through. But yeah, get your ticket. Go to HoustonSportsAwards.org to get your tickets. $95 for the General Assembly.
Have I been saying .com? It's .org?
It's .org. Yes.
.org, okay. Yeah. Okay, well, there's somebody's got a URL that's getting a whole bunch of hits right now. Thanks. HoustonSportsAwards.org.
Yes.
Org, okay,
yes,
gotcha.
.org, yeah.
.org. The other cool thing is I'm looking at nominees and, all the teams kind of getting their love here. And listening to you talk about the golden ticket and all those different season tickets that are in there, I'm like, I did not hear a single season ticket that doesn't feel like it's on some sort of uptick right now.
Yeah.
In terms of the product.
Absolutely.
Right? And you look at this, this has got to be really exciting for someone who is running the Houston Sports Awards to think ahead to, next year and the following year when hopefully all of the teams here are performing at a high level, because that's the direction it's going right now.
Yeah, for sure.
This thing's been the Astro Invitational the last couple of years.
Yes, it kind of has, and rightfully so. I mean, they've dominated the scene. I mean,
but it's fun to have some debate and discussion in some of these things. Absolutely.
And that's what's going to happen, I think, in some of these categories. Yeah, CJ is really obviously standing out, but all those guys, Hector Herrera for the Dynamo. I mean, he's in the Western Conference Finals.
I got texts from my Dynamo people while Bajani and I are breaking it down. and so, Dash.
So he's a huge asset to this as well, and well-deserved recognition. It's funny because the moment of the year has them winning the U.S. Open Cup.
Yep.
May have to adjust some things and show-wise if they end up bringing home the MLS Cup.
Next couple weeks.
That's a good problem to have.
Absolutely. Right? Daniel Gutierrez, Senior Director, Communications, Harris County Houston Sports Authority, HoustonSportsAwards.org.
There it is.
HoustonSportsAwards.org.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Get your golden tickets there. Daniel, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks Dan.
Good stuff, as always. Daniel Gutierrez joining us here in studio. All right, up next, we got to circle back. Big news on the Texans' offensive line. Titus Howard out for the season. What does this offensive line look like on Sunday? What's the situation for the rest of the year? We'll take inventory on one of the most important position groups for the Houston Texans, and we do it next.
If you have been in an accident, you need to call.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne. We'll check on Seth today and see how he's feeling. If you were listening yesterday, you know Seth was having some voice issues yesterday. Feels great, but his voice a couple times a year just goes out on him a little bit. He's got to be ready for Sunday like the rest of us.
Yeah.
We need to load manage Seth Payne to be ready for Denver on Sunday. That's what we got to do. Hey, join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light tomorrow afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball off FM 2920. Thirsty Thursday. Wings, cold Bud Light, chance to win some awesome prizes on site. Stick around after the show to watch the game. Thirsty Thursday with the drive and our friends at Bud Light tomorrow afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. Speaking of the drive, before we get into the Titus Howard news, if you missed it, Titus Howard out for the year due to the knee injury that he suffered on Sunday against the Jacksonville Jaguars. We'll dig into that in a second. The Bobby Petrino news about Bobby Petrino going back to Arkansas to be the OC. And we were wondering, I wonder what Clint thinks of this. I didn't get to hear their whole show yesterday, so I wasn't listening when the news came down. Apparently that news came down during the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint's ecstatic about it. So Clint's super happy to have pervy-ass Bobby Petrino back in the building, coordinating the offense.
I've got some more breaking Texans news for you.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, hang on. Here we go. Doesn't sound good.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Aaron Wilson reporting the Texans are releasing cornerback Shaq Griffin.
Okay.
Veteran defensive back, starting until Derek Stingley. That was a big question for me this past weekend. Where the hell was Shaq Griffin when Tavier Thomas was getting cooked by anybody and everybody that was catching passes from Trevor Lawrence? Where was he? Where was Desmond King? He was on the field for that one play. You know, they obviously needed him.
I bet we see some more Desmond King this weekend.
I would hope so.
Yeah, I would think so.
But it's interesting that a position group that was fairly light in the pants, you know, at various times this season at corner, you're cutting ties with, to be honest with you, I mean, I don't think it's just my opinion. I think we all feel this way. One of your better go-to guys.
Well, he's made some plays this year. You know, I can't sit here and say I've watched every snap of Shaq Griffin intently, like, you know, how many times he's winning and losing out there.
Yeah.
There was a point in the season where he was crucial because of the lack of depth at cornerback on this team.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think he's been one of the more fundamentally sound tacklers on the entire team.
Been a good tackler on the team. Yep. Yeah.
You know, that's a little shocking to me. So that on the heels of the Titus Howard news that is being reported this Ian Rappaport. Interesting. Going to be an interesting day at Texans practice.
Shaquille Griffin, 52nd out of 120 cornerbacks on ProFootballFocus.com. That's the part of the curve on Pro Football Focus grades where he could be anywhere from a top third of the league cornerback to, you know, bottom 10%. You just don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, we're talking. Is Shaq Griffin? Yep, we got that. Thanks, John.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah. Yeah. You're missing a hell of a show, Lopez.
Titus Howard.
Hey. Matt Amendola.
Oh!
Yeah, that was 2 days ago. Thanks. No, we appreciate John Lopez.
Gotta love that guy.
Man, Tavierre Thomas still 23rd in Pro Football Focus out of 120 cornerbacks.
Is that updated?
It's updated. Yeah, it's updated.
Jeez.
He was like 11th last week, so it did go down.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So
yeah. All right. Well, so we've got a lot of news. To gather today at Texans practice. Make sure you check out SportsRadio610.com. I'll have the latest from there later on today. I know B. Scott will have something along with John McClain.
Yeah.
So
this Titus Howard news, if it was before the season, well, he did get hurt before the season. He broke a hand in the preseason, and I remember being like, oh, man, that's your right tackle. What are they going to do? George Fant did not look good in the preseason for this team. He's come around.
Yep.
He's played better. It's really strange. Like, the Titus Howard news, to me, is like it doesn't move me that much one way or the other.
It doesn't hurt at all. Let's be honest.
He's been a bad left guard for them this year. And that's not his fault. Like, he's not supposed to be playing left guard. Like, he was given a massive contract extension to be a right tackle. But if you're asking me, like, okay, so how do you feel now? We're going into Sunday now against Denver. Denver's got a pretty good defense with left to right. Tunsil, Scruggs, Dieter, Mason, Fant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine with that 5.
Yeah, I think I am too. And there was a little bit of pause for me because of the way that the offensive line looked this past weekend.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. When I say I'm fine, it feels like I'm dismissing the fact they were awful this past weekend. Like, in a vacuum, the Titus Howard to Juice Scruggs thing at left guard does really nothing for me. I'm like, okay, put Juice Scruggs in there. He's meant to be a guard.
Mm-hmm.
He's supposed to be an interior offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm. I just wonder how that looks from a pass protection standpoint. Yeah. I mean, no matter who you've put in there, this Texans offensive line hadn't been able to run block for a multitude of reasons, right? I mean, I don't think we really can finger point any one thing. The run game's just been awful. 98% of this season so far, right? I just think this is definitely something to keep an eye on, how Juice Scruggs adapts to a position that, once again, he was not anticipating, playing.
Yeah.
Right? Because he was supposed to be a center. He was a center, a damn good center, and got hurt. It's just been kind of like, boom, one thing after another.
The offensive line's been just, it's been, from a continuity standpoint, it's been a mess this year.
Yeah, but to Strouser, their offensive line coach, to Chris Strouser's credit, the assistant O-line coach, Popovich, to Shaq Mason, look to the veteran guys that have been there, Fant, Mason, Tunsil for the most part. You got to credit those guys for kind of keeping it together as good as they'd had, because things were not looking good after week 2 when C.J. Stroud was, hit 19 times, sacked 11 times. You didn't know what this thing was going to turn into.
Yep. Can you all explain, text message, can you all explain the activation limits on teams off of injured reserve? A family member just said they think the Texans are done because they brought back Charlie Heck. Is this a concern or a thing we need to worry about? If your concern is Kaimi Fairbairn eventually coming back and reestablishing himself as the starting kicker for this team, you do not need to worry. The Texans, after reactivating Juice Scruggs, had 1 activation left. You get 8 reactivations off of injured reserve for the season. Scruggs was the 7th. Fairbairn will be the 8th, it looks like, eventually. Why is Charlie Heck different? Because Charlie Heck was on the physically unable to perform list coming into the season.
Right.
He was injured in training camp. He was on the PUP list. It's a different designation than somebody who gets hurt in season or at the end of training camp. Charlie's been on the PUP list since the 2023 offseason started.
I think 2 weeks ago was the first time I saw Charlie Heck around.
Really?
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Outside from that, I don't think I'd seen him since he's been visible at practices. I think maybe the week or 2 leading up to that, but that's a huge get. The fact that he's healthy.
This Titus news is tied into that. Charlie Heck coming back.
The Titus news is tied into that, but the way that the Texans have been treating Laramie Tunsil's knee, issues, and to what degree that's actually bothering him. Still, I think we can kind of see how much it's bothering Laramie Tunsil, if we're being honest. You're really looking at his play.
Yeah.
It's a big concern because you've got Josh Jones, you've got Charlie Heck, and you've got Jalen Thomas on the practice squad as the only three guys that are there from a depth perspective.
Yep.
And Jones has had to play guard, already at one point in time.
Crazy.
Has started games at left guard for the Texans this season.
Been wild. So the big news: Titus Howard out for the season. It would appear. More guesses rolling in as to the mystery caller to my voicemail yesterday, who basically told me I'm a horrible person for possibly even mentioning J.J. Watt returning to football because he had a heart issue that he played subsequently 13 games after he learned of it. Ben, do we have just a little snippet from the mystery caller?
Why are you making these statements?
Yeah. That was him.
Was that him or Tillman Fertitta?
No, it wasn't Tillman Fertitta.
Dana Holgerson?
It wasn't, no. Getting a lot of Dana Holgerson. There's people guessing who it was. He said his name's Allen, but there's a lot of you who aren't believing it. Allen is the ghost of Gilbert Gottfried. That's the first read we've done. Yukon Cornelius from the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer movie. Play it again, Ben. Play that little snippet.
You're in the know, Sean. You know that JJ stopped playing football for a good reason.
Okay. Yukon Cornelius. He was the one that Bumbles bounce.
I'll be watching that in the next week or two with my boy.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I need a refresher on that one.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, little claymation action.
Yeah.
Someone said it's Mama from Throw Mama from the Train. People still weighing in. I guess if I had to do this like an actual election, in the spirit of election season, if this were an actual runoff or an election to see who it is, the biggest vote getters so far today have been 6 Seth Payne, so like Seth from yesterday where his voice was giving out. Joe Exotic got a lot of votes.
That was a good one.
Jacksonville Jags lady got a lot of votes.
Certainly not.
No, you did. You got a lot of votes. I think the most accurate one, if you want to know the truth.
Rusty?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
It's not a crime. You're in the know, Sean.
Do it again, Ben. Right back to back. Do it.
It's not a crime. You're in the know, Sean.
That's the closest one.
Yeah. That and Jags lady.
Boy, Rusty. We interviewed Rusty in June of 2022. I think it was 2022. Was it 2020? No, June of 2021. I can't remember. I think June of 2021, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. And no, it was June of 2022 because Deshaun had been traded already. He'd been traded to Cleveland. And if we recall, Rusty said interview picked up a lot of traction. May have gotten some people in trouble, possibly. Ultimately, it all worked out. But could that be Rusty looking to get revenge a year and a half later? Like, hey, man, you put me in that spot. I don't think Rusty cared. I think Rusty was like, yeah, man, I say some things sometimes and deal with it.
He's got your number.
Oh, yeah. That's true. It would show up as
that ends that mystery.
Rusty Harden. That's true. Rusty's got my number. And by the way, if Rusty wanted to find me, he would be one of the.
It wouldn't show up. I mean, it could be Rusty, calling from like a burner phone or
borrowing
something.
His assistant's phone or something.
Bye-bye.
Who does that sound like to you, John?
That's Rusty Harden. What are we even talking about?
You think it's Rusty? You think Rusty's calling me up?
That is Rusty
Sticking
Harden.
up for J.J. Watt?
He's got a burner phone like everybody
several
else.
Probably.
Yeah, that's Rusty Harden.
Okay.
Yeah, come on, man.
It's not a crime.
It's not a crime. Yeah. How you doing, man?
I am great.
Yeah.
Glad I could help out the show today.
That was nice of you to come in segment to let us know
Don't ever say I'm not a team player.
No, you're a team player. Team player. Yeah, some interesting.
Deshaun got traded.
Yeah, I heard about that. Did you hear they hired D'Amico Ryans as a head coach?
Exactly.
Yeah, Titus. So, what did the Titus news do for you?
It did for me. I mean, I was telling you, Landry, a little while ago. Until further notice, that's a horrible contract.
It's a bad. Yeah, no.
That's a horrible deal.
Year one of the Titus extension is.
Is he the third highest player on the team?
Hand injury, several poor games at left guard, and a knee injury.
Yeah,
that's a tough look.
I don't know about third highest on the team, but he's fourth league at the time. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's pretty big, man.
Yeah,
he never really played tackle, and got hurt and.
I'm more worried about the contract than I am the actual play of the offensive line this season. Mm-hmm. That's my bigger concern. I think you're spot on with what the gut reaction is. $18 million a year. All right. You are listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Sean Bajani, thank you for coming in and doing the show. Appreciate
Anytime.
you. And to all of it, Ben, get the hotkey ready. And to all of you out there, as we hand things up, bye-bye, Ben. Bye-bye. It's gone? Okay, never mind. In the loop. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They start now.
All right. Well, here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah.
So
I was right at 10 o'clock, by the way.
we have, yeah, thanks, Sean. As you were. Titus Howard has been announced as he is going to miss the entire season.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things to think about here. My question is this. What was Titus Howard's role going to be on this team moving forward? What do you think it was going to be? Were they going to put Titus Howard back at guard instead of Juice Scruggs? Were they going to move him to right tackle? What was the role for Titus Howard
Short-term or long-term?
on this team? Because that's the question that I want to ask.
Had he come back healthy this year,
yes,
he was going to be a guard. Their long-term plan for him has to be tackle. I mean, the way they with the contract and everything. So it's kind of like you're stuck in a weird place. George Fenton is playing his ass off. And so what are you going to do long term? You're just going to say good job and tell him to carry on? Because George Fant has been very good.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's better than George Fant at tackle.
That's what I'm saying.
And that that goes to the contract, the long-term thing. But as far as like just the impact of Titus Howard, if we are to assume that Titus Howard is going to be playing guard, and I don't mean to be insensitive, I just want to be honest about it. If we are to assume that Titus Howard was going to remain at guard, I don't think this is a big injury. Like, as far as impacting the team on the field, I don't think that they're going to miss Titus Howard at guard. Maybe they would miss him at tackle. Maybe he is a really good tackle, but I don't think they're going to miss Titus Howard playing guard. Matter of fact, he's one of the worst graded guards in the NFL. You look at PFF and you look at watching him every snap of him this year. I don't look at this as like a significant injury. I do wonder moving forward, are they just going to – I'm assuming he's going to be at right tackle. Is the investment going to justify the extension they gave him in the offseason?
That is an easy answer, and that answer is no until further notice because the way that they pay – what they paid him and the years they gave him, that's a tackle. That's a tackle, and he has to produce at tackle, right? So short term, I'm kind of with you, and it does sound insensitive, but I'm not like, oh my gosh, what are they going to do at guard? I think they're fine at guard in the short term. Long term, that contract is an albatross until he can prove otherwise.
I got such a dream right now. I know. I have this is the happiest I've been about a Texans possibility in a long time.
And
man.
that is?
I cannot tell you how giddy I am.
You're giddy.
Bro. Giddy. Giddy. I have a dream right now.
Oh, man.
That I might have some exclusive company, and I think the Texans might have something we've been begging for a long, long time.
All right. You have my attention, sir.
All right. It's on the aftermath of this breaking news that just dropped.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
So the Texans have released Shaq Griffin, friend of the show.
Yeah.
Shaq Griffin has been released. Corner, I don't want to say it's an area of concern, but there is a veteran corner on the streets right now. And in the past, this guy would not have even been considered by the Texans. He didn't fit in with the Raiders because the Raiders are rebuilding. They're where the Texans once were. Texans are making a playoff push. And this guy hates Sean Payton more than I do. He's the only person in the world that hates Sean Payton more than I do.
There is one person.
He's in shape. He knows the Broncos. And he hates Sean Payton. May I present to you my dream, Marcus effing Peters on the Houston Texans. If you don't believe that he hates Sean Payton more than me, let's go back in time and listen to what he had to say about Sean Payton back when his Rams were going toe-to-toe with the Saints.
Payton keep talking that we going to see him soon. You feel me?
Fair enough.
Yeah, because I like what he was saying on the sidelines, too. So tell him to keep talking that and I hope you see me soon. You feel me? And then we going to have a good nice little bowl of gumbo together.
And then you get a gumbo together.
Seriously, though, does this not make sense? It's the same type of player as Shaq Griffin. It's a guy that can add cornerback depth. He wasn't awful for the Raiders, but when you're rebuilding, you don't want a guy like Marcus Peters.
Was his big thing.
But when beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah.
But when you're rebuilding, and you're the Raiders, you don't want a Marcus Peters in your locker room. And that's not to be a jerk or anything, but at this point in his career, that's not what you bring in Marcus Peters for. Marcus Peters is a guy that you bring in if you want to compete, if you feel like you just need some depth. A guy that could potentially buy in. I think Marcus Peters would be a nice addition, and he hates Sean Payton. And he was in the division. They beat the Broncos this year.
I like the idea of Marcus Peters.
Bring him in, baby.
I had a very weird thought that is absolutely untrue, but I had a very weird thought about about Shaq Griffin. I thought maybe they told the wrong dude he was getting cut. I thought they were looking for Tavir Thomas, and they went to Shaq Griffin. Either way, big move. I thought it was a race card.
What are you saying?
I thought it was a race card.
I
thought they told the wrong guy that he was getting cut.
Race card!
because that didn't make a lot of sense to me. It's a big move. And to your point, Landry, you don't make that move without a plan already.
Well, I mean, Shaq didn't play last game, and he's kind of fallen off. But I just think Marcus Peters, man.
Stingley's back too.
Stingley's back. You got Sting. I mean, but why not? Just bring in the nasty. Bring in the nasty funk.
He definitely has that edge. Just on the field, off the field, all of it. I'm with you. I think that would be.
But don't you think that even if this doesn't happen, just the fact that we're talking about this as a realistic possibility is kind of nice and kind of where the Texans are.
It's the standards we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean it's you're a player away, a guy who doesn't fit into a rebuilding situation might fit into where you're at. Isn't it kind of nice to be looking and looking at that type of free agent as opposed to let's see, Rex Burkhead, come on down.
Dude.
Something like that.
What they're doing is what teams that think they have a chance to make the playoffs do. That's the story for me. They're tweaking, serious tweaking going on to maybe get a little slight advantage here or there, maybe depth, maybe someone who can come in and get back to. Keep in mind, he was a Pro Bowler, man. I mean, Marcus Peters at one point was one of the better players in the league. So I think you can maybe bring him in. New environment, new system. Have him fit in, D'Amico, all that stuff. This is what playoff teams do. They try to play that chess game and try to tweak the roster just to get that extra edge.
You're just tuning in. The news with the Houston Texans. So Titus Howard, he's out for the season. Some would say his season if you watched him play. And Shaq Griffin is has been released. He's been flat out cut. And thank you for your contributions. That's the other thing about this is they're cutting guys that can still somewhat play and that contributed. I mean, that interception in the end zone against Cincinnati, we might be talking about a team that is fighting an uphill battle to make the playoffs had it not been for that. And quite honestly, when Stingley was out, he filled in accordingly. I mean, he battled his ass off. Now, were they picking on him a little bit? Yes. Is Shaq Griffin the Pro Bowler he once was? No. But he's a contributing player, and the Texans are to the point where whether they have their eyes on a guy like a Marcus Peters, whether they have their eyes on someone that's currently on their roster, the Texans are at a point where they're cutting guys that have contributed, and it's definitely not off field. Like Shaq Griffin is a great dude. He's worked his ass off. That's just kind of where we are right now. I appreciate it, and I'm very excited for this game on Sunday against Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos. I am pumped for this.
As well, you should be. I will say this as well with regard to Titus Howard, which is the other big piece of news to start the show today with him being having to undergo surgery and being done for the year. He is, in fact, the second highest paid player on the roster. I looked it up on SpotRack. He got an $18 million sign bonus. He has a 3-year contract for $56 million. I'm sorry, maybe I'm overreacting.
I never liked it.
I can't downplay.
I never liked it. I think there's a lot of ways. I never liked it.
$1 million.
I never liked it.
Second highest paid player on
the team. I never
team.
liked it. I never liked the extension at all. I don't like how good is Titus Howard going to be at right tackle? Like if he was really elite at right tackle, don't you think that when you're talking best 5, you're putting him out there
at tackle?
Very average, very below average at guard. I didn't like it, but look, rehab. Come back next year. We'll see you at right tackle. We'll figure it out. But in the short term, if he was going to continue playing guard, next man up. Matter of fact,
next man up might be better.
Juice Scruggs.
Yeah.
So, the extension, like as we approach, I mean, and I think that's going to be the case with the offensive line. Fortunately for us, we're a few days away from a game that has major playoff implications.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at. So we don't even really have to get into. We can the contract, but I do think it's interesting, and I do also think it's interesting that, to add to your point, I think it's wild that someone that they thought this much of, that is a starting player on your team, is out, and we're basically saying, maybe this second round pick playing his second game, maybe they won't miss a beat.
Yeah, no, and so to me, I can't get over that's going to be an issue that's going to, at some point, at some level, kind of hamstring the salary cap, this roster. You're going to maybe have some pride come into play, and they're going to force feed him at tackle, because that happens. I mean, if they paid him that much money, $56 million, $18 million bonus, they're really putting him at tackle, even if there might be a better option, George Fant, at tackle. 3 of the highest paid players on the roster right now are offensive linemen. We know Laramie Tunsil. Titus Howard is second. And fourth is Shaq Mason. Now, Shaq Mason, up and down.
He's okay.
Yeah, up and down.
I mean, it's not like hey, we haven't seen him play, let's give him the extension. He's okay.
But he was going to be a cap casualty, in Tampa. And then you give him the extension. So those contracts, hey, not my money, but it's going to affect my team, because that's cap. That's how you're going to play these guys. Put your best 5 out there. All that stuff. This is pretty concerning, especially at the Titus Howard.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. How did that Titus news hit you, Fig? When you heard Titus Howard out for season, how did it hit you?
Man, we'll be all right.
Yeah, we'll be all right. That's what I was saying. We'll be all right.
Yeah.
We'll be all right.
Yeah.
Like, if you gave me a list of guys that I could hear this news about, I don't know if he's in the top 20.
Oh, and you'd be really concerned?
So, how would you feel if
I don't know if he's in the top 20.
How would you feel if Tunsil was out for the season?
Oh, it'd be horrible.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
You'd be like, damn, man, that hurt.
Forget last week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't care. Yeah. That's awful.
That would be horrible.
Yeah.
Knocking on wood.
But yeah, that's just how I thought about it short term, especially if he's going to be a guard.
I feel like they played good without him.
They didn't miss a beat.
Yeah.
Nobody noticed.
They're fine. We'll see what happens. Now, what were the options going to be? Who knows? But
by the way,
we are on to Denver.
Titus Howard said Godspeed on Twitter.
Good for him, man. He should say that.
Should he?
Why not?
You usually say Godspeed to someone else.
Nah.
Yes, you do.
Nah, you can say it to yourself.
Like let's say Figgy.
First of all, when you say Titus Howard said on Twitter, I'm a tap out.
That's all you need to hear.
Yeah, I'm a tap out. Like that's just kind of like
Like if one of your best friends takes a job in Chicago, you say Godspeed, man. Good luck. Mm-hmm. You say it to someone else. He tweeted Godspeed, I guess, to himself.
I was listening to McLean this morning when the news broke, and Sean and Sean. They did a good job today, by the way. When they were talking about him being out, and they asked McLean. They said, what's the latest on it? And McLean goes, I don't know. That's why I listen to Sports Radio 610 for the news. It's like, you're kind of our insider, sir.
Yeah, it's supposed to be backwards. It's supposed to be the other way around.
We're supposed to be asking you, sir.
So what happened, John? Well, I'm listening to you.
Oh, we got a conspiracy theory, Figgy.
Oh, good.
We got a conspiracy theory. Someone says they cut Griffin because Desmond King wanted Zero back.
Well,
Desmond King wanted Zero back, and he said no. So they said, "Get your, what out of here."
Sorry, can't help you. Desmond King played one snap and made the play of the game, one of the plays of the game.
Man, just bring in just for Sean Payton game. You still need depth, though, right?
Yes, you do.
Like you can't. Like my thing is, you can't. If you still think Shaq, if you don't think any less, maybe they think a lot less of Shaq Griffin than they did earlier in the season, and they know a hell of a lot more about it than I do. But I mean, Derek Stingley having a couple of games is not a reason to get rid of your cornerback depth.
Yeah.
Maybe Shaq Griffin will still be on call or something, but that's not a reason to say, hey, we'll holler at you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not.
We'll talk to you later.
That one is, in terms of surprise, now we knew Titus Howard, had a knee thing, and it was certainly possible that he would have to be out long term. Shaq Griffin to me was just a surprise. It really was. I mean, had they said Tavir Thomas, I wouldn't have been as surprised, but it was just a surprise. So
by the way, go ahead. I'm sorry.
There has to be something else working.
There was a really good catch by Clint watching the All-22, and I always joke about watching the film and all that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But he really did catch something that I think that we need to present to Texans fans because I didn't even think about it.
Mm-hmm.
All the talk about the officiating and stuff, and we've talked about the bad calls. We've talked about the Tank Dell catch, the Steven Nelson holding. If you actually look at the play. Tavir Thomas is tackling the guy up top. I don't know if they just didn't want to say his number again because they'd said it too much. But if you actually watch the play, it was a penalty. It just wasn't on Steven Nelson.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, the NFL would look out like that, but there was a clear penalty in our guy Clint Stoerner. I know you're watching the same film I am. Our guy Clint Stoerner, he caught it.
You can see. I can just see the back judge on his microphone to the referee. Yeah, it's on number 4, but let's just say 21. Let's just say it's on 21 rather than number 4. That's enough on that guy. Isn't Tavir Thomas number 4? Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
How do you not know that?
Well, you looked at me like I was wrong.
They said it more than third down the other day.
You looked at me like I got the number wrong. I was like, maybe I got that number wrong.
No, they said number 4. Yeah, you heard him on the microphone.
They offered
about 100 times.
They offered some pity. So
Hey, just give it the number 21.
Just give it to 21, man. It's on 4, but just give it to 21.
Yeah, they said that a hell of a lot. Goodness gracious.
That's true, though. How do you not know his number after Sunday?
Jeez.
Oh, Lord.
Titus Howard, we hardly knew you, man.
Yeah.
We hardly knew you. I heard McClain bringing up him giving away tickets again today.
Yeah?
For subscriptions to his Twitch. Come on, brother. Give away tickets. You ain't got to beg for subscriptions. I gave away hundreds last year. I didn't ask for subscriptions. Really? Yeah.
Well, Titus did. I thought it was
subscribe to my Twitch.
Oh, the subs. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even do that.
Just do it.
I just started last year.
You just started
giving tickets away.
It's whack.
Yeah.
It's gracious. Get well, Titus. We want to see you at tackle next year. Oh, you laughing at Piggy. Landry Longo, John Lopez.
Salute, man.
Godspeed. Piggy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leaders Sports Radio.
I'm not saying Godspeed to myself.
Yeah, don't.
God bless me.
Yeah, don't. Coming up, we didn't get it. We wanted it, but we didn't get it. The big stage was not meant to be. We'll tell you what that means now.
face every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, so the news of the day. Titus Howard out for the season. Shaq Griffin cut. Marcus Peters, come on down. You don't like Sean Payton? I don't like Sean Payton. You're in shape. You play corner. Come on down. That is my dream scenario. Now, another dream scenario for many of you people, and I do mean you people, shout out to the loopholes if you listen, you are one, was a potential flex by the NFL. And it made sense. They already got a game scheduled for Monday night between the New York Giants and Green Bay Packers. Texans and Jets, same stadium, noon on Sunday. C.J. Stroud, the talk of things. When the possibility first emerged, the Giants hadn't won a game.
Yeah.
They seemed like a dead team walking. Green Bay, same thing. C.J. Stroud getting all the love. The Jets hanging by a thread. Since then, the Jets, they haven't won. Texans lost to the Jags. The Giants have won a couple of games. There's like some sort of division going out there, which is kind of pitiful. We'll hear that in a sec, how they've switched places with us when it comes to the Giants. And now the Packers are kind of showing some life as well. So there is no flex. It's a no flex zone, Lopez.
It is. It's not that big a deal.
Wait for it.
No flex zone. No flex zone. They know better.
No flex.
No flex. It's not that big a deal, but it does say something. Because the only reason they were going to get flexed is because they're a really interesting team. They needed to win, they didn't. The Giants needed to lose, they didn't. The Packers needed to lose, they didn't. And so, like, the story here, it's not, like, no big deal. Nothing to see here. It'll be fun. We're going to the Jets game now. We're going to go straight from Army-Navy to the Jets game next week. It's going to be a blast. So on a personal level, cool. But from a Texans attractiveness level, what it tells you is they're interesting, but they're not must-see. You know, and they haven't reached that level. I don't know if they've ever been at that level where they're must-see. Maybe 2011, 2012, J.J. Watt, all that jazz. Whereas Packers-Giants, doesn't matter. People are going to watch it. They're must-see, you know, from the casual NFL fans. So it kind of sends a message like, you're interesting, you're cool, but everything has to go right for the nation to want to see you. You're not the Packers, who can be bad. You're not the Giants, who can be bad.
Yeah.
And the nation
you have to be perfect.
The nation will still want to see you. So is that a shot? No, I think it's just the reality.
It's the reality of the situation. You know what? Quite frankly, selfishly cool. Fans, you can go about your normal routine. The noon game streak continues for the Texans. Meanwhile, in New York, the team who's going to remain in that spot, the New York Giants, they are an interesting case study. First of all, they have a coach who they felt good about last year, and he's kind of come down to earth. So that can happen in the year-to-year league that is the NFL. So that could be kind of a warning sign for the Texans. Other thing is they were in position earlier this year to where they had a chance to potentially lose out, tank, get a top 2 pick. So whether it was Caleb Williams, whether it was Drake May, Jaden Daniels, whatever they wanted to do, they could have potentially found a franchise quarterback.
Yes.
And a lot of people, like we were, which, by the way, I don't regret it, they were rooting for the Giants to lose. I think that is the right mindset. I think Patriots fans should be rooting to lose. I think Giants fans should be rooting to lose, like trying to reach that fringe of the playoffs or whatever, or have some sort of like attaboy finish to the season. I don't think it's as valuable as falling down to 2.
They're professionals.
Imagine if the Texans have won 2 more extra games last year.
I don't.
I mean, what would we be doing right now?
I don't want to.
What would we be doing? Would we be talking about Will Levis?
Anthony Richardson's knee?
But it's oh my God. Oh Lord. I don't know why you had to do me like that. But the point is, I think it's in the best interest to root for a team to tank.
Yes.
And to plummet. And that doesn't make you any less of a fan. We'll hear an awesome quote from Matthew Slater, one of Nick Caserio's former later. I think this is the best player perspective of that. But first, a friend of ours, just because we're not repping in New York at least on the big stage, doesn't mean we're not repping in New York on the big stage, because Dominic from Jersey, he called in to WFAN, the Tommy L show. And Tommy L, I guess Dominic accused him of being a homer because Tommy L at one point was rooting for tanking. 2 weeks ago, he was rooting for tanking.
Yeah.
Then Tommy DeVito goes out there and wins a couple of games, and now he's talking about playoffs. Tanking is a thing of the past. He has sacrificed his dignity in multiple ways. Not only did he sacrifice his dignity for the betterment of the team, but after that didn't work out, now he's all in, and he's rooting for the push of Tommy DeVito.
Oh, my God.
Which I think is pathetic. And I think any fan with the right mindset should think that's pathetic. Fortunately for us, we got loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen, you are one, including our favorite police officer from New Jersey, who we'll see when the Jets take on the Texans next week. We got Dominic patrolling those streets and picking up that phone, and he called in to this. This is hilarious. You guys are going to love this, I can promise you. He called in to Tommy L's show after his complete flip-flop from tanking to riding the DeVito train. Get your popcorn ready. This is entertaining.
And they go on a run. We've seen it before. So you got to tell yourself that. We could see it again.
Giants propaganda at its finest here, Loogie. It's people like you that honestly make me sick, and the two losers that just called who agreed with you. Yep is right. Loser fan base, loser mentality, nothing but a bunch of homers. You have 4 wins. You're jumping up and down over beating Washington and a 2-win Patriot team.
Yep.
The once proud fan base has turned into a bunch of pathetic losers. Tommy DeVito sucks.
Yep.
You got the 1,000-pound sisters, Dable and Wink, making pizza jokes.
And donut jokes. They also made a donut joke, too. I don't want to leave that out.
Tommy, it's crazy how you're getting on the air today. And
well, no, let me ask you a question first.
Yeah.
What team do you root for?
I root for the Houston Texans.
Oh,
one of the best young quarterbacks in the NFL.
I wouldn't argue that. Stroud is awesome. You're lucky you didn't end up with Young. You're lucky that the Panthers took him. You got Stroud. Here's my thing, though. What have I said that's inaccurate? Can they beat the Packers? Can they beat the Saints? Can they beat the Rams? Are those teams all in front of them? Are those teams any good? Can they beat the Eagles if they play their backups? That'll get them enough wins to get in the playoffs. What about that is inaccurate or crazy?
Nothing's crazy about that take, but the fact that the takes from 2 weeks ago compared to now are so different when you beat 2 of the worst teams in the NFL.
But they beat them.
Tommy DeVito's not setting the world on fire.
But they beat them. And in the NFL, that wins are hard to come by. They did beat them. And they should have beat the Jets, and I get it. They didn't. And they should have beat the Bills, and I get it. They didn't. But they had a chance to be 6-6. What I'm trying to tell you is they have played better over the last month or so. Could have beat the Bills? Should have. Definitely should have beat the Jets. They beat Washington. They beat New England. And yeah, Tony, I'm not saying those teams are world beaters, but neither are the Packers, neither are the Saints, and neither are the Rams. And they are the teams that are coming up on their schedule. It is in front of them. And yes, I did say they should tank and they should get a quarterback. They ring off a couple of wins. All of a sudden, things change. Stuff changes. Am I supposed to sit? I'm not going to sit here and die on a hill, skiers, because I saw the light. I saw the error of my ways.
Pathetic.
I was wrong.
This is pathetic.
It's all in front of them. And I have bought into the DeVito hype. I have bought into the fact that they're making a playoff push, and I fully believe it. And I'm telling you right now, I'm ahead of the curve.
Oh my God,
I am so.
That is sad. You were right about this. The homer, like for how much New York gets like credit for like
biggest homers in the country. No,
New York. This guy was saying tank, and now all of a sudden Tommy DeVito won an ugly ass game, and it's come on, brother.
No.
That's rough. That's a bad look.
2 things on that. Number one, if you haven't heard,
thank you, Dominic.
If you haven't heard me say this, I believe this for the last 30 years because I've covered a lot of stuff in New York. Obviously, we all follow New York media. For as big as like, it's the New York media, they'll be tough on you, and maybe a lot of times they are. New York media are the biggest homers in sports in the United States, like unquestioned biggest homers ever. So Dominic is right. Number 2, I'm listening to that, and I'm like, I am so glad we are out of that business too. We are out of the business of maybe they can do this, and they're
build around Davis Mills.
Yes, exactly, and. They did win 4 straight division titles. This is why I always say division titles are for losers. Because right now, the New York Giants and him in particular are saying, well, they can get to 6. They should have been 6-6. They can still maybe back into the play. And then what? What are you? You're still nothing. You're not gonna be a championship contending team. You have to go all the way back and start new. I will contend, Landry.
100%.
I will contend and root tanking in situations like that are better fans than those like, you got to support the team.
I will root for you can do whatever you want to do, but I think it is in the best interest, 100%.
Yes.
That's how I feel about it. Coming up, is it in the best interest of the Astros to trade Alex Bregman? Should they be looking to trade the Messiah? And could the days of Framber Valdez and Kyle Tucker be numbered? We're going to talk to Basketball Spo next.
Join the making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want?
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo.
All right. Should the Astros trade Alex Bregman? Yes or no?
Should they?
Should they? Would you do it?
It depends. What's the offer?
All right. If you got a good offer, would you trade Alex Bregman?
If I have an actual plan to replace him right away, then I certainly would think about it. Like if they the logical thing that they could do is go sign Matt Chapman off free agency, coming off a Gold Glove, and then maybe you trade into kind of restock your farm system, or who knows? There's a lot of different things that you could do by trading Alex Bregman, and that could help you moving forward. Because as we've talked about in the past, the approach that they have taken with things of we're just going to play these guys out to free agency and then we'll get the comp pick. That's not it's worked so far, but at some point it dries up because if they lose Alex Bregman after next season for the comp pick, they have no way to replace him. There is nobody within the organization that can step in. Like you lose Carlos Correa, you have Jeremy Pena behind him. They don't have that right now. And so that's the big issue that they're running into is that this team is still very good.
Yeah.
But there are other teams that are there now. Like they aren't far and away above everybody else in the American League. Now you can say, I would probably, if you're doing a draft of rosters, I might take them fourth at this point. So if they're not going to sign these guys, they need to start thinking about ways to replace them now.
Now we've been talking about this for a while now. I'm a little bit surprised. Not that you laid out a strong case for trading Bregman. That you don't think that it's a must.
No,
because I kind of do.
If somebody calls you and makes you an offer, you listen. But again, their whole plan is like they have all their eggs in this basket. Like they are all in to win right now.
Yeah.
So you have to have a backup plan right away. For if we trade Alex Bregman, then we need to go get a third baseman right now who can help us this season because they do still have a window. And they can still have a window if they were to trade Alex Bregman, but they have to be thinking along those lines. Go get Matt Chapman. There are other third basemen that are probably out there on the trade market that they could help them. And would they be as good a players as Alex Bregman? No, they would not be. But you could at least give yourself a way to make the roster better in other places because that's the one thing that's another issue that they have right now is that they could go into next season with a very good team. It will be very difficult for them to make that team better once the season starts because there is nothing in they emptied out the farm system to get Verlander back. And now there really isn't it. I mean, you have the 2023 draft class, which has been okay. Like I haven't heard great reviews about the first round pick, the infielder from Nebraska, the guy that they took
you're going in the sticks now.
The guy they took out of Charlotte,
in the damn sticks,
is considered to be a pretty good prospect. But again, there's not much.
The guy from Charlotte,
okay,
and the guy from LSU.
Yeah, let's move on quickly.
Who's the kid they got from LSU?
Goodness gracious! Oh my lord, Alex Bregman from
LSU.
Now you suck me into the
that kid from Cincinnati.
Basketball Spo here on In the Loop on Sports Radio.
Pipeline pretty soon.
610. So yeah, the Alex Bregman stuff is going wild. What are we doing with Kyle Tucker and Fromm? Are we just waiting now?
Probably the same thing. I mean, again, this has been the way that they've operated, where we are we'll go through arbitration, and then when you're a free agent, we'll make you the qualifying offer, and we probably won't make much of an effort to re-sign you.
Best sports mind in town, Adam Spillane. We call him Baseball Spo, but he's also Basketball Spo. He's at every Rockets game. He covers that as close as anyone. I watched the game yesterday. It's been nice to have some good basketball to watch yesterday, and I want you to tell me if you agree or disagree with this. I watched the game, and it was a good game. It was a hard-fought game. I think the biggest difference in that game, Dallas had two guys that were them, and the Rockets don't. The Rockets had glue guys that went toe-to-toe with the Mavs guys. Unfortunately for the Rockets, Jalen Green, sometimes he can look like him, and then other times he can look like that. And way too often, it's that. And I thought that was the difference yesterday, is that the Rockets are playing some good hoops. It's fundamentally sound. They're doing the right things. They're not quitting. They're battling. But they don't have anyone that is just him. The Mavs have Luka, and they had Kyrie at certain times be able to step up and do their thing.
No, you're right. You're exactly right. Their guards were essentially invisible in crunch time of last night's game. And it's very difficult to win games when that's the case. And there are times, like you said, like we had this same conversation, John, last week when Landry was gone. And Jalen Green was bad that game in San Francisco against the Warriors. And then what happened 2 nights later? He was awesome.
Yeah.
He was awesome that night against I think it was Memphis that they played. He was great in that game. And so you just have to find the consistency. And again, he's 21. So there's still time for him to find that. Like, it's there. He can get there. He can get to those points. But right now, he just can't do it every night.
And I also like the way that there was a response there. And that's where you start talking about culture. You start throwing out that C word. I like the way, whether it was the tough love on Jabari Smith or the tough love on Jalen Green, where when Udoka takes a stance, they seem to at least respond. So that's encouraging. I am glad I don't have to hear about this play-in thing anymore, though. I'm not going to lie. I enjoyed watching the game, but the play-in stuff, I'm okay not having to hear about these standings and not having to see.
But you are hearing it. They think this is like the NCAA tournament or something.
Hilarious.
The league partners do.
Yeah.
Did you? I don't know if you saw the end of Sacramento Golden State.
I did. We were
night.
just talking about that.
Hey, Brian Anderson saying, "Oh, the play-in, it's a huge success."
Come on now.
Like I feel like I feel like the play-ins like getting credit
or the in-season tournament. Sorry.
Yeah, the in-season tournament. Like I know that was an intense, good basketball game, but
it would have been intense regardless.
That's what we were just talking about.
Like Sacramento, the Sacramento fans are pumped when the Warriors come to town.
Anyway,
the Warriors come to town. They're on the fringe. You know they're going to be excited. And the other thing is like, oh, look at this, Steph Curry going back and forth. Oh, Steph Curry's never had any regular season bangers. Like we're getting Steph Curry and the Warriors have never had any regular
He's
season
leaving it all on the floor.
games. Like, what are we doing? Like, they're getting credit for everything.
He'd be bored during the season, man.
You had the two coaches last night, Joe Mazzulla and Billy Donovan, kind of getting into it because the Celtics are trying for the point differential thing, so they're hacking poor Andre Drummond so that they can get more possessions out of this game. And Billy Donovan's all, so it's going to lead to a fight. In all honesty, but listen, the whole thing is dumb.
It's dumb.
Thank you.
But
it's dumb.
I'm interested to see what it leads to next week once you get into the knockout rounds, because there is money on the line now.
The only good game is going to be Vegas. The only game that's going to feel kind of special.
Well, and the players do want to get to Vegas,
right?
Too. Like that's been a thing that multiple players have said, including guys that are on the Rockets. And again, you win the quarterfinal games, that's an extra $50,000 in your pocket. You win
great.
Hey,
LeBron gets 50 more.
Well, LeBron, but there's other guys that are on that team.
Oh, come on.
So I'm not saying it would have been. Listen, from the Rockets' standpoint, it would have been good for them to get there because all the games are on islands. They're all island games. They're on TV. Rockets have not had games like that in a long time. So the Rockets haven't played on TNT in more than 3 years. They would have played on TNT next week at least once had they won that game last night. And I think it's a showcase that they would have liked to have had just to show the basketball world that we aren't the team that lost 60 games.
But they can do that anyway.
Well, no, they'll have other opportunities for that, but it would have been a good one for them to have this early in the year.
I just think it's appropriate that the acronym for NBA in-season tournament is NIT. I mean, what? NBA in-season tournament?
You really had to stretch to get that.
It's the NIT. It's the NIT. I think that's appropriate. I can't believe y'all hadn't thought of this already.
In-season tournament is IST.
But it's hyphenated, so it's NIT.
The NBA in-season tournament.
You got Stretch Armstrong in the building.
Dude, this is obvious. It's the NIT. It's the NIT. Y'all are just pissed that you didn't think of that yourselves.
That's exactly the problem that we're having right now.
Spo, how much do you think the Texans will miss Titus Howard?
A little bit. Can you? I still don't get the whole right tackle, left guard.
Yeah, well, that was my thing. Is if we're talking about him and he was just going to play guard, I don't think they'll miss him much.
Yeah.
Now, if Drew Scruggs was going to play left guard and they're going to move him back to tackle, and they think he's an upgrade over Fant, which I don't know whether they do or not, then yeah, maybe you can make that case. But like as far as the way he was playing at guard, it wasn't great.
No, and I thought Drew Scruggs was okay.
Oh yeah,
I didn't notice a difference.
Now I don't know if they wanted to eventually move Drew Scruggs to center. Yeah. And so that might be something that comes up, but
Michael Dieter must be going, what the hell do I have to do? Same thing with George Fant.
Then they embarrassed Dieter on the Inside the NFL thing.
No, Dieter did have a couple of bad,
Yeah, well, still, it's kind of an embarrassing moment.
Yeah. But he's been more than fine. He's been more than fine.
Yeah.
And George Fant has been more than fine.
Yeah.
Their offensive line has been better. So
we'll see what happens. Spo, appreciate you. Keep doing your thing. Keep covering the Rockets. Keep following the Astros. I don't know what Lopez was talking about. I apologize. I apologize for the awkward moment here.
How was that awkward? It's the NBA in-season.
You forgot the
tournament.
S.
The S, it's a hyphenated word. That means it's just I.
So then it would be I. So then it would be I.
Can we get a ruling from Figgy on this?
N-I-T.
In season doesn't start with N, it starts with I.
This is a rough day for Texas A&M.
In season.
All right.
So it's a rough day for Texas A&M.
All right. Appreciate you, Spo. Thank you very much. Coming up next, let's do a little scoreboard watching. We haven't done this in a long time. Plus, there's something that happened when the Texans put out their depth chart that has me just wondering, like, what the hell is going on over there? Like, is it much to do with nothing, or what the much ado with nothing? Whatever Lopez is correcting after his weak ass NIT thing. What is going on there? We'll talk about it next. First of all, I want to tell you about Orchard's win-win program. My God, it's their
Titus Howard out for the season. Texans, looks like Juice Scruggs probably going to be your starting left guard. And then George Fant will remain at right tackle. In the short term, if Titus was just going to play guard, I think the on-field impact isn't huge. I think you'll be okay. We'll see. There could be some struggles for Juice Scruggs, and you always want as much O-line depth as possible. But I think we'd agreed all season long that Titus Howard, his best position, don't know how good he is at it, but his best position is right tackle. Was he better than George Fant? I don't know. But his best position is right tackle. And the guard, like from just a guard perspective, if he was going to play that, then I'm intrigued to see what Juice can do and what he's capable of.
Yeah, my biggest concern, as you know, is the contract. It's a bad contract. There's no other way to put it. 3 years, $56 million, $18 million contract for a left guard that has played, one complete season in his career, I believe? Titus Howard's only played one complete season. So that's my biggest gripe. But that said, he does have, a lot of experience, and there's no guarantee that Juice Scruggs, as much as we've been talking about, there wasn't a significant drop-off that we saw. He's still just entering his second game. So there are some concerns there if you want to make sure that he continues to play like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's played, 14, 15, 17 games. But, yeah, one like didn't miss a single game.
Yeah.
Season, Titus Howard. He's going to be out, so we'll keep an eye on that. Also, Shaq Griffin, he's been released. I want Marcus Peters here. He hates Sean Payton.
For that reason?
Well, I mean, he's got he's got good. Experience.
He could be good.
I think in the situation the Raiders were in, you don't necessarily want a guy like Marcus Peters. He's a kind of like play away, bring him in type of guy. But in this situation with where the Texans are, why not? You could use some toughness. You could use some edge. You could use some grit. You could use some depth. Marcus Peters, why not? Bring him in.
No, I'm with you. Why not? I think maybe even a little pixie dust comes into play. Playing for D'Amico, obviously.
I don't even know if he needs it.
Some guys. Well, the big gripe in Las Vegas was his tackling just really fell off, and he was just flailing at guys. But he at one point was a Pro Bowler, so I think it's worth a look. That's for dang sure.
I mean, it's the same thing as Shaq Griffin. I mean, it might be a better version of Shaq Griffin.
Yeah.
I don't know. Although Shaq was tackling at a decent level, but Shaq Griffin was a friend of the show, good dude, and we'll see how it happens. He was also a contributor. I mean, he made some good plays, and he made the interception in Cincinnati that killed that drive. He intercepted Joe Burrow. He filled in for Derek Stingley when Stingley was out. You gotta salute Shaq Griffin. That was a contribution. Salute to him.
It was, and the other part that's good if you're a Texans fan is clearly this is a move that the team is making because they think they need that little extra something somewhere or some various places to get to the playoffs. So this is kind of like a little. They're just trying to find another little edge, and they're going to bring somebody in at some point. And by the way, they still haven't officially said who's going to be kicking. They brought in two guys for workouts, and who knows about Amendola. And today's a big day for practice, as far as seeing, who's going to be active, who's going to be. Spoiler alert, Laramie Tunsil's not practicing today. But other than that, we're going to be interested in seeing that.
This is Marcus Peters talking about Sean Payton. And this is why I think he's in shape. Just bring him in. Hell, make him active. Make him active.
Why not?
Here's Marcus Peters talking about
Sean Payton. Keep talking that we going to see him soon. You feel me?
Fair enough.
Yeah, because I like what he was saying on the sidelines, too. So tell him keep talking that and I hope you see me soon. You feel me? And then we're going to have a nice little bowl of gumbo together.
All right, there you go. Nice little bowl of gumbo.
Why not? Who doesn't like that?
How about that? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So I'm going to go scoreboard watch him. I'm there. We got 6 weeks remaining. I'm going to go scoreboard watch.
Isn't that another sign?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Those are two teams in front of the Texans, 7-4. One game. You play Cleveland. You've already beaten Pittsburgh. This week, the Browns go to L.A. to take on the Rams. Now, you might be saying, oh, Landry, Rams suck. They're not good. They haven't been good since they won the Super Bowl. Cleveland,
last week.
They got a really good defense. Well, could I interest you in a point spread?
Yes.
The Rams are favored by 3.5 points.
I can see that.
The Rams are favored by 3.5 points. So if you win and the Browns lose, as expected, if chalk holds up, Then you creep up to the Browns.
Yeah.
Colts.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I actually don't think the Rams, I mean, certainly last week, but I don't think the Rams are that bad. I think they've found something again, in the last couple of weeks.
Colts and Titans. Colts and Texans are tied. Now, if the Texans win and the Colts lose, the Texans will be inside of the playoff picture and the Colts will be outside. Could I interest you in a point spread when it comes to the Indianapolis Colts?
Oh, wow, yes. I didn't see this one.
They're -1 at Tennessee.
Yeah.
-1. That's it.
The Colts are
home team. There's a rule in the NFL. A lot of times you take the points when the team's at home.
Yeah, because generally it's a 1.5 point home field advantage. So,
I think 2.5.
Is it 2.5? Something like that. The Colts are clearly just fragile. Like everything has to go right for them.
I just still don't find myself respecting them.
That's what I'm saying. They're fragile.
I don't know why. I just don't find myself respecting the Colts. I probably should.
And Jonathan Taylor out.
Shane Steichen's done a good thing. He's going to be out for a couple weeks with his thumb injury.
Surgery.
So that's where you're at, man. You got that. Tennessee. I would if I think Tennessee wins this game. So you'll be in a playoff picture. The Steelers are taking on the Arizona Cardinals. Steelers are a 5.5 point favorite. They should win that game. Will they? Who knows? Arizona's been known to mess around and compete every once in a while. We'll see. But the point I'm making is if you win this game on Sunday against the Denver Broncos and Sean Payton, there's a very good chance you're going to be inside the playoff picture with how many? Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5 games remaining. You're going to be inside of the playoff picture and in firm control of your own destiny. It's all right there in front of you.
Last week, everything that the Texans did not need to happen happened. Let's play the other side. What if everything that the Texans need to happen happens? Steelers would be 7-5. Browns would be 7-5. Colts would be 7-5.
What if the Bengals mess around and upset the Jags on Monday night?
There you go. But even
that's a big what if. I don't believe that.
But even if you're just looking at the Steelers, Browns, and Colts, they could all be 7-5. Well, guess what the Texans' record will be if they beat the Broncos? 7-5. So yeah, that I'm in on scoreboard watching right now. Hell yes, it's been a while, man.
Pump for it, man.
Yeah,
pump for it.
It's been a while.
It's gonna be really, really fun to see where that goes. So Lopez had some stuff come across his mind, and he was talking about tests. You're talking about tests. Sunday may be the biggest barometer this Texans offense will face. Lopez is loving up on Sean Payton. He's loving up on this Broncos squad.
Loving up on Sean
He's
Payton.
rubbing Sean Payton's shoulders.
I am not.
Go ahead and rub up on Sean Payton and tell me why this is such a big test.
It actually has nothing to do with Sean Payton. Like nothing, zero. Nothing to do with Sean Payton. Let's talk about the Texans offense. Because let's assume, and I do, that Laramie Tunsil at tackle was an aberration. Let's assume the receivers having a tough time against the Jacksonville secondary was a fluke, was an aberration. But what happens if it's not? I mean, this was one of the worst weeks that the wide receivers had. Agree? I mean, we saw.
I mean, it wasn't awesome. It wasn't all horse bleep, to quote Bill O'Brien. I mean, Titus Howard had 7 for a bill. Tank Dell had some good moments. I don't think it was the worst.
Tank Dell I thought was the exception.
Yeah, I would say they were worse in Baltimore.
You think? Yeah, maybe.
Indy was a lot of mop-up duty.
Okay, well, that kind of helps
Carolina.
My question
Yeah,
here.
I would say it was probably like maybe 4th, 5th.
I thought it was their worst of the year. Yeah, especially given the expectations, the higher expectations we had for him. We all saw C.J. Stroud running around for his life back there and trying to wait for guys to come open. So the Broncos defense, we know they have the best takeaway. They're the best at takeaways in the NFL.
Yeah, because all their defensive stats have actually gotten worse from last year.
Bingo.
From yards, rushing yards, receiving yards, all that. They've all gotten worse from last year. Now, I want to be fair. I want to be fair. I just don't want to be on Peyton and Denver Broncos hater. I do want to be fair. And I'm not usually hey, you put this game aside. But they did allow 70 in one game to Miami, so it kind of is going to that's going to skew the stats a little bit.
Okay, but even at that, like the reason this is such a test for the Texans offense is the secondary is giving up, the Broncos secondary is giving up 68% completion percentage. 68. They also have one of the highest yards per attempt in the league. So in other words, C.J. Stroud should feast. These wide receivers should feast against that secondary. And that's why I brought up this question. Like, if last week it wasn't like a worry, but I was startled by what I saw. I was like, oh my, they're having a tough time getting open. If they can't get open against the Broncos secondary, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like they're giving up big plays.
Yeah.
And then to add to that, the Broncos have, I always like this term.
I think they have underrated weapons.
No, I'm talking about their defense still.
Okay.
The worst rush defense in the NFL.
Oh, so maybe Devin Singletary will actually get to play?
30
We'll
seconds.
get into that in a second.
30
We'll get
seconds.
into that in a second.
They are DFL in rush
Hell
defense.
is going on around here.
So my point is this, Landry. You should run the ball. You should be. This is the worst defense, run defense in the NFL. So you should be able to run the ball. These receivers should get open. If this offense doesn't get well, then I might start to worry. That's my point. If we caught an aberration, they should get well this week. Bad secondary, bad run defense. They got to do it. They've got to. I mean, C.J. Stroud's got to pick them apart. The run game has to set up the pass game. They got to get a lot of points on the board. They should feast this weekend, offensively. And if they don't, then that's the discussion we're going to have next week.
Got to win this one, baby.
Got to
win this one. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig.
Must win.
You. Yes.
It's a got to win.
Yeah, I think it's a must win.
It's a got to win.
I think so, yeah. I have no problem.
Sound like a must win to me.
Yeah, I think so. Got to get it. Got to get it. Tomorrow, John Lopez is going to hand out the Snell Awards, the Blake Snell Awards, a.k.a. the Do Something Bros.
Do something, bro.
Yeah, we're going to give away. We're going to have the
Can you do something, bro?
Tomorrow.
We're going to give away those awards.
The
tomorrow.
John Lopez Do Something Bros coming up at 10:20.
Dude.
Good God.
Yes, you can also call them the Good God Awards.
10:20. The Good
Bro,
Gods.
I'm risking my life.
10:20. Do Something Bros coming up tomorrow. Courtesy of John Lopez. So did you see the? Did you hear about the whore lurking around
the
NRG? Whore minus the H, the or. My bad.
Okay, thank you.
I misspoke.
Yeah.
The or.
I thought you was talking about the hoes.
Yeah.
Them hoes. No.
Yeah, holes everywhere.
There is a whore minus an H. There's a whore minus an H.
You're still saying it.
An or has been lurking around NRG.
I'm a little bit uncomfortable.
I'm not talking about any love or anything like that.
Well, they tend not to be too lovely.
But I will say this. Mm-hmm. I was very surprised when I saw the Texans depth chart yesterday. And I think this is one of the first times that we've seen an or on the depth chart, where you basically don't select a starter or there's not enough of a gap between the first stringer and second stringer to where the or, the whore minus the H, emerges. Did you get a look at this?
I did. I'm glad you brought this up.
Did you get a look at this? And maybe it's not. Maybe it's nothing.
No.
Maybe it's nothing.
I think it's something.
But we saw Devin Singletary for 2 weeks provide the Texans with a hell of a rushing offense. We saw Devin Singletary during a win when Dameon Pierce was active be clearly the best running back and emerge as at the very least the 1A.
I'm glad you brought this up.
At the very least the 1A.
I meant to put this on the doc.
Okay. So Dameon Pierce comes back after Singletary does what he did, and Dameon Pierce gets 5 carries to Singletary 6. Then this depth chart comes out. Did you catch this, Figgy?
I didn't.
You didn't catch this depth chart, huh?
No.
Listed on the depth chart at running back. First name is Dameon Pierce. Then there's an or, and then it's Devin Singletary. So it is true committee, Dameon Pierce first, or Devin Singletary. What are we doing, bro?
Is this preseason?
What
Thank you.
are we doing, bro? What are we watching? I don't claim to know an ounce as much as Bobby Slowick, although at times I feel like I do, specifically with the way he's handled this. Maybe we get out there on Sunday and Devin Singletary is the guy. Hell, my dream scenario, you know what my dream scenario is? Dameon Pierce rushes for 175 yards, and everybody on the text line can say, Landry, you're a dumbass.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. I'm fine with that. Not going to happen, but I would be fine with that.
Keep criticizing Damian
What
Pierce.
are we doing? What is going on? What am I missing to where Devin Singletary has not established himself, whether it be what we actually see in a game to what we see on a depth chart? What am I missing for this to be a thing?
You're not missing anything. I'm not missing anything. Figgy's not missing anything. I think this is a very clear indicator. Now, you can say it was whatever, strategic, whatever advantage you want to have, keep the Broncos defense guessing, whatever. They're guessing anyway. I mean, we just went through their stats. No, I think this is a sign of some kind of, and I'm not trying to create something out of nothing, but this is a sign.
But there's context clues. It's not like we just saw this depth chart and we're like, oh my God. No.
Yeah.
We saw an actual game where Devin Singletary, coming off what he did, was getting close to an equal amount of carries as Dameon Pierce. That's what we saw. So it's not just a reaction to a depth chart.
Yeah, no, I think this is a sign of even they have conflicting opinions. I'll put it that way. I'm not saying there's strife, on the coaching staff or whatever. No, I mean this happens everywhere. Where you think, should we do this? Should we do that? I think it's a sign that there are conflicting opinions as to how they want to play the rest of the season at the running back position. I'm not trying to be dramatic.
I mean, we saw a game.
Yeah,
we saw a game, and we saw it before.
We've seen Dameon Pierce carry the bulk of the load. Didn't work. We've seen Devin.
Keep doing it.
We've seen Devin Singletary carry the bulk of the load. It worked. And then we saw a game. Then we saw a game after Devin Singletary's two big games where they split it 6-5.
This is a bunch of. There's a bunch of. I mean, this is a reasonable question. What are we doing? What is it going to look like?
Yeah.
And again, it can look like anything on game day. It can be, but this is based on what we actually saw, and this was the most confusing thing for me. This was my biggest reaction on Monday: is what has gone on? Why did they just completely bail on this? And now you see this. I think it's something to keep an eye on, and maybe they know more than we do. Maybe Dameon Pierce goes out there and does his thing. That would be awesome. That's my dream scenario. That's what I want. But, man, I liked what Singletary was doing for this squad. I enjoyed it.
Again, I'm not trying to be dramatic. Clearly, there are conflicting opinions about how they should play the running game. We'll see. We'll see on Sunday because, as I just mentioned, they're facing the worst rush defense in the NFL. If they force feed Dameon Pierce, who knows? I think we'll see how they play it out. I mean,
it's gonna be wild.
What they think of these
I
guys.
saw it and I was like, man, where are these oars coming from?
Yeah.
Where are these oars coming
from? I'm glad you brought. I had that in my notes and I never put it on the doc. I'm glad we brought that up.
I was a little bit concerned about it. Very, very concerned about it. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here, Sports Radio 610. Now, there's reasons for optimism, though. Let's get into the reasons for optimism on Sunday. And then there's something that's happening with boomers. Like there's a boomer invasion going on around here.
Shout out to the boomers.
That I think John Lopez is liking a little bit too much.
I'm loving it.
And I got called out yesterday, and I wasn't even joking around. It's next. First, I want to tell you about the best thing I did for my home. It was Texans Turf. You see all the advertisements about going to artificial grass. All right, so Titus Howard out for the season. Shaq Griffin released. I want Marcus Peters in town. I want that type of energy. But we shall see how that goes down. We're feeling good about the Texans. We're feeling optimistic. But sometimes more success, more criticism, more potential concern. Don't ignore in glory what you would otherwise not ignore in defeat. However the hell Van Gundy says it. You know what I'm saying. You asked about some potential concerns and whether or not they are valid or not. Let's throw those out there. And then we got to talk about this boomer invasion that's going on around here, Figgy. And
by the way, spoiler alert, I am going to proudly wave the boomer flag.
And good for you. And good proudly. For you. And that's great. And I mean, you will not be alone. I simply said something serious yesterday, and I got called a slime ball and a bad joke, and I was being. I mean, it really is true.
Well, I got to hear that.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
And it all motivates from a big week for Sean Pendergast in the morning. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. They're giving away Rolling Stones tickets all week.
Damn right.
So be listening, and you can get your tickets. And if you don't get them, there's another way to get them. Wasn't a joke. So I'll let you know about that coming up in 5 minutes. But let's lay out these concerns.
Where's the music?
I think my man John Lopez is a scared mofo.
Little bit.
He is a scary mofo. Lay some of these concerns out.
These are simple questions.
Lay some of these concerns out.
These are simple questions. Figgy, get in on this. Cause for concern or much ado about nothing? Yes, you heard me right. Ado.
I just don't think that's very appropriately said.
It's the right
term.
No,
it's dated. It doesn't like much ado. Who much ado? Much to do is the same thing. Nothing to do with it. Just keep going.
Except it's not. All right.
So this is Boomer.
It's Shakespeare.
Boomer.
It's a Shakespeare quote. That's where it came from.
Boomer.
Anyway, cause for concern or much ado about nothing.
Go ahead.
To do about nothing. Whatever is your preferred.
Who's Lopez's favorite quarterback?
I don't know who.
Boomer Esiason. What's Lopez's favorite college term?
What?
Boomer Sooner.
It's my favorite TV broadcast. Boom goes the dynamite.
That was a good one. We're having that guy.
All right. All right. So Brevin Jordan, you may not have noticed this, and I didn't until I saw the snap counts. And why I was looking at snap counts, I have no idea. Brevin Jordan got
damn professional.
The Brevin Jordan got the vast majority of fourth quarter snaps on Sunday over Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz did not have a good day. 16 out of 20 tight end snaps on Sunday. Is that a cause for concern, or is that much ado about nothing?
I don't think it's anything. It's weird.
It's weird.
But Brevin Jordan did make a play. He made that third down. Right before the 2-minute warning.
Could it be injury? Could it be blocking?
Maybe he was nicked up. I don't know. He's been blocking better, I thought.
Or maybe it's as simple as production. Figgy?
Yeah, that's kind of.
Brevin Jordan's existence is weird to me.
Well, here's my point, and we're going to correlate two things.
Is that harsh? Like, are you surprised he's still here?
Yes.
And making plays?
I'm surprised he made the team.
Because he's inactive, then he's in. It's confusing.
Who's keeping them on the team?
But let me mention this. If we're going to sit here and say, oh my gosh, Devin Singletary had 6 carries and Dameon Pierce had 5, we can't ignore Brevin Jordan having 16 out of 20 in the fourth quarter.
That's fair.
You know?
That's very fair. Yeah. Maybe we'll see Dalton Schultz on that injury report today.
We'll see. So this is admittedly a little bit of a stretch.
Oh God!
But I don't think it's a big stretch.
Oh no!
Have we even mentioned maybe once or twice that the Texans picked up Derek Barnett, former first-round pick from Philadelphia, a very good defense, by the way. Obviously, Adam Schefter said that they considered trading him.
Trading for him.
For him, yes. But instead they got him via waivers.
Yeah.
There's something there.
He's just a body.
Figgy?
He's just a body.
Yeah, I think so too, man.
This is a scared guy. This guy's a scared guy.
Admittedly, I'm not too, caught up in that. Here's another one. Much ado about nothing or cause for concern. Denzel Perryman is back from suspension.
Okay.
Is he going to make that big a difference? And more importantly, what's it going to do for Blake Cashman?
You move Blake Cashman right to the strong side, and he continues to make plays, although he was good when he filled in there.
Blake Cashman's your best linebacker.
I think the biggest concern for me, if we were going to do this, is Denzel Perryman still going to add value following getting suspended the way he did? Like, if he stops playing that way, what good is Denzel Perryman if he's not a real physical, get in there type of guy? So I just hope he still plays the game the same way.
Yeah, I think for some reason I feel like Perryman gonna come back in like it's his position, like nothing happened, and move Blake to the side.
Yeah, like Cashman.
This for me is.
I don't think he lost his spot.
Yeah.
No, and
just be you, Denzel.
I know he didn't lose his spot.
Be yourself.
I know he didn't lose his spot, but this, frankly, is a little bit of a cause for concern for me. Because if Denzel Perryman is on the field, he's going to be attacked in the passing game. Right? He's going to be targeted in the passing game. I know he's good and he has value, especially first and second down. But I think that Blake Cashman's really good against the pass and is having a Pro Bowl year.
Okay.
So a little bit for me. Noah Brown, big day today and tomorrow on whether or not he practices. I mentioned this yesterday. They play just 1-4 of the top receivers: Hank Dell, Nico Collins, Robert Woods, and Noah Brown. Are they going to play with all four on Sunday, and what will it be? What will it mean?
I think it's going to be awesome. Is what it's going to mean. I think it's going to be a 58 yard passing day for CJ Stroud.
All right.
Three touchdowns.
I'm good with that.
3 touchdowns, 1 for each.
I'm good with that.
I do think he would make a difference. I think Noah being back would make a big difference. But also, I feel like they still need, like we said this week about the receivers, how they kind of look a little meh.
Yeah.
Look, I feel like we should not change the fact that we probably need some receivers in the offseason.
All right, these last two guys are to me the biggest ones. Cause for concern and much ado about nothing. The Texans waived Matt Amendola. They lost the game, not specifically because of kicking, but had they had Kaimi Fairbairn, I think they win that game. So Matt Amendola has been waived.
Oh, I'm terrified.
They've worked out Brett Maher and somebody named Taylor Russolino.
Yeah, I'm terrified.
But Amendola could be back.
Terrified.
Figgy?
Yeah, I'm terrified too.
Yeah,
this is going to be a close game.
Yeah, scared.
This is going to be another close game.
Scared as hell.
Now here's the last. Here's the last
scared.
one.
Yeah.
And not to tug on Superman's cape here, but this is a concern for me.
I forgive you.
The Broncos lead the league in takeaways. You're Superman?
I'm like, damn, John, you gonna keep going?
Like it went right over my head for a second. The wood was burning. So the Broncos lead the league in takeaways with 22. CJ Stroud has had a stretch of 6 turnovers in 2 games?
Yeah, but a couple of them are misleading.
Fair enough. He bounced a ball off of a guy's hand on Sunday.
He did. No, I'm not concerned about this.
Not concerned about this?
Not at all.
Figgy?
Nah, I'm not concerned.
We're good.
I am.
We're good with CJ. Oh, wow.
I am.
So how many picks is he going to throw?
Not because I think CJ Stroud is going to necessarily throw several picks, but because we all know this. Teams that create a lot of turnovers all year long. That's just the way it goes. I can't even explain why. Okay. Like teams just that when they get on those rolls of creating a lot of turnovers, they tend to always create a lot of turnovers.
Okay.
That's a concern.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. We'll get to this boom invasion on the back end. We got to play the hits, too. There's some really, really wild things going on in the world of Pigskin, pro and college edition. Plus, this might be the best player quote that shows an understanding of fans, including the fans around here, that I think you will ever hear. I don't think I'm overselling it. I'll let you decide next.
It's Texans Game Week. Can CJ Stroud and company.
fans of your generation being old as hell and touring. Because me personally, there are some guys that I liked in the early 2000s that I wouldn't even go see now because they're washed. Yeah. And I'm like, man, this dude is, well, I don't want to see this dude on stage. What are we doing? Why is it that all these bands from like back then, they're still touring and stuff? Like I see Metallica, they still got their damn leather on and they're out there doing whatever the hell that is. Why is that? What is the generational gap that I'm missing?
I think it's a couple of things. And first of all, I don't think it's like all these bands. I think like
there's a lot more of tours going on from like that. Were concerts just a bigger deal and it meant more and they put more into it? Like what's the deal?
I think it's a couple things. Number one, staying power. Like I wouldn't go see the Rolling Stones if they were just a bunch of guys with canes up there, singing acoustic Rolling Stones songs. We all know.
You might.
I wouldn't. We know the Rolling Stones, while they might not be 1978 or 1980 Rolling Stones, they still bring it, man. Like somehow,
Mick Jagger is 3 years older than Dolly Parton.
Yes.
Like we were making a big deal about Dolly Parton. Like Mick Jagger's 80.
Yeah.
Is he still jamming on the stage?
It's
though?
Incredible.
Come on.
It's incredible.
Come on.
No. It's
Hey, is he still moving? Is he still moving around on that stage?
No,
dude. Y'all
Dolly Parton was not moving around on that stage, man. I don't care what y'all say.
Y'all are gonna eat your words on that come April 28th.
No, I'm literally asking.
No,
because these older guys, some of these older guys still be moving, man.
Just look at YouTube of their last tour. I think it was a half or something like that. That's number one. Some of these guys actually have staying power. And then the other thing about why people are still touring, dude, it's not going to be at some, what's that blues place downtown?
House of Blues.
House of Blues. Don't disrespect the House of Blues.
No, I'm not disrespecting.
What's that blues place downtown?
Yeah, man, that's so disrespectful.
I just drew a blank. They're selling out NRG, dude. They are still a stadium band. So that tells you not just their staying power.
They still got the audience.
But the staying power of their music. When I went on the website this morning to see when tickets were going on sale, by the way, 10 a.m. on Friday, so I'll be multitasking it, or I'll get somebody to do it for me, on Friday at 10 a.m. My
Just get the AARP membership.
You
won't have to worry about that.
Maybe I'll do that this afternoon.
Yeah, you won't have to do that.
My 30-year-old daughter said, I want to go.
Okay.
So it's generation. The music has staying power.
I mean.
Like even you, Landry.
What she know about some Rolling Stones?
She's trying to be supportive.
She's trying to be a hipster.
No, like even you,
Daddy,
Landry.
what was that music you were playing all the time?
You could hear like any number of
Let's
Rolling.
go with Dad.
I don't want to see an 80-year-old on stage. I promise you.
But you may.
There will never be a moment. I don't even want to see a 45-year-old on stage. 50 Cent had that tour. I saw 50 Cent. Who knows how many times growing up, and he was having. I didn't want to see that.
Yeah.
I think
you will.
But sometimes
I think you will.
Sometimes you got to see a legend. Like I've never seen the Rolling Stones in concert, but I would be excited to go to this concert because I never seen them in concert.
And the thing
just
is,
to say I saw them.
All right,
just kind of as a testament to their music.
Just to say it, huh? Do it for the gram.
I wish I could have went to a Michael Jackson concert.
Okay.
If he was still alive and still performing, I would go just to say I went.
But like Figgy, like if Landry went, and this isn't an insult, this is your taste. You have a certain window of music that you really, really know well and you like, right?
I guess.
Yeah.
Right?
I guess.
Even you, we could just drop arbitrarily.
I think I would be sad for you.
No. I'm saying we could just drop.
I would be happy for y'all that y'all can still get lost in the moment.
Yeah.
But like as someone who's watching it I would feel sad for y'all. I would really feel sad for y'all.
But I'm talking about their songs. Like even you who is not
Boy,
a
I'm
Rolling
pushing
Stones
the hell
fan.
out of these tickets. For
Figgy could just bring up any song and you'll say, yeah, I've heard that.
Well, sure.
That's the staying power of the music.
They've been around forever. They've been around for 6 decades.
Point. And by the way, they just kicked the Beatles' ass.
Yeah, a lot of people say that.
Yeah, I mean.
A lot of people say that.
Yeah.
We'll move on quickly.
Yeah.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Titus Howard out for the season. He will be rehabbing. We don't know exactly what the injury is. It seems like it could be an ACL. But bottom line, Titus Howard, he's gone. Juice Scruggs is going to step in, be your starting guard, and the Texans' offensive line continues to take hits. Although Titus, if you want to look on the bright side, assuming that he was going to be still playing guard this year, really was it also an opportunity? The bar's not too high for Juice Scruggs when it comes to filling the void at guard.
And I think it's, in a weird way, not to be insensitive is good. Not to be that guy, but it happened. So since it happened, we can say it's good in this respect. It's good. Juice Scruggs is playing the next 6 games, barring injury himself. So you're going to have real-time NFL, real action, not preseason, a real good gauge on what Juice Scruggs is. So it's good in that regard. It's also good, like for George Fant and this offensive line. He's not having to look over his shoulder at anybody. And it might even give him an edge, although the contract is going to be an albatross. It might even give him an edge going into next season. So in a weird way, it's kind of good. It's good for the offensive line, because I think Juice Scruggs is not going to be worse. Right?
I don't think so.
I don't think he'll be worse.
He might be better. Who knows? We'll see. And hopefully Titus is back at tackle when he comes back. Shout out to all the Rolling Stones fans on the text line. You want to get to the game or to the concert, listen to Payne and Pendergast tomorrow, or get that AARP membership, and you'll be able to get the true story. What are you laughing at?
You know what you're doing.
I'm trying to help people out go see their heroes. I don't know what you're laughing at. It's a legit AARP.com. It's a front page. I'm trying.
Who is this millennial on the station?
For trying to help.
Let Lopez talk.
Try to win the tickets. If not, AARP membership gets you in. Shaq Griffin has been cut. Shaq Griffin has contributed to the Texans. The cornerback, friend of the show. At least, by the way, another exclusive interview straight off the practice field tomorrow. Right here. Shaq Griffin cut. We'll react to that a little bit more. I have a wish that I'll tell you about in the noon hour. Texans don't get flexed. The deadline has passed. They will not face the Jets on primetime, which would be hilarious if something happens. Aaron Rodgers' 21-day activation window has been activated, opened,
yeah.
Whatever you want to say. So Aaron Rodgers, he said that he must that he wants to try to come back. Don't know what for. Seems like the Jets are kind of out of it. It would be hilarious if somehow miraculously he was back 2 Mondays from now and they did not flex
and they
that
didn't
game.
flex
Like that,
it?
I don't think that's going to happen.
Give me a break. I could be dead wrong. Yeah, people could be saying you're a dummy in a couple of weeks. I don't think Aaron Rodgers has any intention of playing, especially with that team where it is. But he likes being in the middle of everything, and I think he likes the challenge. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Bobby Petrino, college football news. Bobby Petrino, he's back at Arkansas after the neck brace incident where he was getting freaky with the volleyball player, got her a job with the administration. She was of age. He got released. He fell off a motorcycle. And now he's back at Arkansas as their offensive coordinator. In the spirit of that, just an excuse to play the press conference, a little snippet from the press conference, motorcycle with the neck brace. Here was Bobby Petrino explaining himself.
I don't remember a lot about exactly what happened. I was noticing the sun was going to be in my eyes the rest of the way home into the ditch. When I came out of a ditch, there was a lady there that had flagged down a car, and so I got in the car and they headed towards Fayetteville. I will wear a helmet from now on.
Was there wind? Was there an issue that caused you to crash?
Yeah, I didn't feel like I was speeding, and then there was a gust of wind that came up. Whether that did it, I don't know.
Were you given a blood alcohol test when you went to the?
Oh wow!
I was given blood tests, but I absolutely had nothing to drink. I spent the day at the lake with my wife working.
Seems like
she works me hard when I'm up there.
I don't know. I don't go to the lake without drinking.
What about him saying his wife worked him hard? Nah, that young chick worked you hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, buddy. The hell is wrong with you? My wife works me hard? That's the worst part about it. Now, you were getting worked hard, but it wasn't by your wife.
Let's ask your wife about that.
It was by that young blonde volleyball player that you got a job for.
Yeah, let's ask your wife about that. Another news.
They should just make him the head coach.
I think they will. No, I think that's why he went. Like
Sam Pittman.
Yeah. And by the way, isn't he the offensive line coach?
I thought he was supposed to. Yeah, I don't know.
This is weird.
It's cool. I'm glad he gets another chance.
Yeah, Urban should go back to Florida.
I'm glad he gets another chance. No, he really should.
He really should.
No, he really should.
Urban Meyer back in Florida. Piggy?
That don't sound too bad.
He had to run.
He had
to run.
Yeah. That bar stool was hot.
Final college football playoff rankings before the decision. We'll hear Kirk Herbstreit's hot take on this when the internet goes nuts. We'll give ours. Georgia sits at number 1. Michigan sits at number 2. Number 3 is Washington. Number 4 is Florida State. Number 5 is Oregon. Number 6, Ohio State. Texas sits at 7. Alabama sits at 8. What sticks out the most there? We'll get in depth on it because the internet always goes nuts when these come out, especially this version at 120. But real quick, what are your biggest takeaways from those rankings?
Two, 3 things, maybe 3. The first one is Florida State at 4. That's going to be very, very interesting. They are number 4 in the playoff going into their final game.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Everyone, it seems like we assume stuff, but yeah, okay. I mean, I guess I'm a little bit surprised.
And then the other one is Washington, Oregon. Pretty much seals the deal. Whoever wins that game is in,
and they should be.
Yes, and they should be. So yeah, those 2 things. It kind of stinks for Texas. Maybe if they were playing Oklahoma, it would help them a little bit more because I think
maybe about it.
Yeah, I think Alabama is in a good spot.
I mean, win and you're in. I think. Although Booger McFarland said they might need help.
What help? If you beat Georgia?
Alabama beats Georgia, they need help.
Yeah,
come on, Booger.
Yeah,
that's terrible. We'll get more into this at 120. Also, this week perhaps it's either going to be the most fun or it's going to be the most painful wager of all time.
Well, now
during lunchtime confessions.
Okay.
I think people should jump on board with me on this. I think it'll be a fun watch. I really, really do. I don't tell you how to use your money. I'm good enough at losing my own when it comes to gambling. But I do think you should jump on board with me. This is a fun bet. This is a fun bet.
I'll be here for that.
I can assure you. That's during confessions at 12:20. But coming up next, there's a lot of news going on with the Houston Texans, a lot of thoughts. Let's get into all that. Let's also look, take our eyes off our own paper, if we will, and look at the other stuff that impacts the Texans as Week 13 begins. Manana. It's next.
I got an interesting.
taking the practice field. So they've been pretty busy. Titus Howard, he's on injured reserve. He's out for the season. Desmond King, he has been signed to the active roster. They waived Shaq Griffin. They also reinstated Denzel Perriman. Matt Amendola and Garrett Wallow have been signed to the practice squad. And they released some running back named Dukes from the practice squad that I don't know much about. I'll be honest with you. I won't pretend I do. The Titus Howard news is interesting. Titus Howard left the game on Sunday. Juice Scruggs came in, looked similar, but you start to wonder about this Titus Howard thing and where he fits into things in the future. You got to think, especially with Green coming back, with Juice there, with Patterson coming back, the other Green coming back on the interior. His future is going to be a tackle. Now, how good of a tackle is Titus Howard truly? The fact that he's not head and shoulders above George Fant, maybe that says how good George Fant is. Or maybe they just were really planning to play their best five. But if you watch Titus Howard play guard, you got to wonder, who could be worse than that? Because Kendrick Green played better than him at guard, right?
Or not
in a very short time.
About
not
as
good.
Kendrick, yeah.
Yeah, Kendrick played better.
About as well, I guess.
Juice did too.
Yeah.
So they were trying to play their best five. He's going to be paid like an elite right tackle.
It's the second highest paid player on the Texans roster.
And it's the third highest paid right tackle in the NFL.
Yeah.
Next year. So that's the future of Titus Howard. But in the immediate, I saw this, assuming that he's going to play guard. I'm not too concerned.
I do think it also speaks to, they always say it's a merit system, in terms of who plays, who doesn't. Get your best five out there. Well, if it's a merit system, you shouldn't really worry about the contract in terms of who's going to be your right tackle of the future, in the near future, because George Fant has been good. Let me ask you this. If I know Titus Howard was on the field, but if he were in the same spot as George Fant on that turnover, on that interception, would he have been able to run down?
No doubt. George Fant's a former, basketball player. I know Titus played quarterback, but no, I don't think so.
Fant's playing well.
No, Fant's playing great. That's why they made this. I think this had as much to do with how they feel about George Fant on the right side as it did Titus Howard.
Mm-hmm.
And Titus Howard got hurt in camp. And who knows what it looks like? Who knows how much different this looks like? Do they start Titus Howard out at right tackle if they don't have to look at what it looks like with George Fant out there and how does he look out there and how does the rest of the offensive line shape out? I think it all goes back to the injury shortly after he signed his extension to now, but it was a confusing, I'll put it this way. Even before the injury, it was a very confusing season with Titus Howard when we saw him at guard and we watched him at guard, and it was
Remember when it first happened, we were like, wait, what? He's going to guard. And then, you cannot ignore the contract. I know it's easy to say, why are you worried about the contract? They got room. They're going to be able to do things no matter what. No, because it speaks to, foremost, the fact that you paid him as a right tackle and aren't playing him. That's a bad decision. And, it's a bad contract. It may not turn out to be a bad contract, but it's a bad contract right now. That matters. That matters in terms of payroll and cap and all that. I think it also matters in terms of the opportunity he's going to get at right tackle, because they don't want to. Everybody has ego. They don't want to look like fools and say, "Yeah, we paid him, 3-year contract for $56 million, but we're going to go ahead and run with George Fant." I think it gives him an edge there. And are you really going to put your best five out there?
I just hope he's really good at tackle. That's my thing. In the short term, I look at this. I don't look at this as a massive loss in the short term, assuming that he's going to play guard and they weren't going to move him back to tackle and Juice. But assuming that we were just going to get Titus Howard at guard, we've been saying all year this is a struggle to watch. Clint has said it. Sean has said it. Seth has said it. You have said it. I have said it. Everybody at the station has acknowledged it's hard to watch Titus Howard play guard. It's not. It doesn't look good. He's not good at it. Nobody that grades tape thinks that it looks good. It's bad.
Yeah.
So if that was going to be where he was for the remainder of this season, in the short term, I don't think the Texans are too negatively impacted. Hopefully he goes back to his natural position. Hopefully he's as good as they effing think he is, because if he's not, then that is going to be something where you're giving out a portion of the pie, the salary cap, and you're paying a guy to be elite, and he's not elite. So we'll keep an eye on that. Recover. See you at tackle, Titus Howard, hopefully. Shaq is gone. Not Shaq Mason. Shaq Mason's still here. He's doing his thing. Shaq Griffin, friend of the show, former Seattle Seahawk, former Jacksonville Jaguar, the man you saw intercept Joe Burrow in the end zone, the man you saw fill in for Derek Stingley when he was out. Shaq is gone. Hadn't played a defensive snap the last couple of weeks. He's been released. Now, what does that mean? Desmond King is on the active roster. Does that mean that they just think that they have someone internally that can fill the void? Do they not think it's a big deal, or could they be looking elsewhere? Could they be looking at Marcus Peters? I would love it. Marcus Peters just got released by the Raiders. Marcus Peters hates Sean Payton. Marcus Peters in shape. Marcus Peters, not a guy you want during a rebuild like what the Raiders are having to go through. But if you're a player away and you need someone who's battle tested, you could do a lot worse than Marcus Peters. Here is Marcus Peters displaying his intense hatred for Broncos coach Sean Payton back when he was with the Saints.
Tell Sean Payton, keep talking that we going to see him soon. You feel me?
Fair enough.
Yeah, because I like what he was saying on the sidelines, too. So tell him to keep talking that and I hope you see me soon. You feel me? And then we're going to have a good little, nice little bowl of gumbo together.
Nice little bowl of gumbo together.
Marcus Peters did clear waivers yesterday, so he's free to sign with anyone. So it's just a matter of, are you willing to bring him in and make him an offer? So I don't think I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I think there might be some shortcomings there. He's not quite the player he was, but I'll take it. I'll take a shot at it.
Would you have a chance to move someone inside? I don't know how much Marcus is going to be able to play inside or anything like.
Yeah.
If the limit, we got to limit what we see from 4. By the way, Clint Stoerner, good catch on that Steven Nelson penalty, the bogus one. Mm-hmm. They called his number. It was clearly on Tavier Thomas. I just think they didn't want to say his name.
Again.
And again.
Yeah.
And again. And again.
What did he have, 3?
Yeah, he had 3 penalties.
And number 4 if you count that one.
Yeah, I said number 4.
Yeah.
I would love to see Marcus Peters with the media types. The media types around here at press conferences not known for like throwing like hard questions at the guys.
Mm-hmm.
If they did though, maybe we would get a little bit of a viral moment. This was Marcus Peters. I just like this energy.
Yeah.
This alpha energy that Marcus Peters possesses. This was him versus another guy they hate around here.
Yeah.
Bill Plaschke. This was Bill Plaschke talking to Marcus Peters. This is a viral moment, perhaps the most viral moment. Here is Marcus Peters versus Bill Plaschke.
I'll do what y'all gonna do with it. That's cool. We trying to play a game. We ain't trying to talk about no gumbo. He's pushing, and it's not gonna get no further. I am having fun. We talk about it right now. We laughing about it.
How would you evaluate your season?
I think we ain't done yet.
But you personally?
I think we ain't done yet. So what you getting at?
No, I'm wondering, do you think, according to the stats, you've had a season below your normal standards?
Oh, yeah, that's cool. I mean, coming to this game, I come from a place where you're going to have your ups and downs. As long as your ass don't stay on the ground, you pick yourself up and you look yourself in the mirror and you keep striding and you keep building to become the best player that you can be. I think all the rest take care of yourself. Everybody have bad days. I mean, you come to work and you wake up some days, you don't feel like going to work, right? It's a bad day. See, it's a bad day. And you just asked a bad question. So next.
Even more so today, yeah.
Next.
I like Plaschke. Yeah, today especially with you coming at me like that. He would be great. He would be great.
I think they need someone mean like that.
Oh, that's the other thing I said. That
how many times do you hear people say, "Man, they need some dogs"? That's a dog. Say what you want about him. He might be the 11-year-old dog that's not what he once was. Yeah. He's not hitting the park as hard. He's not jumping up.
The Rolling Stones.
But he's a damn dog. Now. He's a damn dog.
He's Mick Jagger.
He's a damn dog. And and this is the thing I look forward to most because I think it's going to happen. There's going to be a time where the Texans are going to be adding dogs.
Yeah, there is.
They're going to be adding dogs. Give me this dog. Give me this dog, man. Bring him down. Mm-hmm. Marcus Peters. Nasty. Okay, he didn't tackle well. Okay.
Laramie Tunsil's favorite word. Dog.
Yeah, but this is a dog.
This is a real dog.
It's a mean dude right here.
And
bring his ass in, man. Come on, Nick.
And that edge that he's going to bring.
He'll love D'Amico.
Yeah.
He'll go in there.
Oh, he'll love D'Amico.
He'll just go about his business.
What is D'Amico's calling card defensively? He wants them to play free, not really think as much, swarm, all that. Well, hell, I mean, I know, just to be fair, the big concern with Las Vegas was his tackling had really fallen off. He had some whiffs.
I don't care.
But I think with
D'Amico, figure it out.
Yeah, with D'Amico, I think there might be some things.
There's going to be, but this is the other thing. There's going to be weaknesses on your.
Yeah.
there's going to be weaknesses on your reserve corners. They're not going to be perfect. But this guy's a dog, man.
Yeah,
give me a damn dog, please. Make it happen.
I'm with you.
He had a pick six this year.
He did, didn't he?
Pick six. Yeah. Get him in here. Figgy, you down with Marcus Peters?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Get him in.
Another guy in that locker room.
Get him in here. Yeah, he's
California be taking over.
Yeah, plus CJ. How close is where he's from where CJ is?
And Toto, right?
Let's look that up. Well, how close
because I think Marcus Peters from Oakland.
Ooh,
yeah.
You talk about dogs. You talk about dogs in Oakland, man. That's all you need to say right there with him. Yeah, but another Cali guy. They got a bunch of them here.
Rancho. Let's see.
Did he go to Rancho Mirage?
That's a 6 hour. It's a big state. It's kind of like 6 hours.
So Cali is Cali.
That's kind of like when you meet someone from
Lubbock.
And they're like, oh, you're from Texas too? Well, not
that Texas.
Not that one.
Another Texas.
Yeah, not that one. Someone from El Paso? Not really.
Yeah.
No.
Del Rio.
Beaumont? No. Not really. Not from the same spot, sir.
I'm from Texarkana. Well, okay.
I think anyone who does that, like if I were king of the world, and that would be a dangerous thing, but if I were king of the world, anyone who ever, like, let's say you're at Las Vegas or you're at like a craps table or something like that, and everyone's like getting friendly and stuff, and they ask you, hey, where are you from? Where are you from? And you say, I'm from Houston. And then the next person goes, oh, I'm from Texas. I'm from El Paso. And then the person that says, oh, y'all are both from Texas, I feel like I would make their ass, if I were king, I would make their ass drive through the state of Texas just so they realize how ridiculous that was. You got to drive from the far east side of Texas to the far west side of Texas. And then realize how silly what you just said was. Yeah. And then once you get through Texas, tell me how long it takes for you to get through a state. It'll take you about 30 minutes.
Do you know the other thing that drives me nuts? You reminded me of, and this hasn't happened to me in decades, but I bet you it still happens to you, because for about 5 or 10 years after I left college, I would meet somebody and they'd say, well, where'd you go to school? I'd go A&M. Oh, did you know Al Smith?
Oh, Lord.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Lord.
Well, back then there were 50,000. Now there's 70,000.
You can work your way to it where you can say, oh, were they in a
what year and all
that? Oh, were they in a sorority? Oh, they were in that.
But
sorority?
it happens all the time. Not anymore, but for a long time. Like, did you know Cheryl?
Bro,
whatever.
That's even hard in high school.
Yeah.
My high school, I think I had like 560.
Mine was a little smaller, but
like in my class.
Yeah, I had 400 or something like that.
Yeah, it was high.
Yeah,
but yeah, like even high school there.
I got to the point where like,
college.
oh, Cheryl, yeah, I know Cheryl.
I don't know why people do that.
It's a city.
I mean, sometimes
it's
it hits,
city.
but when it hits, it hits. It's pretty sick.
Yeah.
But when it hits, and you get that. There are a few things like in life. You're just tuning in. Titus Howard, he is on IR. We'll give you the practice updates as they come through here on Inloop Sports Radio 610. Titus Howard on IR. Shaq Griffin released. I want Marcus Peters on the team. There are a few like small like feelings of reward that have nothing to do with you than the small world moment where you randomly meet someone that you
I do like that. Yeah, I do like that.
Like as far as like not there. There's the find $5 on the ground. Oh, that's great. Like, like as far as like, oh, you know them? Oh, dang, hey, blah blah blah. Like if you in like a different city,
and or when you run into somebody and like, really? I mean, no, that's fine. But like, do you know so and so? Well,
shoot, that's how I met Landry, to be honest. Because my dude up in Cleveland was like, oh, my boy Landry coming down in Houston.
Yeah.
And I'm like, really?
Yeah.
And I ran right into Landry during Super Bowl.
Micah. Micah came in. Yeah, Micah, because Micah asked about you and said you were there, and I didn't think anything of it because I was there, and then I was only there for like 5 months, and then I came down here, and I was like, oh, okay, there you go. So you know Micah. There you go. That was what was up. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley at Buffalo Wild Wings tomorrow, presented by Bud Light. It's a Thirsty Thursday. It's the Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball off of 2920. It's a Thirsty Thursday. Grab some wings, drink some brew, enter to win some awesome prizes. Man, they've been giving away some damn good prizes out there. Yeah. And stick around after the show to watch the game. It's a Thirsty Thursday with the drive and Bud Light at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. Mignogna. Coming up, lunchtime confessions. There's a lot to confess. There's a lot going on. And I am going to make a wager that is going to be, I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be, it's going to be a few hours of fun. And I'm going to make it. And I got a feeling you might try to talk me out of it.
Okay.
But I'm excited about it. So be careful, John.
I'll be careful.
Next.
These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this.
So I know it's common for NFL teams to submit evidence to the league about officials missing calls, et cetera, et cetera. The Texans did that reportedly yesterday, and I was like, don't do that. I hate when that it never makes a difference, and all you're doing is feeding the beast. All you're doing is getting more people to say, see there, they did miss these calls. The refs.
In fairness, the question was presented, do you submit those calls to the league?
Yes.
They didn't, like, D'Amico didn't openly come out. Now,
No.
As that. It reads as such, but in fairness, the question that was asked was, how do you handle that? Do you submit it to the league?
That's absolutely true. But what I'm saying is it became headlines. Oh, the Texans submitted this to the league, et cetera. And I'm like, man, this is just going to make it worse. It wasn't the factor in the game. It just wasn't.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I'm looking forward to this bet. And
I want to hear
I'm
this.
really looking forward to your reaction to this. So, Michael Jenkins, he's on vacation. We're not going to talk to him this week. So, Big Ten championship game.
Right.
Iowa versus Michigan. Okay?
I'm sensing a prop bet.
Iowa is one of the worst offenses in the world.
Yeah.
Their over-under in one game was like 20.
I don't know if it was that.
And they hit the other. No, it was.
It was.
Because I bet it, and I lost. It was 21.
Damn.
Against Rutgers. 21. Over-under. True story.
I do not remember that.
Their face team that has held opponents to 7 points 4 times, and they've held opponents to under 6.5 points 3 times. So it's very good defense.
Okay.
Now, it is a Big Ten championship. It is indoors. And Iowa is, I mean, they know what they're up against right now, right here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They're not going to shut out Michigan, so they know they got to open it up. I am going to bet, and I'm thinking maybe even a bill on it. I am going to bet the Iowa team point total over 6.5. And it is going to be the most fun bet I've ever made, or it's going to be the most frustrating bet I've ever made. But I'm going to make this bet just because of the principle of the whole thing. If you can't give me, I don't give a damn how bad your offense is, knowing what you're up against in this, if you can't give me, and this could happen at any moment, over 6.5 points, then I will charge it to the game. I don't give a damn. I am betting the over Iowa point total over 6.5, and I'm putting at least 100 on it. Well, I don't care.
I saw the over-under is 34.5 or 35.
Yes, and Michigan's favored by 24.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
Well, why would you not bet the over?
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. They're going to end up scoring 3 or 6, and I'm going to say whatever, but you know what? 6.5 points, Iowa. Let's go get it. Let's get rich. But you know what? I might go 200 on this. Because I've seen them. They try to throw some. It's a conference championship game.
Yeah.
It's not like a lot of their games, because a lot of their games, Iowa goes into it and they say, you know what? We can get in a street fight. We can try to scratch and claw, and, you know, it's outdoors, etc. This is indoors. You know what you're up against. You've got to try to trick them somehow. Michigan could fumble. You could get a defensive. You could get a special teams. You could have like a fluke garbage time play at the end where you're down 60-0 and Michigan's putting their scrubs in. Like I remember when Texas played Colorado in the Big 12 title game in 2005 down there. I think Colorado was down whatever.
Yeah.
Texas ended up just beating the crap out of them, but they could have made it. You can sneak a touchdown, and I'm going over 6.5. I don't give a damn.
I think that's a great bet.
I don't give a damn.
I think that's an absolutely great bet.
Hey,
that's a night game too, so you might be up and maybe we'll get it a little more interesting.
To quote Big Worm, it's the principle, Smokey. It's the principle.
Yeah, it is.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I gotta admit, I'm gonna show the shoe for our YouTube viewers here. We got the My Cause, My Kicks shoes.
Oh, we did?
Most of us did. from the Houston Texans, and mine is benefiting the Friends of County Pets, which is Harris County, pets that you can adopt. I got a little choked up when I opened the box, man. I felt a certain way.
Oh, wow.
I really did, because that's the reason I chose this as my cause, is because that's where they got for me Gibson 14 years ago. He was in the shelter, and they adopted him and brought him in. I got to admit, man, I opened them and I saw that Friends of County Pets, and I was like, I'm not choking up. I'm not choking up.
Good for you, man. By the way, I'm hearing that Iowa's first half points are 0.5.
No way.
0.5. That's what someone said. I might just go heavy Iowa over points. 0.5.
Oh, my God.
It's a bad offense, man. It's a bad offense.
It's a bad offense.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of the My Cause, My Cleats, so I haven't gotten mine. I was trying to perform a nice gesture for wifey. Texans Women's Hospital. I see how hard they work. I know how hard it is to deliver babies, and I developed a lot of admiration. I already did for nurses, but when you go in there and you see everything that goes into it and the shifts that they're working and stuff, like when you actually like living in the hospital, whether you have a loved one or whatever, you kind of see it. So I picked Texas Women's, and I thought, I don't need to rock that. I'm gonna get the wifey some. So I got her size, and the box got lost. Not sure where it is. However, yesterday I kind of thought about it, and I put in a request to Texans PR. I was kind of half joking, but I was kind of hoping maybe they would accommodate me for perhaps another cause.
And what cause?
I wanted them to make me some greatest champion sneakers.
Oh, Lord.
Jack Easterby's
wonder
charity.
why yours got lost. Let me think about this.
It might have been too late, but I was going to try to get some greatest. Is that, by the way,
awesome.
Is that
That's
Brandon
awesome.
Cooks' cause?
It's got to be, right?
Greatest Champion Foundation.
We got to look at that. When do they play? Are they bye this week?
Yeah, what happens if you're on a bye during the My Cause, My Creed? So Buffalo just doesn't get to do it?
Yeah. I don't know. I can't imagine why you didn't get your shoes. I can't imagine.
No, I don't know. They're lost somewhere, I think.
Yeah, they got air quote lost.
We'll see. We'll see.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You know how we all love basketball in this room, especially college basketball, but we're in on the NBA. I'm like, actually, I used to not care about the NBA in-season tournament, whatever, he wants to do it. Mike Silver, fine. It's just another regular season game. And Adam Silver,
Mike Silver.
Until you get to the last couple of games. I'm actually kind of offended by it now. I think it's just a joke.
Well, they're giving credit to the play-in tournament for everything. There's never any regular season games. It's we added incentive. And I think it's weird that I'm supposed to care that these guys are getting $500,000 more dollars or whatever and getting a trip to Vegas.
Yeah.
I just think it's weird. The Warriors had a game with the Kings yesterday where the Kings crowd was obnoxious, and they're almost acting as if the Sacramento Kings, who are a young up and coming team, they got a passionate fan base whenever they're good. That Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green came to town, and that's the reason why they were loud there. Yeah. I don't get it, and quite frankly, I didn't even pay attention to it. I enjoy watching the Rockets and the way that they've
been a better watch this year.
They've been a much better watch. I'm glad I don't have to. I actually feel sorry for some of the media types that had to shape their lips to pretend this was cool. Justin Termini of NBA Radio is even doing it.
I think that's why I'm just kind of.
That was rough, man, because I never thought in my right mind that he would.
Well, they're really playing for the ring now.
I was really wrong. I don't typically like change, but I'm really liking Justin. Yeah, damn, dude. Yeah. He got to you too.
The courts are awful. The tournament is contrived. It's not much more competitive.
It's a bad principle.
It's a bad principle.
Very bad principle. Yeah. Speaking of. John, I'm kind of disappointed in you, man. And I'm not.
Why is that?
I think your stubbornness is out of control.
I'm not stubborn.
And I know that you're still holding on to that Android over iPhone bit that you got going, but I think your stubbornness is really out of control to the point where you're not even taking advantage of resources and opportunities that you should.
Like?
The Rolling Stones.
Oh.
You can win Rolling Stones tickets tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
On Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah.
AARP is sponsoring the tour. True story. If you have an AARP card, you can get tickets early on. John Lopez said he doesn't have an AARP card. My question is why? Because I can tell you this, the second that I turn 55, that's going to be one of the first things I do.
Yeah.
You're going to give me one of those AARP cards, I'll take it.
Yeah.
The fact that you don't shows me that you are the most stubborn SOB this side of the Mississippi.
No, I'm not.
You
Because
too good for it?
No.
Yeah. Is that... Figure you.
I'm very surprised.
Why do you not get it? If it's there, get it.
I thought you was other people, man.
I am of the people.
You just lost a listener.
I'm actually like, just I've never gotten around to it kind of thing. But I will say this, because of the Rolling Stones, I might join today. I don't know if I'll still be able to get tickets today or tomorrow, but yeah.
Just can't believe it.
Do it during the break.
How about this? I'm looking at the discounts now. Wendy's, dollar breakfasts, Papa John's, 30% off.
Look at that.
Buffalo Wild Wings, $10 off. $10 off any purchase of $25 or more.
It's legit, man.
It is very legit. I'm gonna have to join.
You too good for
I
it.
was gonna boycott Wendy's, but the chili, like I'm trying to get more fiber in the diet, not eat as much fried stuff. The chili prevented me from boycotting Wendy's.
Yeah.
But I was like, for the first time in my life, I was gonna boycott a place, Wendy's.
Why?
Why?
I've always said like Chick-fil-A could say that my mom's a B word and that I'm a C word, whatever, and I would still go eat Chick-fil-A. I don't care.
Yeah.
But did you see what Wendy's tried to do with their app the other day?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I did see this.
They tried to say that you can get 10% off your damn Frosty with the app. What kind of discount, what kind of insult is that on the damn app? 10%. I've seen McDonald's say, hey, you get dollar drinks on the app. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sick. I get 10% off my damn Frosty?
Why don't you just slap
I'm
me
getting
in the
mad
face?
just thinking
Yeah, why
about
don't you
this.
just slap me in the face.
What kind of trash is that?
By the way, I'm making venison chili. Speaking of chili. Yeah. It's going to be good.
Gotta put the beans in there too.
Hell no.
Oh, you got to put the beans in.
Hell.
Beans going chili, man.
No.
Whatever.
Come on,
Here we
man.
go.
Hell no.
Coming up, perhaps the best quote ever from a player that shows that he understands how fans think, including a lot of you fans listening us right now that used to think this way. Plus, Texans are practicing. Got some good news, some very good news, and we got some bad news. That's next.
Let we go. Join the Drug. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so we got some good news. We got some bad news. Fellas, you want to start with the good news or the bad news? Texans are on the practice field right now. By the way, speaking of practice field, Texans player joining us straight off the practice field tomorrow per usual.
Give me good news. I want some good news.
You want some good news?
I want some good news.
I got some real good news for you.
Okay, let's go.
I got some real good news for you.
Yeah.
Noah Brown back at practice.
There we go.
Jimmy Ward back at practice.
There we go.
That's the good news. You want the bad news?
I guess I have to.
Oh, I got some real bad news for you.
Oh, no.
Tank Dell not at practice.
What happened?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a rest day. Not sure. We'll see. Tank Dell not at practice.
I wouldn't think it would be a rest day.
Sometimes when you leave that football field, when you're taking hits.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he been balling a little bit.
I'll be honest.
He might need a rest.
I'll be honest. It's the size, and I know I know that the size concerns are a thing in the past, but he probably has about 2 or 3 ODs a game for me.
Yeah.
During the game, and I'm not talking about overdoses. I'm talking about damn.
Yeah.
It's like when he gets hit, I'm like, oh damn.
Yeah.
That every time when I see Tank Dell go across the middle, even on the touchdown, I was like, oh damn.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes those hurt a little bit more once the adrenaline lets go. So Tank Dell not at practice. There's another one, though. Another big one.
I heard there's another big one.
A little bit bigger.
Bigger.
George Fant not practicing. Now, what does that mean? Normally, if Titus Howard weren't out for the season, which was the big news of the day, you would say, well, just throw Titus at the natural that they think so good at to the point where they gave him the extension that they did.
You saw who was activated, right?
Charlie Heck.
Charlie Heck.
So we could see a Charlie Heck game at right tackle. We could see Jones, or this could just be a rest day. This could be nothing to see here type of vibe. And the Thursday and Friday practice reports give us clarity, more so. Friday for sure, but George Fant and Tank Dell not practicing, Jimmy Ward and Noah Brown back. So that's the news right there.
The Charlie Heck thing didn't happen for just the sake of happening. Like they brought up Charlie Heck for a reason. That would be my bigger concern. And just because Fant has been so good and now you don't have Laremy Tunsil, they brought up Charlie Heck for a reason, man. So I'm a little bit more concerned about George Fant at right tackle than anything. You don't bring up Charlie Heck for no reason at all. Tank Dell, we'll see. Thursday and Friday, as you mentioned.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. We also are going to keep a close eye, and our guy Brandon Scott, who joins us at 11 every Thursday, he's on the scene. We're also going to get an idea of what's going to happen with his running back position. I mean, they put out the depth chart, and they put or on it. Dameon Pierce or Devin Singletary. Dameon Pierce was listed first, so it'll be interesting to monitor what's going on with that running back situation. You thought Singletary was the guy. Your eyes tell you that he's the guy, but well, we'll see.
I'm starting to lean a little heavier toward there's got a sort of discussion going on, difference of opinion, and I'm not saying they're in there, arguing and fighting and all this.
Some of these could be rest days, in fairness. Some of these could be rest days.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Dameon Pierce or Devin Singletary. That doesn't happen. Figgy brought it up earlier. Maybe in the preseason you'll see an or, but in the regular season it's pretty solid. And they had Dameon Pierce first or Devin Singletary. Take that for however you want. But I also feel like we've seen it happen in our own eyes. We're going in with just 6 games left in the season. We've seen Devin Singletary play better. That's indisputable, whether it's facts or opinion. It's indisputable that he's played better than Dameon Pierce.
I mean, unless you just really want to be a football hardo and go in the sticks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
keep doing it.
Yeah, I would say that Devin Singletary's been better.
Yeah.
I would say Dameon Pierce would say that.
And then, of course, we saw Sunday after Singletary's 2 really good games in a row, Damian Pierce has 5 carries, Singletary has 6. Now you got the depth chart thing. Now we don't know who's going to be playing. And, oh, by the way, the Broncos' rush defense is the worst in the NFL. So you better get it right so you can gain some ground on the ground and give some opportunities to C.J. Stroud to open it up on the pass. I don't understand it. I think nobody's told me this. I don't have any inside information on this. It just looks like a difference of opinion on who should be getting the most carries. That's what it looks like.
You think there's a difference, like someone likes Dameon Pierce more?
Yes. Or at least wants to give Dameon Pierce enough touches or as many touches as Devin Singletary.
Saying he's not the same
guy think it's Andre
he was a year ago.
I don't think it's Andre. It's my opinion. It's my thought. Because how could you watch this team and not know who needs to be the starting running back and who needs to get the most carries? How can you do that? You can't. I mean, if this is a merit-based league.
And maybe we see it on Sunday.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we do.
But again, it's not just a reaction to the depth chart. It's a reaction to what we saw on Sunday or didn't see.
Yeah.
So
if it's based on merit, it's a no contest.
Keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
Loopholes representing in New York. You will hear that when we go around the NFL at 1 o'clock. Internet goes nuts because of the college pigskin. That's coming up at 1:20. But I called this perhaps the best quote ever. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but I think this is good perspective. In the world we live in today, I think it's good to understand different perspectives. I don't like generalizations. I think it's annoying, and I actually think it's really ass backwards, and it's funny, and I think it's like the ultimate example of modern keeping it real going wrong is where the water carriers, like the media water carriers, or even the water carrying fans,
we the water boys.
They think that some of them think that they're doing the players a service by saying players don't care about this and players think this.
Yeah.
But really what you're doing is you're generalizing players and acting like all players think alike. Like you go in an NFL locker room, there's 70 guys. I promise you they don't all think the same way.
But just listen.
So to say, the players don't get you. That's a generalization, and I know you're jock sniffing. I know you're carrying water, but you're actually
that's what I call high quality.
You're actually doing like a disservice when you start doing that. And there's different points of view. There's different perspectives. Fans are individual group, and there's individuals in it, players, media types, etc. Like it's like when someone says, "Man, 610 said," I can promise you, there's not one opinion that we all have the same.
I hate that.
I promise you. Like, say who said it. Like, say who said it. Like, there's like if someone writes an article, like they'll say, well, ESPN said this. No, it was Stephen A. It was Stephen A. And I'm sure that there's some. I don't think Malika Andrews agreed with what Stephen A. said. So you don't say like ESPN said. Like, individualize it.
Yeah.
But I do think that in a world of generalizations, Draymond Green does this a lot. A lot of athletes do it at times, different ones. This is the best quote that I've heard when it comes to tanking. This is Matthew Slater, who's been on Super Bowl teams. He's been in multiple Pro Bowls. He is the son of a Hall of Famer. Matthew Slater, going through the worst season of his NFL career. There are a lot of Patriots fans that are rooting for the Patriots to lose because they want to tank. They want to get a quarterback, and they want to tank. Meanwhile, players, a lot of them are trying to win games. Matthew Slater was asked about this on WEEI. He was on with Jones and Mego talking about it. And I think this is one of the best player quotes that I've heard in a long, long time. I want you to tell me if you agree or disagree.
And I would include myself, who prioritizing a higher draft pick and effectively rooting for the team to lose each week. Like, how does that make you feel as a player? Do you understand that rationale, or is that something that you lash out against? Like, how do you feel about that mood and attitude?
I personally try to put myself in positions to be able to understand everyone's mode of thinking. I mean, I understand that rationale. I understand fans having an opinion or hopes and expectations of what we do. People like yourselves having opinions and thoughts on what we should do. I get that. And I don't have a problem with it. I'm not offended by it at all. I think as a player, though, especially a player in my situation, you realize opportunities in this league are never guaranteed. And, as easy as it is for the fans or pundits to look ahead to the future, as a player, your future is never guaranteed, especially for someone in my position. Up to us to embrace the opportunities that we are given and treat them like they're our last. So the idea of losing games or tanking will never appeal to players, I hope, as long as we're in it. So, I can see all sides of it. I understand it. But certainly, I want to win the next 6 games. That's how I'm wired, and that's what I hope we do.
Yeah, I don't think a player ever wants to do anything other than that, because there's a financial element too.
Yeah, try to get the dub
and try to get another contract.
I would try to lose.
And the thing about NFL teams, I try to lose. The thing about NFL teams is everything comes back to the tape. If they see players,
But if you're going to be here for a while, maybe you do want to tank. Maybe you want to lose.
It's a very rare occurrence. Like if you have such stability and and all that. But players know that it's going to come back to the tape, so they can't afford to do anything. But you can take it out of their hands. You can deactivate players. We had that discussion last year right here. And certainly that doesn't mean that the coach doesn't, the front office doesn't maybe do things to sort of push you toward maybe tanking. But players never, ever, ever.
See?
Yeah. You
Some,
can.
Some maybe.
Very, very rare.
Some maybe.
But by and large,
You never know.
Never.
Think if you're solid.
Never.
Get it going.
Yeah. Never.
Figure it out. Oh, that was a good quote by Matthew
It was
Slater.
a good quote.
Good
Yeah.
stuff from him. Shout out to Matthew Slater, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So no Tank Dell at practice. No Fant. No George Fant. He is not at practice. So that's where we're at right now. And it should be interesting. That injury report.
Which one concerns
tomorrow,
you more? Because I'm more concerned about George Fant.
I mean, they've won without Tank.
Yeah.
Well, they've played without Tank. They've played without receivers, and they got Noah coming back. I don't know. We'll see what happens with Charlie Heck. They just can't quit him.
Yeah, what kind of confidence do you have in
They
Charlie Heck?
cannot quit him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. He was walking around rough in the preseason.
Oh.
It was a rough look.
Thought he was going to have to get his leg amputated.
I know.
See how it goes.
Was. Yeah.
So there you go. That's the news of the day here on In Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up, let's go around the NFL. I'm going to try to do this. Aaron Rodgers, are you for real? Seriously? Plus, In the Loop Sports Radio 610 Texans represent in New York and embrace the misery that is the New York football fan. Next.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Texans fans representing in New York, going around the NFL here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Big news for the Texans. God, what a news day this has been. Titus Howard on injured reserve. He's out for the season. Shaq Griffin released. He gone. Desmond King on the active roster. Matt Amendola on the practice squad. The kicker. Also at practice, George Fant and Tank Dell not there. Jimmy Ward and Noah Brown are there. We'll make sense of this tomorrow, but there's a lot going on, and we should get some clarity. By the way, we do know what's wrong with Tank Dell. It is what?
Calf.
Calf, okay.
Calf muscle or calf something.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah.
Not good. Soft tissue stuff.
Yeah.
Not good at all. So we'll keep an eye on that. Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, they have activated the 21-day window for Aaron Rodgers to return to the Jets. He tore his Achilles week 1.
Did he?
This is stupid.
79 days.
There's always like a notion that you should maybe protect players from themselves. There is no reason for Aaron Rodgers to step on a football field this year. This is corny.
I don't think he will, first of all.
Well, if he does, it's dumb.
Yeah.
What are they doing this for? Just so he can say, "Hey, look at this, look at me."
Yes, I think you answered. I think you answered that question yourself. I'm convinced he's. You talk about.
I mean, and I am impressed by the progress and just the fact we're talking about this, but I want to see him run around and.
He is absolutely doing the rehab, absolutely working hard, absolutely staying involved with the Jets. But 79 days on a torn Achilles.
It just feels like this is going to take a lot. He's going to be pushing 40. This seems crazy. Do Jets fans in New York, are they saying we want him to come back?
Yeah,
or are they
I'm
saying
sure they are?
They are?
I'm sure. They don't care.
If they're out of the playoff race, they don't care. You're telling me that you don't want Aaron Rodgers to be healthy next year?
Yeah, no, I want Aaron Rodgers healthy next year.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm not a Jets fan. I don't give a damn. I like Jets fans' misery.
Yeah.
Screw y'all. But I don't understand. If I'm a Jets fan, I'm sitting there saying, "Come on, man. We'll see you next year." I appreciate the rehab. See you next year.
I know this is horrible, but sometimes you just say horrible things because that's what you believe. I just can't believe that this is really legitimate. Either the injury was not as bad as they portrayed it, or
he tore his Achilles.
Did he? No. When was the last time someone came back from an Achilles in less than a year?
Cam Akers.
Yeah.
10 months.
And it was 10 months. This is 79 days.
Hey, he knows what's up, man.
I
don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Are the Jets in the playoff race at this point?
No.
Yeah.
Shouldn't they be trying to tank?
I don't even know about tanking.
I wouldn't even put him on the field.
I don't know if they should be trying to tank, but they damn sure shouldn't be trying to put him on a football field.
At least try to get a better draft pick at this point. It's over.
I don't know what's going on with this.
I'll just put it this way.
If they went out, man, I don't know.
There's something fishy going on.
Went out with Tim Boyle.
Or it's just fake.
Or it's just fake.
Or it's just
that would be fishy.
Or it's just a okay, you're considering that too.
Yeah.
Or it's just he's just doing this, being weird. I don't know. I mean, it's impressive. He'll be back next year for sure. I don't get it, but all right.
Yeah.
More power to you. Also, the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions, they've designated rookie quarterback Hendon Hooker to return as well. He would be the backup for Jared Goff, although if Jared Goff doesn't start holding on to the football a little bit better, I think he's fine either way. But, yeah, Hendon Hooker. He's
always intrigued me as a player.
Has he?
You remember that from the draft. I'm not saying he's this or that, but I think he's got a lot of ability.
Okay.
I don't know what it's going to mean, but I do. You don't?
He's okay.
Yeah. He's just been intriguing.
Nice backup.
Yeah.
Maybe he gets a shot one day.
Mm-hmm.
No?
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, I don't know what they're going to do with Goff long term. Who knows? I'm keeping an eye on the Lions. There might be a plummet coming.
You think?
I've never bought in as much as you to old Dan Campbell. Never bought in as much as you.
Well, I didn't buy in at first, but I was convinced pretty quickly when I started watching this team. They definitely have talent. That's for darn sure.
So the New York Giants are showing a little bit of life, I guess you could say. I would, if I were a Giants fan, I would rather have had a top 3 pick than start winning these meaningless games. But they have, and they're up to 4 wins, and they've won 2 straight. Not so long ago, there was a radio host. He works at WFAN, number 1 station in the country. His name is Tommy L. Dominic from Jersey, our guy. He called into his show, and he called him out because at one point, Tommy L., 2 weeks ago, had the right mindset. He wanted to tank.
Yeah.
He was thinking quarterback. He was thinking Marvin I think he had the right mindset. 2 corny wins. And he has completely changed. And he is anti-tanking. He is completely saying they beat the Commanders and they beat the Patriots. He is now rolling his eyes at anyone that wants to tank, talking about it's a loser mentality. He has completely flopped. He's acting like his audience didn't miss 2 weeks ago.
Flipped. Yeah, he flipped for sure.
Dominic from Jersey, our Texans representation out there.
Mm-hmm. Law
enforcement officer up there. He wasn't having it. You hear his voice on here sometimes? No, he let old Tommy have it.
And they go on a run. We've seen it before. So you got to tell yourself that. We could see it again.
Giants propaganda at its finest here, Loogie. It's people like you that honestly make me sick, and the 2 losers that just called who agreed with you. Yep, is right. Loser fan base, loser mentality, nothing but a bunch of homers. You have 4 wins. Mm-hmm. You're jumping up and down over beating Washington and a 2-win Patriot team.
Yep.
The once proud fan base has turned into a bunch of pathetic losers.
Okay.
Tommy DeVito sucks.
Yep.
You got the 1,000-pound sisters, Dable and Wink, making pizza jokes.
And donut jokes. They also made a donut joke, too. I don't want to leave that out.
Tommy, it's crazy how you're getting on the air today. And
well, no, let me ask you a question first.
Yeah.
What team do you root for?
I root for the Houston Texans.
Oh,
One of the best young quarterbacks in the NFL.
I wouldn't argue that. Stroud is awesome. You're lucky you didn't end up with Young. You're lucky that the Panthers took him. You got Stroud. Here's my thing, though. What have I said that's inaccurate? Can they beat the Packers? Can they beat the Saints? Can they beat the Rams? Are those teams all in front of them? Are those teams any good? Can they beat the Eagles if they play their backups? That'll get them enough wins to get in the playoffs. What about that is inaccurate or crazy?
Nothing's crazy about that take, but the fact that the takes from 2 weeks ago compared to now are so different when you beat 2 of the worst teams in the NFL.
But they beat them.
Tommy DeVito's not setting the world on fire.
But they beat them. And in the NFL, that wins are hard to come by. They did beat them. And they should have beat the Jets, and I get it. They didn't. And they should have beat the Bills, and I get it. They didn't. But they 6-6. What I'm trying to tell you is they have played better over the last month or so. Could have beat the Bills? Should have. Definitely should have beat the Jets. They beat Washington. They beat New England. And yeah, Tony, I'm not saying those teams are world beaters, but neither are the Packers, neither are the Saints, and neither are the Rams. And they are the teams that are coming up on their schedule. It is in front of them. And yes, I did say they should tank and they should get a quarterback. They ring off a couple of wins, all of a sudden, things change. Stuff changes.
This is pitiful.
I'm not going to sit here and die on a hill. I switched gears because I saw the light. I saw the error of my ways. I was wrong.
The Commanders?
It's all in front of them. And I have bought into the DeVito hype. I have bought into the fact that they're making a playoff push, and I fully believe it. And I'm telling you right now, I'm ahead of the curve.
Admitting you're wrong is part of the gig. You're going to be wrong. Oh, God, who knows how many times we're wrong in a 4-hour stretch. But, completely fundamentally changing what you think based on beating the Commanders and the Patriots, that's crazy to me.
I kind of felt sorry for him.
I actually feel sorry for this host. I actually feel bad.
I could also relate because we've been in the what-if business, and that's kind of basically what he's doing. Well, what if they do this and this and this? Dude, that's no way. Well, that's no way to, John. There's no way to live if you're as a fan.
If you or Figgy last year, when we were hoping that the Texans would tank, if at the end of the season, let's say by week 13 or 14, the Texans had won a couple of games and improved their win total to 3, and all of a sudden y'all were saying let's make a push of this, I would walk out of the damn studio.
Absolutely, I would walk out on myself. So here's the thing: we've lived that life. With Bill O'Brien, well, we've won 4 division titles. That's okay, I guess. No, it's not. It's okay, like your first division title as an organization that's up and coming. Like, let's say the Texans happen to do that, here pretty soon. But when you have a standard that is beyond just being, well, we can get to the playoffs, and then what? What are the Giants going to do in the playoffs? They're going to do what the Texans did. They're going to be like,
doesn't matter, Brian.
Yeah,
AFC South champions 2 years in a row,
going
Brian.
to the playoffs.
I'm saying, what if they did?
But they're not.
They're not. It's false hope. It's kind of sad, and I feel sorry for them.
It's terrible.
And I can relate. We've been there.
I have not been there.
No, not there.
I have not been there. I will never go there.
Yeah.
I have not been there. I've been wrong many a times. I was on the Dan McCown train. You know what though?
Bring him in.
No. I was on the McCown train.
Bring him in.
But damn, that's rough. Texans didn't get flexed, man. No Jets game for the Texans. No Monday Night Football. So the Texans will be playing at noon, not this Sunday, but next in New York against the Jets. We don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to play then. We think. But Texans did not get flexed. No prime time. No Monday Night Football. Perfect storm. Green Bay shows life. Giants show life. Yeah. Giants have won 2 straight. Packers kind of in the playoff mix now. Sprinkle in a little bit of Texans losing to the Jags. And there you have it. No flex for the Texans.
Yeah, big deal. It was something that we kicked around last week. It kind of occurred to me, and we talked about it. No big deal. They are going to have this game on the coverage map pretty prominently. And are they out of the flex business is what I'm wondering. Could that how's that Browns game align with things? Could that
Christmas Eve.
Is it the Browns? Or maybe I'm thinking of another game.
Yeah, Browns are on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, that one's not going to be flexed.
You've been talking about, this is so John McClain of you. Y'all were like, maybe they'll flex the Oilers game, the Texans versus Titans, because they're wearing the Oilers uniforms, and that would be a big deal, and that would look good on TV. Nobody gives a damn about that.
Yeah, people do. People do.
Not outside of here. I'm talking about for national. Obviously, I know a lot of people care about it.
National programs have been talking about it. We've played the audio
said
on
the
this
uniforms
show.
Are cool.
No, they've said that they belong in Houston. We've played that audio here on this show.
Be great to see.
Yeah.
John's going to Tennessee, right, McClain?
He better.
Speaking of which.
I think they're going to put him in the Ring of Honor.
Speaking of which, I got to do this. I do not want to do this. I get accused of a lot of things. Some fair, probably say about 83% fair, 17% unfair.
Okay.
I get accused of being a little bit too loose with my slime ball nominations of John McClain. I don't think I am. I think he does it to himself.
He does.
I think we got to revisit something and perhaps put him in the slime off for something he said yesterday.
Oh, I think I know what you're going to talk about.
So Andre Johnson is a Heisman finalist. John McClain is going to be the guy that presents the case for Andre Johnson.
Yeah, he's the man.
He's going to have to go in front of the committee, the Hall of Fame committee, Mother Football, Shereen Williams, Peter King, all those people. After Peter King talks for an hour and a half and makes everything about himself, John McClain is going to have to present the case for Andre Johnson. Just like he did Robert Brazil, just like he's done many Oilers of the past. He put his heart into it.
Yeah, they actually helped. They credited him.
He put his heart into the Robert Brazil one, right?
Yeah.
This is what he said yesterday during leg hiking when you asked him a question. Now, I don't like this.
If Andre Johnson does not get into the Hall of Fame this time, it's a crime. It's criminal.
I get Figgy. It's not criminal.
What kind of sales pitch is that?
It's not criminal.
That's not how you sell it. You're going to be in charge of the sales pitch.
I am.
That's awful. He's not even riding and dying with
not
it, Figgy.
I hope they ain't listening to the show.
Criminals breaking the law.
Dump all that. Dump all that.
Don't
Hit the
dump it,
button.
Figgy.
No, dump all that. This guy's supposed to be getting Andre in the Hall of Fame, and he's accepting defeat already. What is that?
You can't say that.
What is that?
He's going to stand in front of the room. He's the dude saying...
Dude, like, shout out to all the salesmen. You guys do something that I cannot do. Shout out to all the salesmen. Shout out to all the people on the grind out there that are salesmen, whatever. Like, shout out to all the loopholes out there that are salesmen.
You want to buy this?
Imagine if you had to do a presentation and you just go up there, the other one's probably better.
That's what I was just going to say.
That before that.
Would you like to buy this pen? I mean, if you want to.
It's good, it's whatever. Maybe the one that over there probably isn't as good, but it's their turn.
I'd really like for Andre Johnson to be in the Hall of Fame, or not.
It's not criminal,
or not.
Yeah, he doesn't have a chance in hell. That's what's presenting for him. He doesn't have a chance in hell. Hit it. Hit it. Seriously, my goodness, John McClain.
Oh no.
This sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime, man.
If for not any other reason, we got to get him a little bit more bought in.
I think he will.
Before the presentation comes down, we got to get him a little bit more bought in.
Maybe, but I think he's going to do a terrific presentation.
Do you?
I'm just saying that was awkward because he knew I was saying criminal in a.
Do Andre need to get somebody else? Do we need to replace John
Figgy,
McClain?
how confident are you Andre's getting in?
I'm not really that confident now.
I thought we would pound the table. Hell, I thought I heard a Robert Brazil, Lawrence Taylor comparison from John McClain.
Yeah.
I actually did.
He did.
Didn't he hit up Lawrence Taylor?
Oh, yeah.
About Doom?
Yeah, he quoted him. He interviewed him and quoted him.
We got Lawrence Taylor comparisons.
Yeah.
With Andre, Torrey Holt.
Even though he didn't score a lot of touchdowns, I'd like for him to be in the Hall of Fame. Nah, John's going to do fine. Is fine good enough, though? I'm questioning myself now.
If Reggie Wayne get in over Andre, man.
Or Torrey Holt.
Or Torrey, yes.
Yeah. I mean, he's making it sound like he's going against Jerry Rice and Calvin Johnson. And, I mean, we're talking about Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne. You can't pound the table for Andre against them?
Yeah. What was that one?
You got to go in there ready to die.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't go in there saying, it's not a travesty. No, you got to convince yourself it's a travesty. You're going into their cell.
It should be an easy argument, too, man.
Going in there, you're going.
Andre Johnson ain't played with no quarterback.
All our young loopholes, we don't talk to them and say, hey, you're going in for a job interview. If you don't get it. Now you go in there thinking you're made for that.
Own the joint.
What kind of motivation is that?
You own that place.
Lord, John. You think Mother Football's doing that for Darren Woodson?
Heck no.
You think Shireen Williams is going to sit there and not do that and not do that for Darren Woodson? I can guarantee if we asked Mother Football, shout out to the great Shireen Williams, and we asked her, hey, would it be a travesty if Darren Woodson didn't get in the Hall of Fame? She should be like, heck yes, it is. Yeah. Leroy Butler got in instead of him. Darren Woodson was a huge part of what the Cowboys did. His stats don't represent that because he had a defensive coordinator in Mike Zimmer who admittedly says that he asked him to do a lot that caused him to sacrifice stats. This is a quote from Mike Zimmer. Darren Woodson started as a linebacker. He's a safety. He's awesome. He made this many Pro Bowls, blah, blah, blah. That would be Mother Football. Let's hear McClain one more time. This is what we're getting from him. Andre deserves better.
I get Figgy. It's not criminal.
What kind of sales pitch is that?
It's not criminal.
That's not how you sell it. You're going to be in charge of the sales pitch.
I am.
That's enough of that.
Yeah, so what?
Is he going to start interviewing former players like you do, quoting them and all that? I think he will.
I don't know.
I've got confidence that he'll get it done.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes and interviews Kurt Warner. Yeah, Torrey and him are about the same.
He gets Kurt Warner to talk about Andre. I mean, he's no Torrey Holt. But he's damn good.
Jonathan Taylor, he needs to undergo thumb surgery. The team is hopeful he can return in 2 to 3 weeks.
I saw today that it's also an option that it's 5 weeks.
Well, that would play in for the Texans.
And that's what got my...
A lot of significant injuries for the Texans of opponents and teams they're pursuing in the playoff chase. Kenny Pickett banged up for the Steelers. Deshaun Watson out for the season. The Colts are on their backup quarterback. They just lost Jonathan Taylor. The Jets lost Aaron Rodgers, although he's trying to make some sort of comeback. Joe Burrow went down for the Bengals. There's been a lot of injuries of teams competing with the Texans. Good news for fantasy owners, if it's not too late. Justin Jefferson, he's been activated from injured reserve for the Minnesota Vikings. So if you took him number 1 in your fantasy draft, congratulations. You might get him for a playoff push. If there was too much damage done and it's too late. Well, not if you were able to tread water and stay in the mix.
Put him on the IR.
Hey, put him on the IR. Mm-hmm. Figure it out. Maybe you can get something. Good news for y'all.
Yeah.
Marcus Peters has cleared waivers. I would like him to be a Texan. And Shaq Leonard, he visited with the Cowboys yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to talk about playing both sides.
And
today,
the Eagles.
He's in Philly. Today he's in Philly.
That's awesome.
There you go.
I love it.
Get ready for the if the Cowboys don't get him. We didn't want his ass anyway.
Yeah.
We didn't want it. And if the Eagles don't get, we didn't want his ass anyways.
Y'all can have him.
Like all those Oklahoma fans. Well, we didn't want that kid that committed to Texas anyway. Oh, you didn't? Offered him $1 million.
Coming up, the internet goes nuts because of some rankings and many other things, including something that has John Lopez thinking, come on, John, I thought we'd stick to sports here. He's thinking about a presidency? What the hell is wrong with you? Okay.
Yes, you heard me right.
got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Andrew Locker, Figgy Fig with you. College football playoff rankings came out yesterday. You have Texas fans pissed off that they're at 7. They're behind Ohio State, Oregon, Florida State, Washington, Michigan, and Georgia. You have Oregon fans arguing with Texas fans, and you have a lot of people saying Florida State doesn't even belong in because they lost their quarterback. Here was Kirk Herbstreit on the McAfee show talking about all this chaos.
So I think it should be the 4 best. I'm not saying Florida State's not, but I'm saying it should be the 4 best. We've had this for 9 years, the playoff. The average margin of victory in the semifinals is 19 points. They typically try to put teams who are most deserving. When they put this together, it was always about trying to put, sure, you need to be the most deserving, but you also need to be the 4 best. So this is the first time I can remember all 5 of the Power 5 conferences potentially are going to have a team, unless there's some upsets, that have a shot to get in there. There's only 4 spots. You're going to have to try to figure out how do you separate Florida State, who's undefeated. So all you want to hear about is they're undefeated against a one-loss Texas team.
They won a lot of games. This ain't a laser thing. They are undefeated. You're just saying.
No, I know.
That gets thrown in there a little.
But Jordan Travis being out, I think, take into consideration. I don't think it's a slam dunk they're in just because they're undefeated.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What are your thoughts on this? Because I got a few. I think I'm going to upset some of my people.
No, I think I know where you're going, and I think it's reasonable and fair. Texas should have been playing Oklahoma, and then all of a sudden maybe you have a better case for Texas. Texas beating Alabama was a lifetime ago, and we all know if you're gonna say, well, Florida State should not be in because they lost their quarterback, you kind of got to lean toward this isn't the same Jalen Milroe that started the year and was benched.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm with you. And my thing is this. Number one, I don't think Florida State should be in the discussion. Like, I don't think Florida State should be in the discussion. I think that's a joke. I think that mindset is the reason why Michigan State gets in instead of Ohio State, even though there's like a
you have that 19-point difference.
19-point difference in this. I don't think Florida State should even be in the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to put that aside. If Alabama beats Georgia, they belong in over Texas. I don't care that Texas beat them head-to-head. I had a freaking party. I had a kegger for that game.
I was there.
I was acting obnoxious. I was pumped up. I was excited. Okay?
I saw.
But I can objectively say if Alabama wins the SEC, and with how Milroe is playing right now compared to what he was then, and with Texas, what we've seen from them, the fact they don't have Jonathan Brooks right now, Alabama would deserve the nod over Texas. I have no problem saying that. I can say it with a straight face. I could also hear a case where Georgia would get in over Texas. I could hear the case. I don't think it would be a complete travesty. My argument would be this, though. Georgia's in the SEC East. Texas has a tough schedule, and I do think that that's where I would factor in the head-to-head and the common-ish
Vanderbilt and Kentucky and
opponent.
Yeah. But here's the other thing. It does come down to one point because Michigan's gonna win. There's one spot. Like Iowa's got no chance to beat them.
Okay.
The winner of Washington, Oregon is in.
Yes.
No matter what, no matter who wins that game.
Yes.
So there's 2 spots.
Yes.
So it's a matter of everyone else getting into 2 spots. You know, is Alabama, Georgia? Is Georgia going to beat Alabama? Then that's down to 1 spot. If Alabama beats Georgia, are they going to have a legitimate case? That comes down to the FSU spot. Well, then it gets real interesting.
And this is where the internet goes nuts, and you have college fans who just can't be objective. Like, even when Texas didn't get in, and I was at the Texas OU game where they beat Sam Bradford and Colt McCoy beat him, and then they ended up losing to Crabtree, but Oklahoma whooped up. I said Oklahoma deserved it. I have no problem doing this. It's not hard for me. As big of a fan as I am. Here's the other thing. There's also like this back and forth going on with Texas and Oregon where you have Texas fans saying, and I get it when you lay it out, but you have Texas fans saying, well, if Oregon wins the Pac-12 championship, we both played Texas Tech, so Texas beat Texas Tech by 50 points, and Oregon only beat them by a few. Brother, it was week 2 of the damn season. Yeah. Texas Tech actually had their starting quarterback, and I don't care about that. That's not like a Bama. Like, that's a Texas Tech with their at home week 2 start of the season. Texas, like, That is not enough. Like, my eyes tell me, and my eyes have misled me many a times. My eyes tell me that Oregon's better than Texas.
No.
My eyes tell me better than Texas. I don't want if there is a college football committee member in there that watches Oregon get the dub, and really Texas would just benefit from Washington just winning and figuring it out there, because then we would get in this Washington argument, and I think Texas should get in over Washington. Like, if Washington loses, I think they should get in over Washington, but if we're sitting there saying,
would get in.
But Texas Tech on week 2, they went toe-to-toe with Oregon, and they're come on. Like, we're not doing this.
That score comparison thing, we see it every year where, like, Alcorn State could have won the national championship because they beat a team that beat a team that beat a team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't get into that nonsense.
Yeah, I don't agree with all that. And then there's the other like, I mean, sometimes it matters. Like, I think in 2009 with the Oklahoma thumping Texas Tech, that's different. But this is just, I have no problem saying that Alabama, if they win, gets in, and Oregon, if they win the Pac-12 championship, they deserve the nod over Texas. My real problem here, and I can see any point of view here, my biggest problem is Florida State does not deserve it. I don't give a damn if they went undefeated. They lost their starting quarterback. Yeah. Florida State does not deserve it.
No, I agree.
It's a wasted. It's a wasted game. Mm-hmm. Like, it's a wasted game. Like, you're basically just giving away. Like, they don't deserve it.
I agree.
And they're in the ACC. Like, I could even see a discussion like they're in the ACC.
Mm-hmm.
What are they doing?
Yeah, the ACC is nothing. No, and again, I'll go back to the whole. If you're going to have a quarterback discussion about Florida State, you need to have a quarterback discussion about Alabama. It's as simple as that for me.
Because he's playing a lot different.
Yeah,
playing a hell of a lot. You hear what freaking Kirby Smart said about him?
I did not.
You want to talk about taking it too far? I love Milroe, local guy. Seems like a great kid. Seen? He said he's a bigger Lamar Jackson.
Oh, okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right.
And there you go. Tech beat Texas in 08. I know that. That's why Oklahoma got in, because they thumped. They absolutely thumped Texas Tech.
I got the internet going nuts.
Hear me out. I think it's a legitimate theory, not even a conspiracy theory. So Mark Cuban left Shark Tank, I think, after 16 seasons. Then he sold majority interest in the Dallas Mavericks, yet is still controlling the team operations, which is kind of bizarre. But he sold controlling interest in the Mavericks, left Shark Tank. I think Mark Cuban is angling his way toward running for president.
Really? When?
This next in 2024. He kicked around the idea. He's been asked about it before 2020. But when you start divesting yourself of some of these assets that you have that might be conflicts of interest, that might, raise some red flags for some voters or some special interest group, he's basically getting rid of all these things that are assets. That has all the markings of someone who's going to run for president.
I think he's just trying to get a head up on the casino business. I don't know. So he's gonna come in and be the guy.
I mean, you saw the. I mean,
there was talk about
it.
President and stuff. Okay.
So why are you, especially when the NBA is going to sign another television agreement? If you wait a year, you could sell. I think he's going to sell it for $3.5 billion. You could sell it for $500 million more after the next deal.
That scandal that they had there, he got away with that pretty quick.
He did.
Be a reemergence right there.
So he's off of TV, Shark Tank.
I think he's just trying to get
divesting.
I think he's just trying to get a heads up on the casino thing.
I think he could be running for president, or at least angling to try to kick the tires on that. And by the way, who would be surprised? Who's not running for president these days?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea who is and isn't running for president. I can't keep up. Yeah. But that was one of the theories.
Yeah, I think it's there. I think it's possible.
Cuban, huh? Mark Cuban going. He left Shark Tank too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Something weird is going on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I also think. I mean, a lot of these presidents that run for. I mean, these candidates that run for the high offices, they're doing it because they have huge egos.
Yeah.
Mark Cuban has an enormous ego.
Oh, it's big. I know. I know him decently.
Enormous ego.
Fouled the hell out of me. He was in Hoop Club.
Yeah.
Oh, he fouled the hell out of me. I've gotten into it a couple times.
He's got an enormous ego. He has the character and the personality and the assets.
It's gotten bigger since he first bought, too, because when he first bought, it was kind of like, hey, email me at Mark Cuban, let's talk. Blah, blah, blah.
He threatened to sue me once. I got a letter in the mail.
For what?
Yeah, I wrote something. This is when I was at the Chronicle. Very critical about what he was doing. I don't even remember what exactly it was. and I got a letter from Mark Cuban with his logo. I should have saved it with his logo and everything. And all it said was, "Get a lawyer, love Mark Cuban." Of course he did. I mean, I knew it. My wife was like, "What's going to happen?" I'm like, "Nothing. That's him being Mark Cuban."
Yeah, bully.
And I threw it away.
Yeah.
Get a lawyer.
He's got a slimy feel.
That was the whole letter.
There was a real relatable likability to him. He's got like a real slimy type.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's in isn't he in pharmaceuticals now and stuff too? Yeah. He's he's in the pharmaceutical game. He's in all this stuff. He's just kind of slimy now to me, in my opinion.
Get a lawyer, love Mark Cuban.
Send me a letter.
I could have sold that to Darren Ravel.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Jason Kidd yesterday, the Rockets lost to the Dallas Mavericks. It was a hell of a game. Luka just a little bit too much, along with Kyrie, but the Rockets, they fought very hard. This was Jason Kidd's back and forth with Tim McMahon after the game. Pretty entertaining stuff. Had the internet going nuts.
I think maybe it's the things that you guys thought should have happened day one, is that they should be successful right off the bat. And it takes time. Failing is all right. It's not a bad thing to fail for a pro athlete, because you can get better and learn from it. And those two are the best in the world, and we feel very comfortable with those two having the ball. Sometimes it goes in, sometimes it doesn't, but we learn from it, and I think they've answered that question from day one. As you just mentioned, they're one of the best, if not the best, in clutch time. But that was a big thing you guys wanted to make a big deal about last year. But you're not making a big deal about it this year, because it's going right. So write some positive.
I just asked you a question.
And I'm giving you a answer. You guys, there's all right to write positive stuff. People will read your positive. You don't always have to be negative, right? It's just the world's already negative enough, right? So let's see some positive stuff on some positive people that are doing their job on a nightly basis.
Making it a lot easier to do that this year.
Well, we're only into this year. We can't go back to last year, right? That's the problem.
Now, I think it's interesting here because the question was simply, why are y'all so much better in crunch time this year compared to last?
Mm-hmm.
It's a good back and forth. Yeah. I've witnessed McMahon going back and forth, and there have been times.
And this
where,
wasn't it.
No, yeah. This is fine. That's just the way that it is. I've seen Rick Carlisle take him in his office for 20 minutes and they go back and forth. It's cool. Yeah. There's a respect thing. I do get a kick out of some of the jock sniffers that are trying to see, this is why you can't. Dude, they have a 23-year relationship, Tim McMahon and Jason Kidd. That's the way that they interact. That's the way that they talk. That's way much better back and forth than some of these jock sniffing questions that are asked. So that the guys like Tim McMahon, which are few and far between in the media, that's a good thing, and it's much more productive. And Jason Kidd has a lot more respect for that than just the constant jock sniffing, no matter how much he wants to kind of kick McMahon in the nuts.
I appreciated it because he wasn't yelling.
That's how they talk.
Yeah,
man.
that's how they talk.
If you ever hear McMahon talk and you hear Jason Kidd talk, that's how they talk.
Yeah, no, I thought it was good, and you can tell they had a relationship, and that's how you can talk to someone.
It's good stuff. Yeah. But these jocks, oh my God, that's what's up. You gotta tell them what's up, dude. They were fine.
Tell that reporter. That reporter probably has beers with him afterwards. I'm serious. Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah,
that's the internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, I don't even know if we have enough time. I mean there's a lot of Texans news to get to, and we don't have much time. We'll try our best to get to it next.
It's Texans Game.
10 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so let's just go through this real quick, and let's talk about the impact as well. We won't just list it. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. B. Scott's at practice. We'll talk to him manana at 11 a.m. Also talk to a player straight off of the practice field. Titus Howard out for the season. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, in terms of on the field and short term, I don't think it's that big a deal. I know it should be, but it's not. He's been average to below average at guard. Hadn't played tackle, and I think we'll see how much at a good level. But there was no drop off on Sunday. So short term, not that big a deal. Long term, a concern. Not for any reason other than this was a bad decision until it's proved otherwise. Like giving him, he is the second highest Think about that. He's the second highest paid player on the Texans. That is not good if you're not going to play right tackle. And, well, what does it matter to me? Well, what it matters to you, because your team is going to be affected with cap, with maybe finding the best player to play that position, because you're kind of forcing yourself to play the high dollar guy, at least to start until it becomes, something you can't bear anymore. So yeah, long term, much more of a concern than short term.
Yeah, if he's going to be playing guard the rest of the year, I don't think it's that big of an injury at all.
Yeah.
Now, if he was going to go back to right tackle, I don't know if he's better than George Fant. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But get well, focus. Next year, you got to think with Green coming back, both Greens, with Patterson coming back, with Juice Scruggs, a year older, Shaq Mason. The interior seems to be pretty set up, so he can focus on right tackle. So get well, rehab, focus on getting back at right tackle, because at guard it wasn't great. Let's just be honest. Let's not change now. I mean, we've said all along it's been a rough watch. So we'll see how that looks. Also, Shaq Griffin released. Shaq Griffin gone. Desmond King signed to the active roster. I think Marcus Peters would be a nice mix here. I think he's kind of a dog, doesn't tackle as well, not what he once was. But I think it would be a good presence. Maybe what they have here, maybe not, who knows. But Shaq Griffin, appreciate your services. Thank you very much for the interception in the end zone against the Bengals. Thank you for filling in when Derek Stingley was out and battling your ass off, despite the fact they were trying to throw at you a lot. This is a guy who contributed, and he's gone. And I guess this speaks to the quality of football player that they have here, because he damn sure doesn't get cut from the team last year.
This was one that was probably the biggest surprise of the day, just because he was productive. And he was
for what you expected. Yeah. Yes, he was fine,
and he was crucial.
Did a good job
in terms of filling in, and so he was productive. He was crucial. Made a couple of big plays, as you just mentioned. So it was probably the biggest surprise. And then Desmond King gets called up, which is kind of an offshoot of this. And I'm wondering, did Desmond King get called up because of the one play, that he made? That was a big tackle.
I mean, he was already active though.
No, he was active there, but I'm saying so I think he's going to be bigger in the plans.
You know who else helped Desmond King?
Yeah.
Javier Thomas.
He did.
He might not have even had to make that tackle. He's going up. I don't know if he's going above him, but he's going.
You've been elevated.
They at least kick that around a little bit.
Yeah.
So there was that. We also have the news on the practice field. We got some good news. We got some bad news. We'll start with the bad news. And we'll end your Texans news. By the way, Matt Amendola also on the practice squad. Looks like he's going to be kicking for you as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's good or bad. Depends how you look at it. The bad news is George Fant's not on the practice field. Could just be a day of rest. And neither is, they just can't get all the receivers at one time.
They haven't done it.
Tank Dell's out.
It's a calf thing, and I say thing because there's not a lot of specifics on what it is, but it's a calf injury of some sort, not on the practice field. Huge days tomorrow and Friday.
He was at Dick's Sporting Goods the other day.
Yeah, I saw he was giving away
some kids some gear.
Yeah, but that you can walk, you just can't run sometimes with those.
No, I know. I'm not saying it should be in a wheelchair.
Yeah, faker. But no, they can't get all four guys up there. Very much a concern. He's their number one wide receiver.
Now, here's the good news. Noah Brown, if Tank Dell can't go, Noah Brown looks like he will be ready to go.
Yeah.
Noah Brown, who was one of the best receivers over the 3-week stretch before he got hurt. Noah Brown is back. And I think this guy's so important. God, he's so important. Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward back at practice. Man, I hope he's ready to go, because he is an important piece of this squad, whether it's the communication, whether it's the physicality, whether it's
leadership,
the versatility, especially with the way that Jalen Petrie is covered this year. By the way, tomorrow the Do Something Bro Blake Snell Awards, courtesy of John Lopez at 1020, might be hearing the name Jalen Petrie there. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the list, but I'm assuming that that may happen.
Do something, bro.
Jimmy Ward back on the practice field.
And you didn't mention Denzel Perryman, which I find key.
He wasn't on the practice field.
Well, I know, but he's been active.
He's activated.
He's been activated. That's another one that I'm really watching.
Or he wasn't on the early. I don't know. Maybe
he got there.
Snuck his way on there.
But he kept. I'm going to keep an eye on that, because I've been really since training camp. I'm proud of us. I thought we really up on the camp that Blake Cashman was having, and then he just translated it to the regular season. Then he translated it to a higher level of play, and now he's a Pro Bowl player at minimum. I mean, he had 19 tackles in one game a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, when Perriman and Toto were out.
So that's why I'm keeping an eye on the Perryman thing. This isn't a shot. It's just like, boy, you hate to like not make the most of the year that Blake Cashman's having. Denzel Perryman is a very good football player, definitely a leader, friend of the show as well. He's been on with us. It's not like, oh, this guy stinks. He shouldn't be back and take reps or whatever positions from Blake Cashman. I'm just saying Blake Cashman is so good. I'm going to be interested to see how they play that.
Well, maybe Perriman eases it.
First down, second down.
I like the way, but I'll say this, man. The way that Cashman stepped up when he was out, man, that was much appreciated and very, 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 very
crucial
much
for
needed.
the win.
It was beyond crucial for the win. Are there any Cash jerseys out there now? Have they?
Got to be, right?
Has it hit in the team shop yet? I feel like that would be something that would be purchased a little bit.
It's got to be. So it's like, great, good job, Denzel Perryman. I like you. But, boy, the year that Cashman's having – keep in mind, that was against Kyler Murray, right?
He was having to run a lot.
19.
He's having to run a lot.
That was big time.
Yeah.
Big
Doing his
time.
thing. So we'll see. A lot of news with the Texans. My goodness. And tomorrow we'll get some more clarity, and we'll find out what's going on. Biggest news in the NFL, Aaron Rodgers. The 21-day window has been activated. I don't know what to think about that. Will he be back against the Texans? I doubt it. But the Texans and Jets, that's going to start at noon. The deadline is passed for a potential flex to Monday Night Football. So that is where that is. I just don't know how anyone would be able to shape their lips if you're a Jets fan and say, oh, I really love for Aaron Rodgers to step on the field.
Well, it's one of two things.
That seems weird.
Given the history of Achilles injuries and tears and all that, it's got to be one of two things. Because you mentioned it, maybe 1-2 players have come back inside of a year, and that's like 10 months.
Yeah, Akers. I remember I was fascinated with Akers. I think it was like between 8 and 10 months or something like that.
Yeah, and this is 79 days today when he's been activated in the window. So he's either a medical miracle or something weird's going on. And I don't know which one it is. Either
I think it's just kind of, I don't know if he's trying to pump
clout chasing, wants to be that guy that's a warrior.
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I have no idea. It just doesn't seem. That seems like. I mean, of all the talk of safety and stuff, I think you might have to protect my man from himself there. That's a little bit wild.
I think you do.
Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley in the building. God, y'all got a lot of news to react to. It's been a hell of a day around here. So we were talking about the Titus Howard situation. I mean, what was y'all's biggest thing? I don't want y'all to like waste it all on us, but my biggest thing is, if you told me that Titus Howard wasn't going back to tackle, and I don't know if he's better than George Fant or not, so we can have that conversation. We don't even have to now. But if you told me that Titus Howard was going to remain at guard, based on everything that we've said, every scene, I don't think it's like that significant of an injury because he's been awful at guard. I don't mean that disrespectfully. I'm just talking about from a Texans take a step back perspective. If he was going to be playing guard, he hasn't been good at it. Like, am I supposed to change that because he got hurt and say that's the case? Like, hopefully he's really good at right tackle, and I look forward to having him back next year. And fortunately, they're going to have enough guys back on the interior to where I'm not going to have to watch it. But if he was going to be at guard, I'm not too concerned about it.
No, and he should have never been there to begin with.
Yeah.
I mean, and hopefully, as Clint said yesterday, he's played his last down as a guard. And he just hasn't been good at it. He's had one game where you were like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
And that was against Chris Jones.
And that was last year, too.
And that was last year.
Yeah.
I mean, he should have never been there. And it doesn't change. It doesn't. It's not like as if Malik Collins or Will Anderson or somebody like that got hurt.
We'd be losing our minds if Tunsil got hurt.
Now, if we start saying the other piece of news today that you guys are going to have, like George Fant's not practicing, and you're telling me that Titus isn't, you can't slide you're the third highest paid guard in the NFL starting next year over there, then that's where we start to say, oh my God, this is major. But
I said this to Clint before the show and Tyler. It just irritates me.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Aaron Wilson, the way he described it. Left guard. Texans left guard. Titus Howard.
Say well. Just say offensive line.
I don't know why, man. That is.
I get it. I didn't even notice that.
You know, I have been annoyed from the jump on this move. And this isn't a place for me to say, I was right, because I wouldn't do that. But I mean, I was right. It's just ridiculous.
Are you okay? You're gonna be able to do the show now? I know that was hard for you.
It was difficult. I mean, but it's just ridiculous. I mean,
I think you got a soldier on.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Well, the good thing is George Fant's kind of thrown a wrinkle in things, right? I mean, ultimately, that's that he was playing well was why Titus Howard was having to play guard. That, along with I think 4 or 5 interior offensive linemen getting injured. So. Guys, look, I'm just going to tell you, man, small sample size of Juice Scruggs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we said it yesterday before Titus Howard, the injury news came down. D'Amico was going to be in a pickle.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to tell you, Juice Scruggs played well enough that, one, he was better than Titus Howard was.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking in the run game and the pass game.
Kendrick Green was better.
Yeah.
Right. But he's not even in the picture right now. Juice Scruggs Juice Scruggs had played
his first
and
NFL
had played
game.
well. Yeah, and
his first game.
So I mean, this injury made it a little easier on D'Amico's decision here.
Yeah.
Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Before we get out of here, I got to give you guys some flowers because you guys caught something that I thought was a nice catch. That Steven Nelson penalty that we complained about. You pointed out what was going on with Tavier Thomas.
Yes.
And, yeah, I can't complain about it anymore. Did they get tired of saying his number?
I said they did that man a favor. Yeah. Man, my man said, man, I can't even do it to number 4 again, man. Let's just get 21.
It looked like
21.
It looked like Tavier was trying to like he was playing Little League football, trying to take his buddy's pads off.
Yeah,
the boy was bent over, he's pulling his pads up over his head.
Tavier's out there untucking shirts. That's what he was out there trying.
Y'all showed me the light on that because I was like, man, that was a bad call. And then y'all said, I was like, I went back and looked. I was like, okay.
I was heated. I was like, what the hell are we doing?
Okay, so yeah, but then I saw Tavier. I was like, good Lord, he should have been ejected.
And that flag went right at him.
And listen, it wasn't a lot. It wasn't everybody, but there's some crybaby fans crying about the officiating in the game, and that was one of the shots. They said, "Where was this?" I said, "Well, why don't you just look about 4 steps over to the left and see the guy pulling his jersey from the back."
God, yeah, that was a good catch. That's why you watch that stuff. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
All right, the Drive is live, and Clint, I don't want you to lose it, man.
Lose it?
There's a lot of news today.
Man, Bobby Petrino's a Razorback, man. I'm good. We stole A&M's offensive coordinator.
I just know you never thought you would say that statement.
No, I didn't. But I'm going to tell you, I was scared as hell of what they were going to do.
Bobby Petrino's a Razorback. I'm good.
I was scared as hell of what they were going to do, but I sure enough like this one, boy.
Oh, God.
Anyway, go ahead. I didn't mean to start the show like that.
But don't lose it, Clint. But Tank Dell didn't practice today.
I'd be all right.
Yes, I love it when we get overly confident.
I'm gonna tell you, man. There's 3 dudes on this team that I don't worry about: Shaq Mason, George Fant, and Tank Dell. Them cats right there. If the team lets them play, they're gonna play.
Yeah, Tank's already missed 1 ball game in concussion protocol, but he had a little calf thing. I thought about you. I said, Clint, don't lose your mind here.
You got 2 little calf things.
2 little calf things, but he has one that's bothered him.
One of them's banged up.
Yeah, they did some imaging on him today, so he isn't practicing today. But
he'd be all right.
Later on, it did say the optimism is that he will be able to go against the Broncos, that it is regarded as relatively minor. So hopefully that stays the case the rest of this week. And he didn't practice today. Tomorrow, if he practices, all gravy. Tomorrow he don't practice. I want to see if as we're at Buffalo Wild Wings and Tom Bowl, if you're still saying, he'd be all right.
He'd be good, man. Don't worry about it. He don't need to practice, man.
He don't need
to practice, man.
He don't need to practice. All right, man, let's jump into this. 713-572-4610. The Drive family, we would love for you to get involved in this thing as well. We were just talking about it. This is there are a couple of news things we'll get to. The number one thing is Titus Howard. Right, check this on me. He's either the 2nd or 3rd highest paid player on this team. I
heard Lopez and Lock Dog talking about it earlier. They said the 2nd highest paid.
I thought the 2nd. I'm trying to think outside of Laramie who is getting 18 a year on this team. Because that's what Titus is averaging out. I couldn't have anybody else, but unless CJ with his number 2 pick is close, but I don't think he's at 18 a year But he's the second or third highest paid player on this team. And Clint, he is out for the year. He is going to have knee surgery and will miss the rest of the season. He got hurt in that Jacksonville game in the first quarter. What's your to the people, 713-572-4610, I want you all to answer this as well. What was the mindset when you heard that Titus Howard is going to be lost for the season? Another starter, the second highest paid player on the team, is lost for the season in the middle of a playoff hunt.
Yeah, I don't want to make light of an injury, man. I mean, I don't ever want to see anybody get injured. But when you look at just the simple thought of pulling out Titus Howard, who was playing out of position and was not playing well at left guard, and you insert a true interior offensive lineman in Juice Scruggs that was drafted in the second round, you've got a different style of play. You've got a guy that looks like a guard and acts like a guard playing, and we got a small peek behind that curtain with him playing for 3 quarters against the Jacksonville Jaguars. And so, again, I don't like to see anybody get hurt, but I believe that there is a really good chance. It's too early to speak in
definite.
Yes, to me it's one of those where there's a really good chance. In fact, I will be shocked if this offensive line didn't get, with Titus Howard being injured and him off the field, and Juice Scruggs, a true interior offensive lineman, guard, center guard, playing that position. I think there's a really, really, really good chance that this offensive line got better with this injury.
713-572-4610. What did you think when you saw Titus Howard, the second highest paid player on this team, in the middle of the playoff? Biggest game of the year right now coming up. Last week was the biggest. This week, 6-5 against another 6-5 team in the AFC. You've lost Titus Howard for the year. You're going to replace him. What it looks like is a rookie making his first NFL start. How did you feel? And the crazy thing, Clint Tyler, is this should be a devastating loss for this team. That should be the mindset should be, oh my God, we just lost one of our cornerstones. We just lost. But how many people thought that? How many people immediately thought, like, damn, we just lost a 27-year-old offensive lineman that we made the 11th highest paid offensive lineman in football, our second highest paid player. It should be a devastating loss. And I don't even know if it's all Titus's fault. Now, Titus got to get some of it. But because he was played out of position and where he was, we got real football people like Clint Stoerner saying, I think these jokers might be better. That's a problem.
I would bet on it.
That is an issue, right? That's an issue. Your second highest paid player, who just became your second highest paid player, goes out and the team is better because of where he was played. That is, as my uncle would say, we need to chew on that for a second. Like nobody would ever look at this and say, boy, this is devastating. This is devastating. And to me, man, I think it's the bigger picture with him is you invested this type of money in him. And once again, I'm not going to put it all on the decisions because Titus has got to. Number 95 whooped Titus' ass in a half a second. Okay, whether you're playing left guard or right tackle, that can't happen, right? And he's too good for that. Now, but you've invested that type of financial money in him. You drafted a number in a first round and paid him a second contract. And as we see, you've put him in positions to me to fail. And that's where we are, to a point where he is lost for the season, and it's not that big of an impact. And he's going to be here for a minute making that type of money. That is, it's not on him. And I'm not putting this one on Nick, as somebody may hear. Like, I bet if you're playing right tackle, we'd feel a bigger loss of this.
Yeah.
Like, I bet if he was playing right tackle, it would feel like a bigger loss.
I mean, yes, if he were your starting right tackle and he were playing well at right tackle and you lose him, yes, it would be a bigger loss. But, I mean, it's like this team didn't plan on playing him at guard. He was playing guard because we thought, and he's shown the ability to play guard after they just got, I mean, they've been through 4 centers. And at least one guard, specifically a guard that's not a center. They've been through 5 different interior offensive linemen at center guard spot. So he was playing there because they really didn't have any other option. They really didn't, and they really don't have any other option to play anybody there. Because I forgot about Kendrick Green. Hell, he got hurt too.
That's what there's 6 of them. Green.
So there's 6 of them.
They played him at a fullback at the Steelers.
Right,
and he wasn't better than him.
So you've got that many guys that have gone down. So it's I understand why he was playing there. The part that baffles me is just he wasn't good. Like, it got to a point where, and this didn't just come up when the Texans had a bad game. So everybody on the text line can miss me on that. I've been saying this all year long. There is a lack of physicality on this football team, and it starts with the 2 highest paid guys on the squad. And that was a run game problem. Last week it turned into a pass protection problem as well. And so, yes, he was playing out of position, but I don't give a damn where he was playing. He was playing bad. Like, he wasn't playing good football. And so I can understand why the guy wasn't playing tackle, given everything that happened on his football team and the healthy people that they had when he got moved to guard. But man, what I just can't wrap my head around is just how bad it's been.
Yeah, and I think it was, for the second time to me, a clear misevaluation on his ability to play guard. I think it was a clear misevaluation on his ability to play guard because the second time around it was poor again. Ultimately,
but my point to that, Ron, is like, who was going to play guard? They all got hurt. Like, they didn't have another option at the guard position to move him from there, right? I mean, that's so he was there. He was there.
I mean, they had Dieter, and they had Jones.
Well, for whatever reason, they clearly didn't believe in
either one of them playing guard. But
right.
But Jones has had a start at guard this year, and Dieter has. played. They had options to me there, and they thought that Titus was better. Titus has not been better than any of them. Titus has been the worst guard that they've played.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Who? Kendrick Green's one start against the Steelers was
none of them were good in the run. Now you're right that there was a stint there where I'm not talking about people that are unavailable. There's like
you said, they've played a bunch of people at that position.
Well, the one thing you could lean on with Titus for the chunk of the season when they were winning ball games and they're playing good is you could bank on him pass protecting well, and that's what went to hell and took it to a whole nother level. That went to hell in the handbasket this week and took it to a whole nother level. Like, I don't know that I wouldn't have trusted Dieter. Now, I forgot about Jones.
Jones started the first game of the season.
I forgot about him from a standpoint of, like, I wonder, could he have done a good enough job inside in pass protection to make it all make sense?
It was the name I was calling right off the bat. If you're not going to play Dieter, they had Jones. He was there from the text line. As I said, what's your thought? What was your thoughts when you saw that Titus Howard was going to be out for the season? It should be in your mind, like, if you roll through any other team that is in a playoff level record or fighting to get in the playoffs and their second highest paid player went out for the season, it would be a devastating move. But here, we got people, and it's fair to believe they are probably going to be better with a rookie making his first start. From the text line, my thoughts after the Howard injury, yet another instance of wasted assets by Nick. I like Titus Howard, but he shouldn't have been paid until after the season. Someone else texted in, I'm with Clint. When I read the Howard injury news, I must confess I was relieved. Like, that's the things right there, and it's just That's just rough. Another texter. Here we go with Ron, the issue creator. Why is the money the substance of your issues with him? Next man up. No, it's not the money is not the. He's the second highest paid player on the team, and he's gone. And there is no.
Yeah.
You feel like your team's
feel like
better.
You got better. Yeah. I mean, look, the money. The money is the reason it's about money to me, and the reason, like, to emphasize the second highest paid offensive lineman on this team, the second highest paid player on this team, the 11th highest paid tackle in the game, offensive lineman in the game, like, because that typically is tied to a level of play, like a talent, an ability, and Titus Howard, whether he's played guard or tackle, regardless, he's making a boatload of money, and he's not playing anywhere remotely close to the amount of money that he's going to make as a Houston Texan. And that's, to me, that's a concern. I honestly can look at this and say I would bet money that this offensive line gets better with Juice Scruggs in there. Now, I don't know.
And I can't argue that.
It's not apples to apples because you're playing different defenses and things of that nature. But as you watch it, I would be the offensive line product at the left guard position for the Texans, I believe, is going to be better.
And this was always my thought, and I understand the thought process because many people, a lot of it was this. As someone texted, Fant is playing so well that we had to keep him on the field, I think. And for me is, you just invested this amount of money on this guy to be your second highest paid player. George Fant shouldn't hold him out of the position he should play. Like, especially now, the only way he would is if you evaluate him and you think, like, this guy could be just as good a guard or it could be a really, really good guard. And as I said, it looks like there was a misevaluation, even though there were 8 games before 2 years ago to see it. Because I hate this because people are texting in, he's never lived up to his first-round pick and didn't ever deserve that money. And I don't agree with that. I think as a right tackle, over the time that he has played right tackle, in particular last year, he earned it. I think we were both. Hell, you were. If I remember, you led the charge. You said it before he got paid.
Yeah.
You were like, Titus, I would wrap him up.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Titus Howard getting paid. He's the right tackle of the future for you. He is that guy. And when you paid him the money, I think there was plenty of evidence to believe that he could help you at the guard position if need be. Now he's had to go down there and play a large sample size of the guard position. And he's got exposed. Now, has he gotten worse since last year? Has some things changed since he got that bag? Is his approach different? Is the lack of physicality and ability to displace folks and create creases the way that D'Amico has talked about? Is that because, the standard in the room is set by a guy that is very similar in terms of lacking physicality and things like that in Laramie Tunsil? I don't know why, but yes, I was A-okay. And I'm still fine with him making that money. I think he's going to be fine at right tackle. For the time being right now, him being gone and Juice Scruggs being a left guard, I believe your offensive line is going to get better.
I can't argue that. I cannot argue, which to me is that's a tough pill to swallow. That's a tough pill to swallow. So,
Tyler swallowed it. Apparently he swallows big pills. Tough pills.
Apparently he swallows a lot, huh? Good job for you, Tyler. Tyler the swallower. All right.
I don't like that one.
Yeah, I do. I kind of like it. All right. Stay tuned with this here on The Drive. There's a lot of news flying around. Titus Howard, if you missed it, out for the season. Going to have knee surgery. What are they going to move? What are they going to do next? As Clint said, looks like they're going to probably put Juice Scruggs there to play the guard position. So that's the big story of the day. But, hell, a few minutes, maybe less than an hour later, we found more news that was interesting coming from the Texans. We'll give you the latest of that because it's not just Titus Howard. Another player is gone. We'll discuss that coming up next right here on The Drive.
Join The Drive. with Sterling, live from Big City Wings in Richmond on a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday. This Friday from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for Sunday's.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big news day here with the Houston Texans. So welcome back into The Drive. No better spot to get the conversation going there. By the way, speaking of the conversation, you know what tomorrow is. It's a little Thirsty Thursday.
Where we at, man?
Yeah, well, we at Buffalo Wild Wings. You know that. Come join us. Come join The Drive with our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings and Bud Light. We'll be in Tomball. We were there a couple weeks ago, but this time off of FM 2920 for Thirsty Thursday. 2920 Tomball will be at that location. So come out, grab some wings, grab some Bud Light, and have a chance to win some amazing prizes as well. So come on out for a little Thirsty Thursday with The Drive tomorrow in Tomball. You going to be there?
I will be there, and it's always good. Look, the lounge lighting at Buffalo Wild Wings is something you just got to see, man. It'll get you in the mood, man. Does it every Thursday for me.
Set that mood, baby.
Yeah, man.
Set that mood right. So come on out, Drive tomorrow. As we said, Titus Howard out for the year, but the news kept coming a little bit after that. It was reported that the Texans were cutting veteran cornerback Shaq Griffin, number 0, a guy who had stepped up for this team when Derek Stingley Jr. was injured. He played and played well. Got a big pick against Joe Burrow. That sticks out to me. I think he had a couple of interceptions on the season. He seemed to be a really good part of this team. When they wanted to go coverage and play 3 corners at times, he was one that was on the field. So he was a not just a good depth player, but a piece to this team. And they have decided to release him. They bring in Des King. He is now signed to the roster. Here was DeMeco Ryans, the head coach, speaking to the media earlier and discussing the release of young Shaq Griffin.
Yeah, with Shaq, Shaq has competed for us. Right, did a really good job for us. Respect Shaq for what he's done for us. As we said this time, this conversation with Shaq, wanted to give him an opportunity, all right, to catch on somewhere else to play.
That's an interesting approach.
Please.
I mean, we've got an injury-prone Derek Stingley's played a couple of games, and the third corner on this football team just says, "Hey, man, I need to catch on somewhere else, man. I'm gonna go somewhere where I can play, man. Can y'all let me have this contract?"
I'm about to say, "Hey, man, listen, I'm gonna let you." That's good. That's perfect, Nick. What do you make of this, Doug? Because I just this one caught me off guard. Titus wasn't surprised. This one here, I didn't even know this was a thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably more to the story. I think it's probably more to the story. I think there's after a secondary gets absolutely cooked multiple times,
and he wasn't
to an unacceptable level, and he stood on the sideline and watched it. He stood on the sideline and watched guys playing his own position get cooked. He watched guys playing the nickel position get cooked that just flat out can't cover. While he stood on the sideline and watched it, I would imagine that that was probably the end of the road for him. That was probably a point where he asked for some meetings with Nick and asked for a meeting with DeMeco and probably didn't go according to plan, and he gets bounced up out of here. It just doesn't make. I know DeMeco has to say protect guys and keep things in house. But it don't. Again, this defense has played well. You got injury-prone guys. You got a secondary that just got cooked. You've got a potential playoff season rolling here, and you let your third best corner, your third best cover guy, that you had to rely on heavily this year. That's played a lot. That's allowed your defense to be one of make a huge stride from last year, and you let him just because he wanted out of a contract because he wanted to go catch on somewhere else. I don't buy it.
Is that what he said? He said he wanted to catch on.
Wanted an opportunity to catch on somewhere else and play.
This.
I mean, wrap your head around that.
I'm trying.
Because your back here's your backup corners. Now, this is according to ESPN's depth chart, by the way. Kadar Holman, Tavier Thomas. I got him listed as a corner for some reason. D'Angelo Ross, and now Desmond King.
What do you mean they've got him listed? He's the 11th highest rated corner.
No. He's first. It was the number one rated.
Well, now it's 11.
Oh, now it's 11.
No, it's 23. Now
Okay,
last week it was 11. He dropped a bit.
Gotcha. Yeah, it just because they don't feel as high, like they don't feel about Desmond King the way that Lovie Smith felt about Desmond. Desmond King was a backup outside corner for the Texans last year. Clearly, that's not what D'Amico thinks of him because he just brought him back off the street.
Hell, he's a linebacker.
I'm talking about Des King.
I know the way he put him out on that goal line. He's a linebacker.
Yeah, so it just don't add up. It doesn't add up. Your team got worse today. The depth that your cover took a huge hit.
It just doesn't
today.
It doesn't smell right.
No, agreed.
And this to me is, I could just listen. I know what D'Amico said, and I am not one that just says, okay, well, I can go along with it. I like to look at stuff that makes sense. And this is the second time I've had this feeling that it, as you said, that feels like there's more to the story. And this, again, to me, feels like it wasn't about football. And I felt that way when Des King got cut initially. The first time coming out of training camp, that didn't feel like football. Because as you just talked about with Shaq Griffin, the same thing with Des King doesn't make any sense. I mean, you have I mean, when is the last time, pros or college, that Derek Stingley's finished the season?
I don't think it's happened. I think that magical season that LSU had, I think he finished that one.
You have a guy that, not even just to say depth. It's not like you wouldn't get on the field. But when's the last? Like, what do they do? Are they going to move Des King to the outside? That's just it just doesn't make sense. And we're sitting here in the middle of a playoff run.
Yep.
And you cut this guy. I'm just going to say, how in the hell Tavier Thomas?
Don't do it.
Barbecue brisket. How is Tavier Thomas remaining on the team, and Des King and Shaq Griffin are the ones who got cut?
I mean, now that you say it, as you're talking through it, Ron.
As you said it. Boy, it was a team where the secondary got cooked, and the person who was sauteed, flamed, is just rolling around on the team.
Well, he never came off the field, which that leads me to believe that this may have started before the.
Yeah. This
may have been a week-old situation with Shaq Griffin that just kind of came to a head recently, and after because it is trivial to me. Like, Shaq had to be sitting there going like, how can I not get on the field with this secondary? You know what I mean? Like, how can I not get out there and get some. So something must have happened before, because that would make sense of. And I don't like it, but he must have been in the doghouse before.
Yes, it feels like this was.
I don't remember him even being on the rotation. What does anybody have the snap count? Does anybody have the snap count sheet? I have to find that.
Yeah.
I don't remember even seeing him on the field. Every time I looked, 0 was on the sideline.
It was. I don't know, man. This one is just an odd thing. It's an odd thing, and we'll see what they do, but this just is another one. It just doesn't feel like this is a football one. Someone texted in and saying, should Nick's job be in jeopardy? Gus and Katie. No, this ain't on Nick. This doesn't seem like this is a Nick decision. This feels like a head coach, the person running the defense, was like, I think it's better if we move on without him. Because if D'Amico wanted Shaq Griffin to be on the team, which football-wise would make sense, Shaq Griffin would be on the team.
Yeah. Lock Dog just texted and said he hadn't played a defensive snap in 2 weeks. If you're a corner that's played and the defense has played well, I mean, I don't know what he's graded out earlier in the season, but boy, if you sat there after 2 weeks of not getting run and watched what you watched on Sunday.
The move wouldn't be to cut the guy that has helped you this year.
But point, even if he hasn't played for 2 weeks because the opportunity hasn't presented itself, they haven't needed him. He's still an extremely valuable piece of this defense
They're an injury away from him getting 75% of the snaps.
Yeah.
to a team that has injuries.
I'm with you. 100%.
Steven Nelson was just had an injury situation. That one is an odd one. It just smells funny. Shaq Griffin is no longer with this team, and hopefully they aren't hurt by this. But just an odd situation. All right, I do want to get into something because we didn't really talk about this a lot yesterday, but it was weird that the ball didn't get in the hands of maybe your best offensive weapon at all in the second half. What does this mean? Does this mean teams are playing Tank Dell differently? And what do the Texans have to do with that? We'll discuss that coming up next.
It's Texans Game Week. from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And y'all gonna copy Thomas Maldonado. It's people on the text lines.
Let's go Rockets.
Stop doing that to that man. oh, barbecue brisket.
Let's go Rockets.
Yeah. James Earl Jones sliding in, having a good time. All right, welcome back into the drive, Clint. Big news of the day. You missed it. Titus Howard, he is out for the season, and the Texans move on from Shaq Griffin, corner on this team. They move on from him and bring in Des King and sign him to the roster. So those are the big news of the day. All right, Clint, I know you were at the very least disappointed in this. I know you've watched the film, the All-22 again, and seeing things. I think it's almost difficult to fathom, especially with the connection that CJ seems to have with a guy like Tank Dell and what they're doing and how he was in the first half. I mean, he had two really nice potential gains that were taken off by penalty and by the call standing of him being out of bounds, or he had a huge game in this thing. But he had no catches, no targets, no production in the second half, Clint. And that is something that really, really stuck out. And it's almost surprising, as I said, with the way it seems like CJ looks for him. It's almost surprising that is even possible in a game. Dale would not be a part of the game in the entire half.
Yeah, I mean, it's unacceptable. I mean, look, there's and some people may already feel this way, and may feel like he's being treated this way. But it's time. I mean, Tank Dell should be treated like the number one wide receiver on this team.
Do you sense that he is?
No. Well, no. I mean, in certain situations, no. They started the second and the third series of the football game, and Tank Dell wasn't even on the field. They go third down and 1, fourth down and 1 in back-to-back scenarios, and they're throwing double slant with him in the slot. Like that, the same. By the way, it's going to piss some people off. It was the same damn play with a different motion on third and inches, or third and a yard, and then fourth and a yard. It was Bobby Slowick called the same play with a different motion, and it's like there's no. And I'm just talking about in those critical moments. Like there's just no. He should never be off the field when this team's inside the 10-yard line. He should never be. He should never go a half with no targets. You should never come out of halftime, or you should never start a ball game, and 2 of your first 3 series, he's not even on the field to start the game. Like you can't. Like I'm talking about. This team should treat him the way other teams do Devontae Adams and guys like that. Like this dude should not come off the field unless he's got to tap his helmet and he's tired. I mean that's with Tank Dell, and in those critical situations, it's even magnified more. Like the fact that there's not some level of creativity on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 in a critical moment of the game to at least attempt to get him a touch. To me, and you end up throwing low percentage. One was a go route. One was really just a scramble by Nico. He had ran a slant and then just wheeled out of it because he didn't get the ball on time. Like that just you got to find creative ways to get him the football in those critical moments.
That's what I was wondering, because to me, because everything you're saying, like, yeah, there were big moments. And if you're going to drop back to pass, big moments, you would think they would try to go to the guy that gives them the best opportunity to get separation, Ron, and make a play.
But, Ron, there's nobody on this team, as we talked about, they're all complimentary, but there's nobody on this team that can lose a guy at the line of scrimmage with his release the way that Tank Dell can.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You would think can create separation.
Immediate
to get
separation
open,
right now.
To do that. And I know Nico had a big second half.
Yeah.
Probably. But that's why I'm wondering, all right, now you're having the hope that the Texans start treating him like a number one receiver. Did we get a sense that maybe Jacksonville started defending him as if he was a number one receiver? Are we about to start to see teams just say, well, we're going to actually try to really hone in and take away Tank from them? Because that was just surprising me. CJ always looks for him. Yeah. It seems like that's where – and to think that he didn't even that way. My thought is he just couldn't.
Yeah.
It was so covered. I'm wondering, are teams – potentially, are we going to see this Sunday that Vance Joseph, allocates resources towards him to defend him, to try to take him away and make him go other places?
Well, I didn't notice that on the couple of times that I've watched the offensive film. I didn't notice them like tilting coverage or anything like that.
Or just completely taking throws away that he.
Yeah, so my initial response is no, they didn't do anything, but there may, I don't know. I'd have to go back and watch it specifically for that. To make sure, to be honest with you, but that's why, like, to my point of there was zero effort made to get him get him space, like it just line him up and run an inside slant on two very, very critical plays in the ball game. Like, that can't be how you use Tank Dell. That's why, like, we've got to get. There's been a lot of success offensively with the Texans. That's come from, hey, CJ, just distribute the football where the offense tells you. And look, there's some truth to that because CJ was not good this week. I mean, he was good in terms of
You didn't think he was good Sunday?
No, I mean, not what we've seen. He was good at it. He showed a side of himself that I was glad to see at the NFL level in the ability to constantly run around and make plays. But about half of the plays where he ran around, and even some of them where he ended up making the throw, there were easy throws in the ocean, 3rd and 12, I'm sorry, 3rd and 11, I think is what it was actually, before the long field goal attempt on 4th down. I mean, Nico Collins, the corner's soft, and Nico Collins is on about a 6 to 8 yard stop route, and he's wide open, right? And his eyes are on the other side of the field, and he's working around, running around, and it's just there were times when CJ either didn't see it, or CJ went the opposite direction on purpose. There were some opportunities for CJ to get the ball out and play a lot cleaner ball game, is what I'm saying. I don't know why he didn't. I don't know exactly what was going on. I don't know if he wasn't running his I know there was one time where he missed Dalton Schultz on a hot route where he's wide open. He takes the sack on the screen, which is a no-no. You throw that at the feet if it's muddy at all. Just throw it at the feet of the running back. He could have done that. Like, CJ did not help himself and help this offense be on time, be cleaner, and play a more efficient brand of football, which is how he's made his living the previous 10 weeks. And that's how, like, he's just rose to this MVP conversation, CJ, is because he's been ridiculously good at what he didn't do Sunday. And so some of it has to do with CJ as well.
But I get to the point to you, like, there should be, like, he gets 8 targets in the first half.
Yeah.
And none in the second half.
Yeah.
One, to me, that's just like that. To me, the first thought is, and I have to rewatch it too, but the first thought is, well, they did something different to try to take him away, for them to not even throw it his way. But to the point you're making, at some point, we got to do a screen. We got to do something that he is the absolute first read, the first thing that he sees who's going to.
It can't be stagnant slot slant. Like, he can't. That's a route you put me out there and just run as a decoy and hope the guy jumps me so you can throw the slant outside to Nico. You know what I mean? Like, that can't. Yeah. It can't be the most critical downs in the game. He's in the slot running a slant. Like, that just can't. Not back to back. Same thing. Bing bing. Like, that can't be the answer for me. So I would just like to see them, and I understand why to this point from a passing game perspective, they've been more of, because we've seen guys go for not 100. Hell, we've seen 3 different guys go for $150, right? And it's not named Robert Woods and not named Dalton Schultz. You're 2 more veteran players on the team. So I understand why you would be more of, hey man, just distribute the football. But in crunch time versus better football teams, Robert Woods isn't going to create separation. Nico's not going to always create separation. Dalton Schultz isn't the guy you want to throw a go route to, right? I mean, so who can do that for you and build around that guy? I think that's an adjustment we see Bobby make. But I think to sum it all up, put a bow on it, like Tank Dell should be treated as the number one receiver on this team. And I don't mean statistically, I mean build around that dude because of the skill set.
Yeah. And my wonder is, moving forward, starting with Denver next week, are they viewing him like that too? Are they viewing him the way, hey, we need to put coverage on him the way we play against Tyreek Hill, the way we play against, treating him like he's the one, like we're not going to let him be the one that beats us. That's a wonder to see, because, boy, 8 targets in the first half to just none is interesting. And as much as CJ goes and runs, and when he gets outside, it seems like if it ain't Noah Brown, it's Tank that he is looking at, and to think that never occurred. That is an interesting thing to see. All right, Big 3 at 3, a lot of news. We'll catch you up on everything with the Texans, not just with Titus Howard and Shaq Griffin, but also the injuries, guys who practiced, who didn't, as well as Aaron Rodgers. I mean, you talk about pushing the envelope.
He's back.
Maybe.
When I came out of the darkness.
We'll see. All right. So all of that coming up next as we continue riding through on this Tuesday on the Drive. Before you get to the Big 3.
The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, welcome into The Drive. There is a lot, and let's get right to it with the Texans, Clint. Let's start with the big boy news. The biggest news of the day is Texans veteran left guard. Texans veteran left guard, as reported, Titus Howard, who should be a right tackle. But the guard, offensive lineman, Titus Howard, is to undergo knee surgery, Clint, and going to be out for the season. Not an ACL or anything, but the patellar tendon. He is going to be out for the year, Clint, and they are going to be without him, and it looks like potentially Juice Scruggs, who just got into the game and filled in for him at guard Sunday, will probably be his replacement. This is yet another interior offensive lineman that is out. Kendrick Green, Patterson is gone, Quisenberry is gone. And now
Juice
Titus
Scruggs
Howard
just got back.
Juice just
and
got
there was
back.
another center. There's another center we're missing.
Is there?
There was somebody else that was there.
I thought it was Quisenberry, Scruggs, Patterson, and now Dieter.
I'll take that.
Yeah. Scruggs is back though to play guard. So they have had clearly a ton of injury problems there. But Titus Howard is out for the season, and I guess for this now, Clint, what is the best offensive line moving forward for the Texans, do you believe?
Well, look, I think this injury makes Bobby Slow, ultimately D'Amico Ryan's job really, really, really easy. The decision that they were going to have to make, because here's the deal. I had seen enough, and I'm going to assume that D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick had too. They had seen enough of Titus Howard at guard, and now that they've seen 3/4 of Juice Scruggs at guard versus the same guy that was torching Titus early in the game, he played really, really well. Juice Scruggs did, and so I believe that whether he was healthy or injured, Titus Howard had seen his last days at guard. I think Juice Scruggs was going to be that guy. So then all of a sudden you look up, you got Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, and George Fant. George Fant, who's playing really, really good football. Laramie Tunsil, who's obviously untouchable. Then what were you going to do? What were you going to do with Titus Howard at that point in time, right? Yeah. So the decision is made via injury here. It's unfortunate for Titus Howard. Prayers up for the big fella. I mean, obviously he's got a contract here. He's going to be the right tackle here, long-term, future. From a future perspective, he's going to be the right tackle here. But the reality of it is right now, the way this team is built, the way this offensive line is built, and the way that these guys are playing, with what we've seen on film, I believe that this offensive line got better when Juice Scruggs was inserted into the guard position. He's built like a guard. He plays like a guard. He has a what appears to be a more physical approach to playing the guard position than Titus Howard. He has a more physical approach in playing offensive line than Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil. He does things that we saw Titus Howard struggle. He showed in a very small sample size to be able to get those blocks, those techniques executed. Now, it's a small sample size. He may struggle down the road, but based on what I've seen, I would bet right now that this offensive line gets better with Juice Scruggs at guard than it was with Titus Howard at guard.
Which is tough, and I think is a problem. if the guy that is one of your, and I think thought to be coming into the year, one of your young cornerstones that you committed big money and time with, and you lose him, and hey man, Michael Dieter, who is the fourth center and a rookie who hasn't started a game yet, we're better without him. That is a tough one. Speaking of that part of it,
well, I'll tell you the one good thing though, Ron, is it makes you feel pretty damn good about the second round pick this year in Juice Scruggs. He did in a small sample size play really well, and again to me, he made it a no-brainer. Now, he played decent. Titus Howard was playing bad, but he made it a no-brainer that your guard position could get better.
To that though, I do wonder, is Michael Dieter a better guard, and is Juice Scruggs a better center than they are the positions they're playing right now? I just wonder that. Juice was drafted as a center and was thought to be the starting center, and we mostly saw Dieter at guard before he was forced in it. Yeah. I just wonder any thought of switching that.
No, I wouldn't. I would leave them where they're at, man. I mean, if for right now, I would leave them right where they're at and roll with it. I mean, Dieter, your center is center's not going to get. To me, a center's going to get a shade, and a lot of times he's going to be more of a help guy than a guard is. So I would leave the lesser player. The lesser physical player, the less gifted player at center, than put him at guard. I would want my guard to be the better player of the two. If to me personally, if I had to. Now, if the center is a guy you're talking about that's in a Jason Kelsey type guy, where it's like he's unbelievably athletic and his technique is flawless and his communication. He is the leader of the offense kind of deal. That's a different animal. But if we're talking about two dudes that we don't know anything about really, give me the more physical presence at guard than at center.
Yeah, that's just my thought is I think they want Juice Scruggs to be probably their center the next 5 years, and that he would slide over at guard for a guy that you don't believe in.
I think he'll end up there.
This year,
Juice?
probably next year.
No, next year. Yeah,
next year. It's just
look to me. There's no doubt this team has to go. They got to go sign another Shaq Mason.
We got Kendrick. You got Kendrick
No. Now again, I'm fast forwarding here in the offseason. All that money you got. One of the things was you got to find another interior guard. That is a legit. That is a dude now.
Maybe Kenyon Green had a big offseason. That's the 15th overall.
I ain't betting on it. If it happens and you got a surplus of guards, good for you.
Also,
I ain't betting on it.
Also, Shaq Griffin, the corner, who had played a lot for this team, they are parting ways. He has been cut by the Texans, and this one to me, Clint, feels a lot like the Des King cut earlier this year, where it is hard to make any sense of it from a football standpoint. It is hard after you watch the game on Sunday to make a point of cutting anybody that you think is good at corner. And of all the people to cut, he wouldn't have been the one that I would have thought showed to be maybe someone to move on past. But they do move on past him. To me, it feels more than football in this situation, because now you've created a hole at depth, and you have had injury issues, and you have injury-prone players at the corner position. This one's odd.
Ron, there's no football sense that says, man, we got a corner that's played a lot for us this year, been a promising player, provides us depth, should be in the rotation at corner, should be in the rotation in the game plan at nickel defender at the very least in obvious passing situations. It's week 13, and man, we just do him solid and let him go try to get on with the team that he can start and play more. Yeah, we're going to do that. When your corners from a depth perspective are now Kadar Holman, Tavier Thomas, Des King, there's the Ross kid. Like your depth now at corner is, and I don't care if you had two guys that were just, war horses that just never got hurt. You just decided to let some really good quality depth walk out the door and to do him a favor. Yeah, I'm with you. It doesn't smell right. I don't buy it. Hadn't had a snap in the last 2 weeks. And here today he gets released. It doesn't make football sense to me.
No, it feels more than football to me. Real quick, guys who practiced and didn't. Tank Dell did not practice today, but later reports he had a calf issue. Later reports are that the Texans are optimistic that he'll return and be able to play against the Broncos, even though he is not practicing today. According to reports, the injury is regarded as relatively minor. Texans Pro Bowl left tackle, you'll love this, Clint, Laramie Tunsil, had a rest day with the knee. Also reported from Aaron Wilson that Jimmy Ward, safety, hamstring, who didn't practice, who hasn't played the last several games, has not practiced today either. Sean Bajani, our guy, said he saw him on a bike, but not practicing. Offensive tackle George Fant isn't practicing, said that he had it as well. Robert Woods is at practice, but reports are he was more limited. But this is good. Noah Brown, knee, returned to practice. We'll see what his designation was when that comes out, if he was limited or a full participant. But those are the guys in and out of the lineup. It should be another relatively long-ass injury report. This is going to be a small font one whenever that sucker comes out.
Zoom in on that one, ain't we?
Yeah, we're going to have to. That ought to be fun. So a lot, which has been the story. C.J. Stroud's been a story of this team. The other story is the revolving door of injuries and players out.
Yeah. I'm not worried about Tank Dell. I think he's just a dude that's going to do everything he possibly can to get back on the field. The last situation was a concussion. That's the NFL. That's out of his. There's nothing he can do about it, out of his control. And Tank Dell right now, I think he ends up on the field. I think he practices sooner rather than later. The one to keep an eye on is that Jimmy Ward you mentioned. Boy, if this team gets Jimmy Ward back at the safety position, along with adding Des King in some form or fashion to the secondary. When I say secondary, I mean your corners, your safeties, and your nickel defender. I mean, those two could be that's Jimmy's huge, no question about it. But Des King being added to is big and could be a big upgrade for this secondary.
They should look at Tavier Thomas at a safety position. I'm not kidding. With the injuries they have at that position, that would, to me, would make a lot of sense.
I would. You know what I'd do?
If Des King's going to be,
I would move him to my third linebacker. When I play three linebackers, when I play standard personnel, seriously,
he's the number 23 rated.
No, he's not.
Play for
no, he's not. Like I would put him in that package right there and let him do what he does well. And when he does have to cover, you're covering a tight end at the very worst. You're covering a tight end.
He got a penalty on Evan Ingram down the field.
Well, Evan got he's about 2 biscuits heavier than a wide receiver. That's a different deal. But yes, he did.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
That's what I said. Damn, man, he can't.
I didn't say it was ideal, right? I said the very worst.
I said, damn, man, he can't get the tight end. The tight end got him on a go route.
He was sticky on him on the wheel route. They tried to go at him again on a wheel route down there, and he overthrew Ingram as well.
Oh God! All right, college football playoff poll, the final one before it is set in stone, and we'll know what the playoff is. And this is the final one. All 4 unbeaten teams are in the top 4. Clint, Georgia, the number 1 team in the country again. Michigan, fresh off their win, their 3rd straight win against C.J. Stroud's Ohio State Buckeyes. Washington, they are the 3 spot. And Florida State, who had dropped to 5th, they climb back up after their close win against Florida. Oregon, which they're fine. They control their own destiny, I believe. They beat Washington. They will get in. Ohio State at 6 above Texas and Alabama, which is interesting. Ohio State is the only team left here that does not play this weekend. Your thoughts about this and what this could mean for college football playoff after this weekend?
Well, there's a lot of things that stick out, man. I mean, Florida State being at 4 is they won the football game against Florida, obviously a rivalry. But there's no way to watch that football game and not realize that they have zero confidence in their quarterback right now. If that doesn't improve significantly, whether they win, lose, or draw versus Louisville, if that doesn't improve significantly, I don't know how you put them in
unbeaten,
even unbeaten in the Final Four. Just being completely honest with you, it depends on what it looks like. Now, I mean, if they win the quarter, I don't care if they win by 1. The quarterback contributes and he brings some college football playoff caliber play to the table. Then
what if they win the way they won Friday?
No,
or won Saturday.
No, that team is not a college football playoff caliber team. With that quarterback and what they were having to do to protect that quarterback, that kid is not that he has to take a huge step in the college football playoff direction for them to be in this thing, win, lose, or draw. That to me, it's you win and your quarterback looks good, you're in. You barely win or you lose and your quarterback is a guy that you've had to protect the whole time, you're out, in my opinion.
Yeah, they lose, they're definitely out.
There's too many really good football teams below them, Ron, that like Oregon, or the loser of Oregon-Washington is going to be a 1-loss football team to a top 5 team, potentially. If Oregon beats Washington, those 2 teams are going to have 1 loss, and both losses are going to be against each other, top 5 football team. You can't tell me that an FSU team having to protect their quarterback is better than both of them. Texas beat Alabama on the road. If they beat Oklahoma State in the Big 12 championship game, you can't tell me that Florida State and I've been really, really high on Florida State, but you can't tell me that Florida State football team is a better football team than the University of Texas. You just can't tell. You can't. Now Ohio State, yes, ain't playing again. You need some help to even be considered. But Texas and
they need complete chaos.
Yeah, I mean FSU. Look at FSU falling, even if they win and their quarterback stinks. Look at Texas. Texas is going to jump Ohio State with a win over Oklahoma State anyway, and then you look up Washington or Oregon have to lose, right? FSU could play it. Texas could sneak in this thing when it's all said and done. I don't think Alabama ends up getting in, and I don't think Ohio State has a chance in hell.
Yeah, if Florida State loses, Texas is in great shape if they win. Or really, if any of those teams up top lose. With the exception of Washington, because I think Washington and Oregon,
well, the problem is if Oregon beats Washington, and Oregon and Washington are both 1-loss football teams, and Texas is a 1-loss football team, what 2 teams get in?
Well, I think the loser will be below Texas because I think they do take a lot in the conference.
If it's Oregon, they damn sure will because they'll have 2 losses.
Let's say if it's Washington, they really take into account the conference champion. I think they really when you look at their resumes as tight as they are,
yeah,
one is a conference champion.
Well, and I do think too having a Big 12 rep in there instead of 2 Pac-12s would be big. I personally I think they look at it
especially
like that.
If that Big 12 rep is Texas.
Absolutely, and and then you get that brand. Yeah, I think way so. We'll see, but it's to your point earlier is the beautiful thing about this is all of the conference championship games are must-win situations.
Yeah,
for everybody.
Everybody has to.
That's
no
it.
one can feel safe. Even Georgia. No one can feel safe.
Agreed.
No one can.
I think if anybody can feel safe, it's Georgia. But that's that. I agree with you. You got to be careful.
Not like a couple of years ago. I don't think anybody else.
Agree wholeheartedly.
All right, you said something about CJ earlier. Somebody praised you on YouTube, saying thank you for saying that about CJ. Are we to a point where D'Amico and Bobby Slowick need to really get serious about his decision-making, especially late in games, important times in games? Should we be getting to a point where CJ needs to be talked to about his decision-making? We'll discuss that coming up in just a
Energy Stadium in April.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to the drive right here. As C.J. Stroud, you'll get to hear from him coming up in the next segment. He never loses a press conference, so you get to hear him. We'll play that for you in full of his meeting with the media today. So stay tuned for that coming up at about 3:40. And remember, come hang out with us tomorrow, Clint, as the drive will be live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball, right off of FM 2920. So come on out on a little Thirsty Thursday. Got a chance to win some prizes. Our good friends at Bud Light will take care of you as well. So grab some wings, grab some cold beer, some drinks, and let the friends and let us and all of our friends with Bud Light and Buffalo Wild Wings take care of you tomorrow in Tomball. Once again, that's off of FM 2920.
We had a nice little crew last week.
Oh, I heard Larry stopped by.
I mean, but we had a crew, man. Lot of listeners in there, man. A lot of listeners. I wonder if that's just coincidence that they knew you weren't going to be there and they stopped by to say hello, or did they know, or what was the deal?
The churros or whatever that stuff they eat down there.
They were left clearly disappointed. I saw the look in some of their eyes. Excuse me. They were.
I like eyes. I kind of like that. I've never heard that.
That was a classic one right there. Look in their eyes.
Yeah, that's big time.
It just made that one more plural than it needed to be, huh?
Put a couple of S's on it, man.
A couple of. I really wanted that eyes.
How do you spell that? EYESE.
I think we're moving into Z's at that point, right? I think there's some Z's at the end of that.
Hey, too many S's. To hell with it. Just put a Z in that
Z's, baby. Them eyes is. Maybe I am drunk. I'm kidding.
I need a beer, man.
I'm not. Yeah, it would be bad. A little Mad Dog back there, but
the guy is drunk.
Got to win.
That's special occasions, man.
All right, man. I'm thinking about CJ, and you said it. You said it earlier. You said he didn't play well. And I think maybe you're talking about the standard that he has set. He did not.
Well, he just didn't help the cause. There's a lot of talk about the pass protection, and it was bad, rightfully so. But I do think right after you get through to having that conversation, you do have to acknowledge that C.J. Stroud wasn't nearly as efficient and playing within the system as he has been on his climb up to 4 and in the MVP conversation.
No,
that's all.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we're seeing, and I think it has happened now 3 consecutive weeks, and twice it's resulted into turnovers, interceptions. But I think last week also the decision making and important downs in the second half was big too. We saw the interception against the Bengals that kind of got them back in the game, and then he had multiple interceptions in the fourth quarter against the Cardinals. There wasn't interceptions in this game, but I think a big play that sticks out to a lot of people, and I saw this a lot, of the 3rd and 4th down plays, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, and as you would say, they elected not once but twice very, very low percentage plays when they needed a half a yard. And I'm with you, and I heard you talk about this the other day. I don't have no problem putting the ball in CJ's hands. Hey, in critical moments, put it in your best player's hands. I'm about that. But the decisions he made didn't give them the complete best opportunity to pick up those first downs. And I'm wondering now, we're looking at 3 games in a row. Is there any way that you are having you would be thinking to have conversations with CJ about his decision-making late in games?
I would not based on those 2 plays, but definitely based on his overall play this past week. Those 2 plays in particular, Ron, they ran the same play back-to-back on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1.
More body than CJ?
Yes. It was covered. He worked the double slant. Boom. They had a double slant to the right, and then they had a post with a wheel outside of it. And so you had 2 quick shots and then 2 deep shots, and they were all covered. And so this was a true time where he got through his progression and had to throw. One time he got all the way through his progression, came back to Nico, and he'd already broke off his route and kind of went over the top, and there was a miscommunication, which was outside the design of the play. And then the next one he got all the way through and just threw the wheel route down the sideline to Dalton. Those were legit. Like he didn't. The slant was covered both times. They jumped the slant both times. So I think that's more on Bobby. Though to me, those were both very, very poor play calls. Very little creativity. They made it very easy for the Jacksonville Jaguars to cover. You got Nico and Tank on slants, and then you got, I think it was Robert Woods and Dalton Schultz on a post and a wheel. Like, I mean, post and a wheel, like them 2 cats ain't running away from nobody. And your underneath routes are your 2 quicker guys, bigger. Anyway, I thought those were 2 very, very poorly designed plays, poorly called plays. I think Bobby Sloak will tell you that from the jump. But your overall point of C.J. Stroud, yes, yeah, I think there has to be. You don't want to take the aggression.
It's a slippery slope.
Yeah. You don't want to take the aggression away from him, but he's got it. The great ones pick and choose when to do it. The great ones know when to throttle that thing down a little bit and when to take that shot, take that opportunity. And throwing a wheel route versus man coverage to Dalton Schultz down the sideline is not one of them. Those kind of decisions are tough. If you watch the game throughout, there were times when instead of working his hot route, which was Dalton Schultz, everything told him you stay right here, you give to Dalton Schultz, and the film showed Dalton Schultz would get a chunk play. His eyes are over to the right. That's clearly a decision he's making pre-snap to go that direction.
Yeah, I know you talked about it in the Bengals game. You felt like in that case, he skipped progressions to go to Tank.
Yeah,
to throw it outside. Not the interception, but the one.
Yeah, I know the one he missed down the sideline on 3rd down. They ended up punting back to him. I just didn't believe. I didn't buy that Bobby said, "Oh well, he just got through his progression. That was the last guy in the progression." Like that. There's one of 2 things happened. Either it was a poorly designed play, or CJ looked out there and saw a man on his dude and said, "I'm going to put a nail in his coffin." But for me, it's part of developing and learning for C.J. Stroud is going to be, hey man, you can't. Because to me, what happened Sunday with C.J. Stroud is he wasn't getting protected. It was extremely chaotic in the pocket, and so he was like, "Hell, I'm just gonna go make a play," and that snowballed for the entire ball game. And if you look back, there were times where he should have just spit the ball out, and it would have calmed it was down around him. And he allowed it to snowball, if that makes sense, for 4 quarters. Now he obviously thrived, 26 of 36, 300+ yards and 2 touchdowns. He thrived. But you can't play that way. You can't win that way. You can't survive and live that way in the NFL. And so, yeah, I think they do need to talk to him and really make sure they're focusing in on
it's a slippery
taming
thing.
him a bit.
As you say, it's a slippery thing because you don't want Davis Mills him.
No, not at all.
But I don't think CJ will. But you don't want it. You don't want it. You want him to be him.
Yeah.
You just
Well, you just look at the screen. Like it's more of a frame of mind, Ron, than it is a single decision. Look at the screen, for instance. Like the screen that put them in the 4th that ended up actually they overcame that, didn't they? Actually, they ended up overcoming that screen. Did they overcome the screen sack? Anyway, look at the screen. Where he he took the sack and it appeared to be some kind of botched screenplay, right? Like I firmly believe that he dropped back there, and because the entire game he had been spinning out of things and making things happen with his feet. Instead of throwing it away and limiting the risk, he said, hell, I'm going to do it again. And the defense was on top of him before he knew it, right? Yeah. Whereas he should have just, in the frame of mind, should have been, hey, man, they were on the 37, something like that. Hey, man, just throw this thing at his feet and let's live to see another day. Yeah. And it snowballed on him and got it. That it's more of a mindset than it is necessarily one particular play that bothers you.
Let's hear from him. Coming up next, C.J. Stroud, his pressure. That'll be next right here on The Drive.
C.J. Strong.
Join the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from
and being a part of the Boot Barn family.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. It is it's Wednesday, 3:40. Let's head and listen to your quarterback, C.J. Stroud, as he spoke to the media.
Yeah, really talented, definitely up front. Two former teammates of mine, Barron and Coop, who set the edge really well. They make plays, high for guys, great rushing the ball. You got to be keep two hands on the ball. They try to get the ball out a lot. And Simmons, 31, is a great player. Surtain, of course, is, I think, if he's not the best corner, he's definitely top three. But he's my favorite corner in the league right now. Got a lot of respect for that guy. So we got our hands full, man. They're a great team, and we got to bring our A game, man, and go get a dub at home.
CJ, their defensive backs like to play super aggressive, especially towards wide receivers coming across the middle. As a quarterback, how do you keep your wide receivers out of those positions from being hit from those super aggressive defensive backs like that?
Just timing, doing what we do best. Just focusing on us, never anybody else. And I think my receivers know I never put them in a bad position. At least I try not to. And I'm always looking in front of them, and knowing that they're not looking, So it's a trust factor you have to have with that. But I think we faced teams like that before, and it's just we got to be honest with ourselves. And if it's not there, I got to be smart, check it down, or whatever the case may be. So definitely just got to be smart on my part.
CJ, from an overall standpoint, this is a team that's gone on a 5-game streak. What have you noticed from the start of the year to where they are now, other than just momentum carrying them forward?
Their DC is really good. He's a great play caller. He puts his players in position to win really well. And I think towards the end of the year, they've cut down on as much as they've done. A lot. There's still a lot of stuff, but not as much in variety. More just letting his players play, as you can, what I can tell, of just letting his players play man, and letting his safeties eat from there, and his backers fill everything up with the run game, and letting his D-line hunt. So he's doing a great job of putting everybody in position to win, that I can tell from film, and a lot of respect for those guys over there.
How much has Bobby Sloan helped you out this year and helped you get to the point where you are this season?
He's helped me tremendously. He's one of the people that I appreciate because he's very honest with me. He holds me accountable game in and game out, no matter how good or bad people say. He's always has a coaching pit, and he's really honest, which I appreciate. And he's really smart. He knows when to call certain plays, when not to, and my job is always make him right. And I feel like we have a good chemistry on what we've built these last couple of weeks, and we're just going to keep growing from there. But he's been a tremendous help.
CJ, how do you feel like you've done this year in balancing wanting to make that big play and also take care of all of it, but just making overall good decisions?
I think I've gotten better over the weeks. I definitely feel like I've done a decent job of taking care of football, and that was a big goal of mine, just because I just wanted the coaches to trust me to call those shots, and if it's not there, I'm going to make the play right. And I feel like this last game definitely showed my maturity because they really took away all our deep shots, and I was running the ball, checking it down, trying to do my best. Just extending the play if I had to. So just taking steps and strides every week has definitely been a goal of mine, and I feel like I've done a decent job of that. And just controlled aggression has definitely been the two words I use, is just being aggressive when it's there, but being smart and controlling that whenever it's not.
Oftentimes we look at rookies and we talk about how they say that they have to wait for the game to slow down, and I think a lot of us who cover you may not think of you as a rookie, but as a young player, when did you see that kind of click? When did the game slow down for you, and that investment with the game?
I would say probably around in the preseason. That's something that I wish even in college we had, was like a preseason warm-up game or whatever. But you get to get your feet wet out there and test the water, see what throws you can make, see what throws you can, and practice has been huge for me. So, and there's a lot of conversation with our DBs here, our linebackers, seeing what they see that I can improve on. So just a lot of feedback from them, and just like making mistakes. I think the best teacher is failing. So I failed a lot, and I've learned from those mistakes, and I've been growing from that since really I came in rookie minicamp. So it's been kind of cool to see the progress, not only for myself but really from this team and every rookie that we have. There's a rookie almost in every position group that's making plays. So it's really exciting to see that, and we got to keep going from there.
CJ, you and I talked a couple weeks ago about your faith, and you talked about it a lot earlier. I was just talking with Brevin about his faith, and you guys have chapel on Saturday. You guys all brought a Bible verse. What does that do for your team and the success that you have, and how does that kind of infiltrate the locker room so naturally?
Yeah, it helps the locker room a lot. I mean, of course, us being Christians, a big thing for that is just fellowship. And we've been able to have a lot of great chapel services. We have like DT who sends us scriptures all the time, and it's really good to just be around a group of men of God that really love the Lord. So I know that we're all holding each other accountable when it comes to stuff like that. And Brevin had a really touching and good word on Saturday. And if you didn't have respect for that guy, which I know everybody does, but you definitely do now. So it's been cool just to see, because coming from college, you don't really know what it's going to be like. But ever since I've been here, I've got nothing but just a new group of brothers, not only as a football team, but as men in Christ. So it's been really amazing just to grow with them and have an ability just to be able to talk through our issues and our mistakes with one another. Like I have a conversation with Case about our faith every week, and it's just kind of just on accident. We just kind of talking to it. So it's really cool just to have a group of brothers that you can lean on.
If I could, just real quick on that, knowing your brother's why when you're out there on the field and wanting to find that little extra more because you know the why, because you have the relationship, what does that do for a team on the field?
It helps a lot. I mean, it's a lot of hard work that we put in, so that's part of that. And then on top of that, like you said, just knowing people's reason why they work as they do, and you want to get everybody paid. You want to get people to have a good family dynamic at home. I feel like all this stuff, this game of football is a life game, So it's it can teach you a lot of life lessons, and I feel like as the Texans, we're growing together in every aspect, and we're playing for one another, which I feel like you can see on Sundays, and I just got to keep that going.
CJ, a lot of people really liked your touchdown celebration against the baby boy one, and I was just wondering, how did you land on that, and how do you come up with those? It seems like a big thing across the league that everybody's trying to kind of outdo each other with the cool touchdown celebration.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I definitely we're able to kind of celebrate our touchdowns and this is an entertainment sport, so I don't think I'll get a fine, but hopefully I don't. But I think, man, this is we want people to tune in, right? So let us have a little more time to celebrate. I feel like I have a couple cool stuff still in the bag, but the baby boy stuff, I was watching it. I watch it all the time. It's a top 5 movie of mine. And I'm from SoCal, and it's a movie that I just was like, man, I think that would be hard if we can reenact that. So it was funny, and shout out to Denzel, aka George, who sold it really well. He like Denzel Washington out there. That was hard. He fell out perfect, but we got a couple of stuff that we're gonna pull out, but we got to start winning. So.
Just like Kim alluded to earlier, we don't really look at you as a rookie, just by the way you carry yourself and the way that you're playing right now. But internally, in mindset, you're going into the most football you've played in a very long time with 6 games left. Do you feel yourself almost hitting a wall, or are you knowing or mentally prepared to push through that?
I don't believe in stuff like that. I think for me, my mindset ever since I've been a kid is what's next? How can I keep improving? How can I keep going? So I'm not trying to sit up here and act cool like I'm perfect. Of course, I get tired. I'm fatigued. I'm tired sitting up here right now. But I'm gonna just keep going because I know it's bigger than me. So I don't really believe. I believe there's only a wall if you allow there to be in your mind. So I don't allow myself to take a short or have a day off or have an off day. Like, that just doesn't fly with me. I think you're uncommitted or unmotivated if that kind of happens. This is what I asked for. It's what I signed up for. I don't feel bad for myself. I'm blessed to be in the position I am. And like I said before, it's not easy, but anything great in life isn't going to be easy. Like, y'all fought where y'all have been to get to this point. I know it hasn't been easy for you guys sitting in these chairs right now. So, but that's everybody's position, you know. So that's to really. I say this because I want like kids and like people who like look up to me, whatever you want to call it. Like everything's a mindset. I believe is like you can find a reason why you can keep going, and sometimes it's imagination, sometimes it's just realism and looking yourself in the mirror, holding yourself accountable. So I try to do that to myself as best my ability. Of course, I have my days where like, man, I'm tired, but like those are the days. I remember Chris Olave. I know I'm long-winded. Sorry, Chris Olave. And we were in college. It's my true freshman year. It was COVID year. It was really tough, like away from founding the whole year, and we were like didn't know if we were gonna play or not. And this was like our first day of like fall camp. I think we were done after like we had to go home after something crazy because COVID happened, and we came back and we were lifting, and I was like, dang, bro, I'm tired. Like, Chris, I know you've been practicing hard, bro. Like, aren't you tired? He's like, man, on the days I'm tired, like that's the day I have to do it. Like, I have to tell myself, like I have to do this. And ever since that, it kind of stuck with me. So, just a little nugget, man. I'll just give it.
It's My Cause, My Cleats Week. It's another chance for you to shine a spotlight on a cause that you're very much behind. It means a whole lot. So how meaningful is it to you to get that extra chance to do so?
Yeah, it's a blessing. I appreciate what I'm doing to My Cause, My Cleats with Reform Alliance, and I appreciate them allowing me to do this. And it's something that I'm a part of now, that I've been in a couple of meetings with them, and I'm trying to get more hands-on as the season slows down. Hopefully in the off-season I can do more, but really our goal is really to help with changing laws, like culture, systems for parole and probation, and it's been really cool just to see like some of the laws change already. And of course, a lot of it still isn't fair, and we're trying to work through all that. And I know Jessica and my guy Robert are figuring everything out on their end, and I'm just trying to do my thing to support. So I'm going to be representing Reform Alliance on the field, and I want to have a good game while doing that. So I really think it's cool that we're allowed to do some different things to bring awareness to people's causes, and we have people who have cancer and like mental illness and things. I think we touch every single type of issue out there, or at least we try, and I think it's really cool to do that. Thanks, CJ. All right, Josh. God bless.
All right, that's Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud with his weekly meeting with the media. We will react next and catch you up on all the goings-ons over at NRG. We've had some movement. There's an injury, a guy that's been cut, and we'll catch you up and discuss those things going on over at NRG next.
It's Texans game week. Can C.J. Stroud and company bounce back against the Broncos on Sunday? Texans countdown gets going at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans post. and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Yeah, it's Wednesday. Still a little slight reaction to last week before we move on to the Denver game. Maybe a little looking back and looking forward this beautiful Wednesday. I know that's kind of how I view the week as we roll on and see how these Texans end up this season. But C.J. Stroud, your quarterback, Texans quarterback, he just spoke to the media. His weekly meeting is with the media is on Wednesdays, and if you'd like, we played it in full at 341, 342. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, you can hit that rewind feature and you can listen to it in full. But for me, which I would suggest you stay right here because I got the one piece. Of course, Tyler Milner behind the glass over here absolutely kicking ass today, which as usual, I don't know about that noise, but as usual, he's killing it. There was one thing that really stuck out to me. In this presser, Brandon Scott of Sports Radio 610, also known as B. Skeezy, who he's going to join us here at 441. Is that right, Ron?
I don't see no bitches nowhere
right,
around
baby.
here.
Little Texas report.
He'll join us with a little Texans report, which is big today because there's a lot of going on over there at NRG. But his question was the big one of basically how do you control the ability to, or his question was, how do you balance making the big play with being smart? And I for one, as I've watched C.J. Stroud kind of develop this season, I could see it coming, and I feel like that's where we're at with C.J. Stroud is, I mean, he is well ahead of the curve in the sense of where a rookie should be. No question about it. The game is slowed down big time, and it's slowed down at a pace that I've never seen it slow down at that rate for a rookie quarterback. He's doing a ton of really, really good things. Now it's about how do you balance when to be so aggressive, whether we're talking about taking low percentage shots down the field or we're talking about holding the football and running around versus playing within the system, taking what they give you and letting the system work for you. That to me, that's where C.J. Stroud is at this season. It's the biggest concern's not the right word, but for me, it's what I'm looking for at this point in the season. 11 ball games in. Well, again, Brandon Scott of SportsRadio610.com. He asked him that very specific question. Great minds think alike, boys and girls. It's Brandon Skeezy asked that specific question. Brandon Skeezy asked that specific question to CJ today. Here's what CJ had to say.
I think I've gotten better over the weeks. I definitely feel like I've done a decent job of taking care of football, and that was a big goal of mine just because I just wanted the coaches to trust me to call those shots, and if it's not there, I'm going to make the play right. And I feel like this last game definitely showed my maturity because they really took away all our deep shots, and I was running the ball, checking it down, trying to do my best, just extending the play if I had to. So just taking steps and strides every week has definitely been a goal of mine, and I feel like I've done a decent job of that, and just controlled aggression has definitely been the two words I use, is just being aggressive when it's there, but being smart and controlling that whenever it's not.
Controlled aggression, huh?
I like the phrase. I like the mindset. I don't know that I agree with CJ from a standpoint of he did a good job this week. Now, he may have done a good job of not forcing the deep shots when they weren't there, but I don't know that holding the ball and running around even remotely close to as much as he did this week is a good idea.
Do you think he would have to do that?
Some of the time. I
much
think,
as he did it.
I think there's at least half of the time that you can watch and you can say, okay, your eyes should be on Dalton Schultz because you're clearly hot that direction. Just take that quick throw instead of holding the football and looking at the other side of the field. Now, that there are some things that he's a rookie, man. There are some things that he's going to miss, and I don't know if he missed it or if he just got horny and wanted to throw the more aggressive, read the more aggressive side of the field. I don't know, but either way it goes, that was a moment where he's got to play within the system, and I think there is a very fine line. As we talked about last segment, there's a very fine line between taking away all of his aggression and turning him into a Charlie checkdown and allowing him to be himself. we're just at that spot with CJ right now.
Well, I think teams and defenses are starting to treat him differently, and treat him in a way of, all right, we're gonna see about your patience.
Yep.
Or do you have the patience to do this all the way through?
Yeah.
And this may be, as he just talked about, they took away our deep shots and things like this. This may be a thing where we see maybe a blueprint of how teams are going to try to defend the Texans. They took away his deep shots. Apparently, they took away what many believes his number one target in Tank Dell the entirety of the second half in some form or fashion. You're seeing teams now seeing him on tape and say, well, this is how we're going to counter things. This is how we're going to defend him, to see if he will continue to take the slants. Yeah. Will he continue to take – and as you probably know, and I've heard a lot, that at times can be a very, very difficult thing for even mature quarterbacks to just – especially quarterbacks who it feels like CJ is – like it is just natural for him to be aggressive. It is natural for him to want to push it down the field, and they're going to test that.
It's a challenge, man. It's a challenge for anybody, and much less a guy that's developing at the rate that he's developing. I'll use a specific example here, just to prove the point. But I do want. It's more of a mindset. It's more of a frame of mind. It's more of a calmness and not letting the chaos just snowball. I feel like Sunday, CJ did let the chaos that he was asked to play in, because the offensive line wasn't protected as well. He let that snowball, and it affected his play-to-play decision making, and that's what he has to stay away from. But I'll give you a for instance. It's 3rd and 11 or 12, and I'm talking about the play right before they tried to kick the field goal, and it doinked off the damn crossbar. He's got Nico Collins to his left wide open for a just drive it in his face mass stop route at, 7 or 8 yards deep. And if CJ and what we've seen Nico do is make guys miss at the first down. Right, but in that particular instance, you would like for C.J. Stroud to be in a mindset and a frame of mind of, okay, 4th and 12 is very, very difficult to convert. If I see something that gives me a for sure throw in the ocean 8 yards and makes it a 49-yard field goal instead of a 57.
Because my kicker's never made a kick over 50 yards.
Right. Let me drive this thing, and if Nico breaks a tackle, then we're in good hands. If not, boom, we got a 49-yard field goal, and we put ourselves in a better situation to win the game. And in hindsight, that extra 8 yards would have won you the game, because the field goal would have been good, right? So that's the mindset of a guy that can be cool, calm, and collected and think like that versus. I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off the whole game and I've completed a good chunk of balls, and I've thrown for over 300 yards and 2 touchdowns. Hell with it, I can do it again. Right? It got him in trouble on the sack that put him in 2nd and 25 or whatever it was. And I'll argue that there's multiple times throughout the game that it kept him from just taking the smarter throw, the higher percentage throw. And I'm not talking about Charlie Checkdown. I'm still talking about driving the football to the wide side of the field and things of that nature. But it's that frame of mind that he's got to not let it snowball. Good, bad, or indifferent.
You didn't think he took what he was given all the time?
No.
I think that might be a tactic of what because people are going to be looking at CJ and trying to figure out, all right, what's worked.
Yeah.
What's worked, and that might be the thing, and they do that to a lot of young quarterbacks,
sure.
right? That we've seen that. We see it with Josh Allen. He struggles all the time.
No question.
Patrick Mahomes went through a stretch there a couple of years ago where they couldn't do anything because they just said, all right, man, we'll give you that 8 yards, but we're not going to give you this. We're not going to let you drive. And eventually, both of them had trouble just taking it.
Yep.
And I'm going to keep. Brady will take it all day long.
Right, all day. To the tune of 6 Super Bowls.
And force you to come out of it. But not everybody is that has that much
patience. And I mean, it really is. It's a challenge every week, right, for him to do that. And so, anyway, that's just where we're at with C.J. Stroud. And that's, to me, it's good to know. Great job by Brandon Scott again. It's great to know that he's in that frame of mind of thinking controlled aggression. It's not just, hey, I'm going to go out there and rip it from the hip every damn play, and we're going to win some games. It's good to hear once again that he's obviously very calculated by it. I'll tell you another thing, too, Ron, about that's somewhat related to what we're talking about. Like, I think this team is coached like in extreme depth. I think this is one of the more well-coached, like detail-oriented football teams in the NFL. I feel that way about the staff, right? And so if Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud really want to use the Jags film, learn much as you possibly can from it, there's a lesson. After watching it, there is a major lesson very closely related to what we're talking about with CJ in how Trevor Lawrence played the game. Like, literally, Trevor Lawrence looked up, Ron, and I'm not going to say it was every play, but it was a good chunk of the time. If it were zone coverage, he wasn't even looking. Like, he wasn't going to expose his offensive line for an extra second.
Especially when Cam went out, his tackle was out.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally almost like, oh, it's zone, boop. It's out. It's out. And all of the fans are complaining, oh, well, we didn't get any pressure. We didn't get any pressure because the quarterback spit the ball out so damn early, right? And then, hey, we get man or we get some kind of zone where we know we've got one-on-one matchup, we're going to take the shot at that point in time. And so it was just – my point is CJ and Bobby could watch that film and they can say, you see how powerful it is when it's more controlled and it's calculated when you take your shots. You're looking for a certain matchup to take that shot. You're not just coming out looking for the shot and passing up on some of the other stuff. And in the meantime, you're putting your offensive line in a position where they got to protect for an extra second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and you just can't win that way. So there's a lot to be learned from that Jacksonville tape, no question about it. Blue 80, easy, white 90. Boys, I caught myself in a little bit of a battle yesterday morning taking Liv to school.
Oh, Lord, you lost to a 1-year-old.
Tyler, yours don't talk back. So I don't know if you've ever experienced.
They talk back. It's just not. It's just in bark form.
Ron, I'm sure you've experienced this. She's got about 4 songs now. She's up to 4 songs.
She's got
4 songs that are her songs. And it's almost like when her butt hits the seat of her car seat, she immediately goes to it's ooh ooh ah ah. That's one of them.
Ooh ooh ah ah.
Is that the Jetsons
This
song?
little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine is one of them. Because she says, shine, shine. And I'm going, what? I had to text Lauren, like, what the hell does shine mean? I mean, she's wearing me out. What does that mean?
Classic.
Amen is one of them, which that's not in the title of the song. They just say amen at the end of
these are all. These are all. No secular, huh?
No what?
I mean, all secular.
No Beyonce.
Oh yes. Oh no. It's all because it's all her school stuff. It's like what they sing in school in her little day school thing. And so I can't think of the other one. But she legit, man. Amen until I play it, and then I play it, and she goes immediately to yowd. She wants it louder, right? So I got to turn it up.
Turn that
But
up.
she like yesterday morning she hit me with the Shine song, and I had no idea what the hell she was saying.
You had to text her. She's probably back there getting pissed.
She is madder than a horn. So I finally find it. And so yesterday it was a song. This morning she wanted Amen, and I give her the song, and there's about a 2-second. I put it on loop, right? So it just keeps playing.
So it just keeps.
There's about a 2-second pause, obviously, between the 2 songs. And within those 2 seconds, she loses her crap, man. and I mean, I'm
don't
like,
have fun messing with it a little bit, just pausing a little bit.
No, I'm like I'm talking to an adult. I'm like, all right, I'm not dealing. I'll just turn it off then. And I turn it completely off, and she's like, bah!
She's losing it.
I'm like, so then I immediately go back to which one, baby? Which one? I'm in. I'm just like, I mean, you got it with 3 of them. You had to fight that battle, huh?
With each other.
Oh,
they fight it with each other. Yeah. My son was out there with friends a little younger. They were having a dance party. This fool we had to tell him, stop playing stuff with Drake.
They were cussing?
Stop going to Drake. Stop.
Daddy, I'll go 0 to 100 real quick.
We got 4. It's 4-year-olds. It's 6-year-olds. They're having a dance party, and all we just keep hearing is this fool hitting Drake. We're like, hey man, we had to take it.
Best I ever had.
Hey, get down here and watch your iPad or whatever, man.
Watch your iPod.
Come on, do something else with your life.
Yeah, man. She's up to 4 songs.
There you go. Get 4 songs, huh? There you go, man.
And very demanding. She doesn't tip the DJ at all.
She wants it. No.
She doesn't tip the DJ at all, and she's very demanding. But I know Ron's got 3 of them. I know he's been in this battle before. Right. I got to tell my wife, quit giving her songs. 4's enough.
Yeah,
I got them all saved in a live playlist, and we roll with it.
And it is something. The mother, they can speak languages like, hey, man, I ain't got what he's saying. What is he?
That's it.
What's he saying? Oh, he said he has to use the restroom. I said, that's what you got? Coming up, the reason why Friday and Saturday is going to be so amazing and potentially unlike what we have seen in years past. We'll discuss that coming up next. But
And your podcasts. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Every time you play this one, man, this just takes me back. Takes me back to Murfreesboro, Tennessee, when I got myself real electric. And I listened to this entire album all the way to Nashville to get on out.
Real electric.
I'm telling you, boy, this Thug Motivation 101. Oh, my God. Boy, or this mixtape when it came out, Bun B on that last verse as well. Oh, yeah. Well, as somebody who flat could not relate to the world that young Jeezy lived, I sure as hell felt it. Didn't do not a lot of cocaine from my parts, but I sure as hell felt it. I don't know much about this snow, but I feel the hell out of this. No, man, it gets me every time. Somebody just texted in on the text line, just one word, horny.
Yep.
I'm assuming that's in response to maybe you talking about Maybe CJ got himself horny.
CJ got good and horny, man.
Yeah, explain horny, just excited. Excited on something, right?
Yeah.
Clint will just.
Well, you just, I mean, whether you're talking about
just say horny.
Whether you're talking about seeing a gal that really does it for you,
we're talking about from the
or
sports.
if well, I mean the same sense. I mean, if you're playing quarterback and you've got a deep shot called to your right and you get man-to-man coverage and it may be Dalton Schultz versus a corner. It may be Dalton Schultz versus a safety. I don't know. But you got so it's low percent. Man, you get horny, you want to make that throw instead of just taking for sure over here to the left. You know?
That made me football horny.
Yeah. I mean, it just You talk about the dime that you want to go hunting.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes you need to just you got a for sure 7 over here in your pocket. You get super horny, you want to go get a 10.
Yeah, sometimes even a safety will get horny.
Yeah, and you strike out in the 10. You miss the go route when you had this nice 7 or 8 yards over here for sure. Never pass up for show for some more. I don't know.
Yeah. Now that's to that person who texts just horny question mark. There it is. Got an explanation right there for it. Hey, man, I'm excited for this weekend. Starting Friday, it's a tough one, man. That might be the best game of the weekend. Oregon and Washington, they play Friday night. I'm gonna have to watch them. Kansas plays UConn in a big basketball game, but that'll be the game, potentially the game of the weekend. I looked at it as the college football rankings. The final one came out last night before we see the absolute one where we'll see what bowls everybody's going to and who makes the college football playoff. And it's not a real surprise. The top 4 undefeated teams from Power 5 conferences are the top 4, with Georgia 1, Michigan 2, Washington 3, with Florida State jumping back up into the top 4. At 4, Oregon following them. They kind of control their own destiny. If they beat Washington, I think they'll get in. Ohio State, they dropped from 2 to 6 after their loss on the road at Michigan, and then Texas at 7, Alabama at 8. You know the thing that gets me for this weekend, Clint?
What's that?
Is I'm fine with the ranking. I don't think any team can afford to lose. I just, when you look at what happened, unless just, all hell breaks loose and Oklahoma State wins and Iowa wins and something like that, or Louisville wins. I think if you really look at the most likely thing, I think Georgia, who's number 1, they've been number 1 outside of those couple weeks that Ohio State was. I don't think they can afford to lose. Because if they lose, Clint, that means Alabama gets in over them because they're the SEC champ with a head-to-head victory and they have the same record. So they would never get in over Alabama. And if Texas wins, which most people think will in the Big 12, it is hard to sense that Alabama could get over Texas, being that they beat them head-to-head, which means it would be difficult to see Georgia jumping both of them when both of them are conference champs. So Georgia, you would think, has the best chance to say if they lose, they can jump back in it the way Ohio State did last year, the way Georgia did the year before. But I don't think even Michigan. I don't think Michigan can afford to lose to Iowa and then still make it with all these other good teams with really good resumes. I think for you to get in, I think you got to win. And if you lose, I don't think you're going to get in.
Yeah, no, I mean
that is exciting to me.
Yeah, no, it's exciting as hell. I mean, you ultimately have an 18 playoff here is what you're saying.
Yeah. Someone texted in Georgia gets in no matter what. I don't think so.
Well, I mean, here's as it sits right now. I think Georgia's the only one that would ability getting in if they lose, as it sits right now. But the reality of it is if Georgia loses and Michigan loses, or Georgia loses and Washington loses, now you've got a whole slew of one-loss football teams, and I think Georgia gets in, right? So, I mean, it depends on what happens behind them.
But you'd have one-loss teams that one they lost to in the conference championship game in their conference.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is ultimately you would only have 1 or 2 undefeateds, and in that case, one of those undefeateds would be FSU, who their quarterback went down, which I think is a very legitimate reason to keep them out. If that kid, the Rodemaker kid or whatever his name is, doesn't play better at FSU. So, the thing is, your point is the point of every conference championship game flat out matters at this point in time, because if you mess around and lose it, If you mess around and lose the conference championship game, there's a really, really good chance you're not going to make it to the college football playoffs. The only exception there could be Oregon and Washington, because they ultimately, if Oregon beats Washington, they would be both one-loss teams, and they both beat each other. And so they both lost to a top 5 team. So, I mean, that could get awfully hairy. But is the College Football Playoff Committee really going to put 2 Pac-12 teams in the College Football Playoff the last season of the Pac-12 exists? I don't think they would.
I think because the conferences are so, in terms of how people view them, are so tight, I think the conference champion may be hard. Like if Texas wins Saturday, they would be the Big 12 champ. If Oregon or Washington wins Saturday, let's say Oregon wins and both of them have one loss, Oregon being the conference champ, I think that will trump that one thing would trump other one-loss teams that aren't, like Ohio State. To me, it's difficult for them to jump over those other one-loss teams when they didn't even make their conference championship game.
They're not going to play this week.
But they did that last year. Like, they pulled it off last year.
Yeah.
They lost to Michigan and still got in as the 4 seed in that thing. I
think there's people are looking at this and saying there's no route to the college football playoff for Texas, and I disagree. I disagree. I think there's actually a good chance that they could bump. You win at Oklahoma State, you're going to bump ahead of Ohio State. Yep. Oregon or Washington, one of those 2 teams is going to lose, and there's a good chance that FSU again plays the way they played last week with a quarterback that looks like they've got to protect him just to hang on to a lead versus a 500 football team in Florida. Those are all factors that would immediately push Texas into the top 4.
What I think will happen is Georgia will win, Michigan will win. I think Oregon will win, and I think those would be the top 3 teams. And then the thought is, if what you said happened, is there any chance in hell that Texas could jump Florida State unbeaten?
That it jumped Florida State unbeaten and Washington with 1 loss.
I think they could jump Washington because they're the conference champ with a win at Alabama, another team.
And I personally believe the answer should be yes. If Florida State goes undefeated, had lost their Heisman Trophy candidate
Louisville losing Saturday hurt them too.
Yes,
they dropped.
Yes. But if you don't watch that football team, and because I've been told this before, because some bull jive teams got in based on their resume, I've been told, are you looking for the best 4 college football teams to represent the college football playoff, or are you looking to get somebody else in? If you're legitimately looking for the best 4 football teams in America, and Florida State looks like they looked last week with this backup quarterback, without Jordan Travis, who was a Heisman Trophy candidate, dual-threat quarterback that got hurt. If they look like they looked last week, where they are doing everything they can to protect their quarterback, then they're not a top 4 team in America. And I thought Florida State was one of like number 2 behind Georgia. I honestly thought that with Jordan Travis. Without him, that's not a top 4 team in America. Yeah. What I watched last week,
and their big wins aren't looking as good,
right?
Now. Like LSU.
I mean, it just really isn't.
All right, coming up, Brandon Scott. He'll join us. We'll get his Texans report, and there is so much. He was there today at the practice field and in the press room. There is so much to get to, and we'll get to that with him. Brandon Scott coming up next. Hey, what else is coming up right now is soda weight loss, guys. 122 pounds in 11 months. That's what I was able to accomplish. And it's not just me. There are many who have been really, really successful at this. John McClain doing it right now. Sean Pendergast is the one that I first watched do soda and saw the success he had, and he had great success as well. And that could be you. I've got people in my personal life. My brother-in-law had great success dropping over 60 pounds on soda weight loss. If it's something that intrigues you or you're interested in, go find out the information. Go to sodaweightloss.com. Check out the countless Google reviews they have on their homepage, and then you can go to the left part of the site, the Soda at Home Nationwide tab, and you can be on your way to change your life. And I'm telling you, I didn't take any kind of diet pills. There was no starvation or anything like that. It was the best routine that I have experienced when it comes to diet plans. So go to Soda Weight Loss. Change your life right now like many others have. Remember, soda is, say it with me now, state of the art.
It's Texan.
free. In-store only. See associate for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive. It's Wednesday. It's 4:40. That means Brandon Scott joins us with his Texans report, as this is a big day in the week for the Texans. As they practice on the field, we get to see, especially with this team, a lot of potential injuries, a lot of guys in and out, and then he goes to the press room where we hear from D'Amico and C.J. Stroud, the two most important members arguably in Houston sports, but at least for the Texans, we get to hear from them. And there's a lot of news to get to before most of the time we usually have to look at this damn injury report and look at this. But I think there were two major things that occurred, and I'll start with the one that happened first, and that is Titus Howard. Howard, I said this to him earlier. Titus Howard is gone, and I think when you look at what he makes, and you look at the importance of what we thought he would be coming into the season, as Clint said, and a lot of people have said, it is potentially a fair assessment to wonder how much they're going to actually miss out of him playing the position he was playing, which is potentially troublesome anyway. But what does it seem like they're going to go with? What does it seem like it's going to be the answer with him being out as their guard?
Yeah, I think the answer is going to be the same one that we got during the game, and that was Juice Scruggs coming in. Now, Juice Scruggs was obviously drafted to be a center. We all know that. But the timing of this worked out perfectly for them because the Texans reached a point this season where they had not enough interior offensive linemen because they were all getting injured. But because Titus Howard had gotten injured earlier in the year, right, broken his hand before the season started, and, Laramie Tunsil's been dealing with this knee thing, they found themselves with a surplus of tackles and not enough interior offensive linemen.
Yeah, they kept going down.
And then the only one out of that surplus of tackles that they felt like could play on the interior, or their best option that they felt like to play guard, was Titus Howard, which is something that we had seen before here. So I would agree with y'all's point about, hey, how much are they going to miss him at left guard? But that's just really not actually his position. And in some ways, best wishes to Titus Howard with the surgery and getting better and all of that. But you would feel like this is a good problem to have, and having Juice Scruggs, who is really more of a center, but also more suited to play the position of left guard. So I think this is going to work out for the Texans overall. The question with Titus Howard ends up becoming, okay, next year you like to feel like he's going to be managed properly and be at right tackle, and hopefully also they don't have a poor injury luck that they've had this year.
Yeah, Brandon, I'm stoked about watching, based on the small sample size that I saw of Juice Scruggs.
Yeah,
I'm stoked about watching this line and really him play and see how much it actually impacts the entire offensive line.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, man, and he didn't go in there and move mountains, but at the end of the day, I mean, he's a guard. He's an interior lineman, guard, center, whatever. He's just built different. He plays the game completely different. There's a different anchor on those guys. I mean, just the ability to anchor down and hold up when a 300-pounder's pushing on you, whether we're talking about run game or pass game, the ability to be to move mass inside is going to be totally different. Now, I'm not saying he can or can't do it. I don't know, but boy, if he can, and we go from having ultimately a right tackle playing guard to having a true interior second-round talent playing guard that's built to do it the right way, it could be more than just, well, we got a better left guard in the game right now.
Yeah, and I like the way you characterized it yesterday on the show, talking about the way, like his physical approach, and we're talking about offensive lineman standards again, but there is a inviting of contact, a nastiness. I'll even call it that, a nastiness.
Yes.
About Juice Scruggs that you're able to even notice in a small sample size.
Yep.
In Juice Scruggs that just does not necessarily exist in some of the other offensive linemen that they've got. And Juice Scruggs has that. So I think that's something to look forward to. One of the questions I've really wanted to ask and wanted to figure out the right way to ask it without it sounding insulting, but we can have a discussion right now. is if the Texans feel like they've been a physical enough football team. You know, like.
Well, I don't think they have. I think D'Amico's speaking about it every week.
Yeah. Well, and then today, you know, when he was asked about the physicality of the Broncos, he said, you know, we're physical too. I was kind of like, yeah, I mean, sometimes, but consistently physical.
Yeah.
You know, it's something that is something that has been lacking up front, I feel like, and Juice Scruggs, I believe, brings that. And not just that, we're just talking about the short term. You know, Titus Howard out, Juice Scruggs in. Yeah. But even long term and thinking about the position, I thought, okay, well, ideally now you've got a scenario where Titus Howard comes back next year, and I'm looking far down the road, but Titus Howard comes back next year in his right position, and now your center and left guard questions that you went into the season with, now you've got a better answer beyond just, you know, whatever Kenyon Green's going to be. Between Jared Patterson, who started at least six games at center before he ended up getting hurt, Juice Scruggs, and then whatever Kenyon Green is when he comes back, you feel like you've got more answers along the interior offensive line.
You definitely know what you're playing with.
Yeah.
I tell you another thing before we get off the Juice Scruggs thing for me too, and tell me if you've seen this, B. Scott. Like there was one point in the game, and I'm just completely small sample size based on what I saw on the film. Like there's a pep in the step. There's a like there was a time in the game where somebody was laying on C.J. Stroud's ankles, and they were doing it to keep him on the ground because it was a 2-minute situation kind of deal. And I don't know exactly what was done or said, but Juice Scruggs busted it to get over there and make sure the guy was getting his ass off C.J. and kind of that. And I don't know if he was doing it out of a sense of urgency or if he was doing it out of, hey man, don't mess with my quarterback. But that's the kind of thing to me that we just. On top of all the football stuff, the blocking fundamental thing, that's the kind of stuff that we don't see enough of in terms of that dog that's out there. Like, so much of a dog, you ain't messing with my guy.
Oh, I'm talking about not just that. You point that one out, but pushing and shoving after the play.
Yes.
After the whistle a little bit, just to, like, let them know, hey, man, it's hard over here. You know, you're not going to just come over here and push us over.
Right.
And we got to – not just the football stuff, but an attitude and a mentality that we're going to play with.
Yeah.
I see that from Juice Scruggs from play to play, just living a little bit on that edge after the play. Hey, man, you're going to shove me. I'm going to give you a little shove. You're going to know. Yeah. So you see a lot more of that with him.
Yeah, so it looks like Juice will be in playing left guard, and they'll continue with Dieter at center. The other news, and I'm interested in hearing what you got, what you saw, the feel you got from D'Amico Ryans, because to me this feels like this is a D'Amico Ryans decision. Shaq Griffin, I'm going to be honest with you, the feels that I have is very similar with Des King in terms of the first time Des King was cut.
Yeah.
This don't make a lot of football sense whatsoever, and it feels like it may be more than just football on this one, and I'm wondering what was the feel you got with the announcement that they were going to part ways with Shaq Griffin. And Clint brought it up earlier and said, well, surely they bring him back if he clears waivers. No, this ain't no clear nothing. They said,
I thought maybe because it just doesn't make football sense to me. I just thought maybe it's some kind of roster move where Derek Barnett comes in. You got to do something with a kicker. You know, you got a lot of movement. Titus Howard, but it obviously is not that situation.
Well, as you heard him in the presser, they made that clear. He's not returning.
Yeah, there was nothing more surprising that happened at NRG Stadium today amongst us all, everybody that was there, that let's just say is not on the team, physically on the team. Nothing was more surprising than Shaq Griffin and than his release. And that's not to say, hey, Shaq Griffin is such a great player that he's beyond getting waived. But on this team and at that position, and then just overall the health issues that this team has seen, but then you would think like you are a pulled hamstring or just any play away from having to go to him. Like, to me,
and you got dudes that will pull one.
Right, that's what I'm saying. To me, waiving Shaq Griffin is saying with your chest, Derek Stingley is going to make it through the rest of the season. Steven, anybody is going to make it through the rest of the season, but Derek Stingley specifically. Now, we can't forget, Shaq Griffin provided some insurance for Derek Stingley when he was out those first 6 games. And now it just feels like, all right, Stingley's back, so we don't really need him. Des King is back, and so that's going to be our slot guy. Like, I wondered during the game when Tavierre Thomas was getting cooked, God bless him. I wondered during the game, Okay, if
barbecue brisket,
maybe Des King, who we know is a slot corner, ain't necessarily in game shape just yet. Maybe they don't feel comfortable putting him out there.
Yeah.
So why don't they get creative when they've done this before of putting Steven Nelson in the slot since
and bring Shaq in the game.
Bring Shaq in the game, put on the outside? Why didn't they do that? That part of it confused me. So then we fast forward to, and that was on Sunday.
Yeah.
Fast forward to today, and they let him go. I'm like, man, I thought that you probably should have played him more, much less than let him go. So it was a very confusing thing. But my sense for it as to why we got here, why we're here, they didn't plan on playing Shaq as much as he obviously was playing before with Derek Stingley being back, and he believes that he should be playing. So there you go. Like there's a meeting of the minds there. Hey, I gotta go.
Yeah, I don't give a rip. Not when you got Kadar Hallman and D'Angelo Ross.
Yeah.
And I'm ignoring Tavier Thomas as a backup to Derek Stingley on this depth chart. I'm ignoring that.
I mean, to your point,
that was me oversimplifying.
I think the root of the evil is the root of the issue is what you just said. Now, if I'm D'Amico Ryans, I'm gonna say, hey man, you're gonna have to suck it up for 6 games, man. You're our depth. You're the guy that we need. We definitely need you after what we watched on Sunday. We need you.
Yeah.
The only way I cut the guy is if he went beyond that and made it an issue, and now he's all of a sudden becoming a problem, and he's having some kind of back and forth with Nick or D'Amico or this is beyond just. Yeah, man, we just thought I'd give him a chance to go play somewhere.
Fellas,
he's a valuable player for this football team.
It's shocking.
There's something that occurred to him not to grab a snap the last 2 weeks.
Damn sure last week.
There ain't no. I mean, it feels like Malcolm Butler and Bill Belichick.
But I tell you,
I'm just in refusal.
I've been able to interact with Shaq quite a bit. I did an interview with him for the Texans actually, and like I don't get the sense that he is really like that, especially given what he's been through. He had the back injury last year. He kind of has this renewed focus on football or this extra opportunity, and the team is doing well. So, like, if he was some kind of malcontent, and I'm not saying he is because I don't have that information, but if he was, that would shock me. And then, obviously, the move itself, considering what kind of player he is and that they could use the depth, it is shocking.
Well,
very shocking.
This could end up biting them in the ass and costing them a playoff spot.
Something.
If a corner goes down and they got to play Dez or they got to play Kadar Holloman at corner.
Yeah, no, I would. That's
whatever's behind this decision could cost them big time.
Just keep bringing Tavier Thomas on the field and coverage. Des King got cut earlier this year, and now Shaq got cut. And barbecue brisket is still sitting over there.
It is curious how the dude that got cooked did not get cut, and the dude that has actually played well for them led him in tackles one time. I want to say got an interception a few weeks ago. Intercepted Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Like what? Very strange.
Coming up, we'll give you this injury report. There are a lot of guys out. We'll let you know the latest. And there is somebody who you don't want to see on this injury report. And we'll tell you the latest. It's C.J. Stroud. We'll tell you the latest on what's going on with him. All of that coming up next on The Drive.
The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, the Dill, and Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is, I want to address this on the text line real quick before we move to this injury report. The only reason Shaq, and if you missed it, Shaq Griffin, who has been relieved of his duties with the Texans, the only reason Shaq was on our team is because of injuries. No one else is picking him up. Not a huge loss. Just how you said it, if D'Amico wanted him on the team, he'd be on the team. Same thing. D'Amico knows best. Listen, you don't have to because listen, I love D'Amico. D'Amico's the NFL Coach of the Year right now. Over a guy like Dan Campbell, who is doing what he's doing with the Lions. You don't have to try to make sense of what don't make sense. Hell, even if they just needed it, what was the reason to get rid of them? They were all active last week. What's the even if it's for debt? What is the reason? There's no reason no football reason makes sense. He was not brought on this team just because of injuries. He was brought on this team before the year. He was a third corner.
Look, here's the deal. We're living in an where 11 personnel is really what you kind of build your roster to defend, which means there's 3 receivers on the field, 1 tight end and a tailback. Right, and if that's the case, this isn't the old school 21 personnel where you stay in a pretty standard defense. This is 11 personnel. You absolutely need 3 cover guys that you can flat ass depend on against anybody in the league if you're going to legitimately contend.
And that's before injury concern.
Correct. This is not even talking about depth. I'm just talking about and your best 3 cover guys consisted of Derek Stingley, Steven Nelson, and Shaq Griffin. Any way you slice it, that's the case. Now, if you so choose to use somebody else in the nickel spot and not use, now you've got really good quality depth that started and played games for you, knows your system. There is no football sense that this makes to cut Shaq Griffin.
It's not a money thing. It's not anything.
I'm not saying Shaq's above being cut. Whatever Shaq did, I'm just telling you that this ain't a situation. Like if D'Amico's into handing out, like if he's just into like doing folks favors. Oh yeah, man, we just thought we'd give him a shot to go play somewhere else. Like no, I mean that's not it.
Is Pierce next? You gonna do Damian Pierce a favor next?
If anybody can walk into D'Amico's office that's not playing and go, hey man, look, just cut me, man, I'm gonna go play somewhere else. No matter how important they are to the team, like that just doesn't.
Yeah, something.
They don't jive.
In my opinion, something happened,
and that something very well could have been going to play much because we got Derek and Steven back. Okay, that's fine. And now you're not going to play as much. Well, how do you respond? Do you drag ass? Do you become a cancer? Do you push back? Do you argue with the coach? Do you not show up on time? And I'm not saying Shaq did any of that stuff. There's a million things that could have driven D'Amico to decide to move on from Shaq, but it had to be a very, very good reason because that dude was a valuable player for this football team. Even when he wasn't playing, he stand on the sideline.
You don't go from playing damn near every snap for 6 weeks when Derek Stingley, who routinely got hurt, to playing almost every snap for him and playing well to a point where we were saying, is it that big of a difference with Stingley out and Griffin in? not that big of a jump of a difference. Like,
right.
We watched that. To go from, hey, dog, we good, especially after that game we just watched against the Jags. We're good. Hopefully you catch on somewhere.
Bro, Ron, it would be like cutting Noah Brown right now.
Yeah.
A guy that's played, a guy that's been productive. He's not your ace. You know, he's not even in your top 3 wide receivers if we're being completely honest. But one injury, now you can plug in a guy that can go get $150 and go get a touchdown for you. Yep. Now you plug in a guy that's a veteran that's got experience in this league, right? I mean, it would be very similar to if all of a sudden out of nowhere, Noah was a guy that didn't get, that got cut for something.
Yeah. Sorry, I guess that's number 1 for 5 o'clock.
Oh, was that not number 1?
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the injury report is out, Clint, and the list is normal. These are the ones here on Wednesday that did not practice. Malik Collins, not injury-related, personal. Hopefully everything is all right there from the big fella in the middle. Tank Dell, calf, did not practice. However, with that report before Clint loses it, and some of you out there, they believe it is a minor calf injury, and the expectation is that he'll play. If he doesn't practice tomorrow, then there's more level of concern. Sheldon Rankins did not practice with an elbow issue. Dalton Schultz with a hamstring did not practice. Laramie Tunsil with the knee. Most looked at this as the rest, as he's been having on Wednesdays each week. Jimmy Ward, hamstring, did not practice. Robert Woods had his rest day. Noah Brown, he was back on in a limited role. Jake Hansen back in a limited role. And then C.J. Stroud with a thigh. He was a full participant, but C.J. Stroud does show up on the injury report with a thigh issue. I'd imagine they just don't want to get Joe burrowed, and hopefully he is fine. But that is the one. The Dalton, those hamstring ones make me a little nervous. Hopefully it's nothing big, but that is still a good amount of starters that we'll really have to look at next week, or tomorrow, to see if don't practice 2 days in a row.
Well, the big one for me is Jimmy Ward. I mean, the word on the street is potentially he'll be back this week. That would be absolutely huge for this secondary. And the other thing is, like with the C.J. Stroud, we didn't even talk about this earlier, guys, but like when you choose to play the way that C.J. Stroud played last week, and look, I know a lot of it was the offensive line, but all that running around stuff, and again, I'm glad that he showed us that he could do that at the NFL level. I just don't want him to make a habit of it for several reasons, one of them being – start showing up on this injury report when you run around like that and you take a beating. You don't want to make a habit of that.
Jimmy Ward, yeah, you're right. Well, they could really use him there with all the safeties they have out and just his leadership. By the way, also understanding that Denzel Perryman returns this week as well. So good to see there, right there. The big injury news of the day: Titus Howard is out. We'll discuss more of that a little bit later on, but he is out for the season with knee surgery. So that is the latest there with the Texans injury report as they head to tomorrow's practice, getting ready for this game against the Broncos.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this may be the biggest story happening in the NFL nationally, Clint, and that is Clinton Tyler. This guy here, man. Jets' Aaron Rodgers has been cleared to practice just 11 weeks after surgery. By rule, the Jets have 21 days to decide whether to activate Rodgers from injured reserve. The period expires December 20th, 4 days. They will face the Washington Commanders, the game he is targeting. Aaron is targeting for his return.
It's that simple.
What? Why? Why? Why would they? Why?
I don't know. I don't know unless they think that they're going to be in a playoff hunt.
Where are the Jets?
I mean,
are they 4-7?
Yes, I believe they are.
Is that where they are?
They are 4-7.
They're 4-7. Come on now.
They are 4-7, and they are
11th.
God,
11th out of 12.
They're 15 out of 16 in the AFC right now.
When I came out of the darkness.
I was going to say, when it comes to the wild card, the Texans are the first team out. They're second to last. They got to jump.
They got to win a few.
They got to jump the Titans, Chargers, Raiders, Bengals, Bills, Broncos, and Texans to get to the Colts to get in.
The sense of humor that the
They got to win
has.
6 straight to have a shot. You got to get to 10.
You got to get to 10-7. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, look, I don't know why he would do it. I think it's very, very fascinating just the fact that there's so many people that are hell bent on if he does play, then obviously it was just a high ankle sprain. It wasn't as bad as he's saying it is.
It's hard to see an Achilles him coming back that quick.
Look, I don't know. I don't know anything. I've never had it personally. I know it typically takes longer. But look, Aaron Rodgers and these mushrooms and these places.
When I came out of the darkness.
I mean, look, there ain't no telling what this dude tried, man.
But
from a surgery standpoint.
Yes, I hear that. But if you're the Jets, though, the Jets can't go along with Robert Saleh, Joe Douglas.
You
Woody,
would think the owner, the guy that's going to write that's continuing to write that check for Aaron Rodgers, can't let a coach that's on his way, that could be on his way out, make that decision.
No, yeah, they got to protect that asset. Like if it's great if he can step back and practice, that means he should be well on his way to next year. Like that wouldn't make any sense. They're 4-7. They gotta win out. So they gotta win. They gotta win multiple games before he even gets on the field. With who's the quarterback now? I know it's the guy. What's that man's name?
Tim Boyle.
Boyle.
Boyle, right?
Yeah, he's got a boil
Boyle?
like a sore in the inside of your thigh.
Why do they gotta be on the inside of your thigh? I think you can have a boil anywhere. Why do they be on the inside of your thigh?
Horrendous. That just feels like a terrible. That feels like a good spot right there to get it right
That'd be
there.
Awful.
If you're a little heavy, I don't know. I'm not gonna say this has happened to me, but if you're a little heavy and your thighs rub up against each other,
that's an ingrown hair or something, isn't it?
It turns into a good boil.
Oh wow!
Turns into a great boil. Yeah, maybe
we got off into a muddy pond one time. And me and my brother came home with him.
Did you? I can get them right there on the side of the
Stevensville,
side
Texas.
Of the face.
A muddy pond gave you a boil?
It was like knee deep in the mud, and then we got to sliding on some algae that was on a concrete drainage ditch, and so something infected us. We had boils on our legs, man.
713-572-4610. Where have you gotten boils?
Keep it.
No, don't keep it nothing. I want to read it.
I don't want to hear about no crotch boils.
Boy, if somebody got a boil like
it.
literally in their crotch or on their joint, oh my gosh.
Right on the nut?
Well, that's called something else than just a boil.
That stuff will eat you. It eats flesh.
I mean, that's the old herp, ain't it?
If you're hurt, I mean, if you got herpes that look like boils, you better get checked. You better get re-diagnosed. You got something worse than that.
And to bring it full circle, if anybody allows Aaron Rodgers, if they allow him to get on the field, like somebody's got to lose a job. Like it just makes absolutely no sense.
I mean, that was like a buzzkill. You went from talking about boils and herpes.
I'm just saying.
Back to Aaron Rodgers.
If they're sitting there 4-9 and Aaron's like, yeah, let's go. No.
Nah, man. He just wants to be happy, man.
It's that simple.
Be your ass happy in this comeback to next year. That's what we'll do.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, did you see who's leading the odds to be the next coach at the University of Houston? We see A&M fill their role. We see that Arkansas filled their role as an offensive coordinator. You see the person leading in terms of next coach for the Houston Cougars?
I did. Oh, Cliff Kingsbury.
Oh, wow. That is interesting.
Well, he's out there with
that is interesting.
He's out there at USC with Lincoln Riley learning the NIL transfer portal recruiting.
You think that's a good fit for you?
Yeah. No, I think it is. I think it's a good fit. Knows the Big 12. Has been at U of H before and won with I believe he was with Kevin Sumlin. I think is what kind of how he came up. So he understands. He knows the
Mike Leach,
the school. I mean, the whole thing. You know, I mean, I think he's in tune with. Yeah, I think Cliff would be a good hire. Jeff Traylor is the next. He's plus 300.
Yeah, Gary Patterson's involved.
I don't like Patterson here. I like Jeff Traylor a lot. I like Willie Fritz a lot. The coach at Tulane right now. And there ain't no arguing what he's been able to do.
I tell you who I'd go after.
Who's that? Jimbo Fisher.
I would see if Jimbo wants to coach again. I mean, yeah, hey, 7-8 wins ain't good enough at A&M. But we know Jimbo can recruit.
We know he knows the NIL game.
And he knows the NIL game.
He's going to cost Tillman a few $1 million.
And he knows the area. Yeah, they went 8 games at Houston. Feel pretty good.
In the Big 12?
In the Big 12, 8 to 10.
Year 2?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that feel pretty good. Maybe he doesn't want to work. Maybe he wants to get on there like.
Yeah, if I was Jimbo, I'd sit my ass on my ranch and collect that bread.
He's going to collect it anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Titus Howard. He is done for the year. He is the second highest paid player on this team and thought to be one of the cornerstones. Tell me this. What was your mindset? What was your mindset when you found out that he was going to be lost for the season? We'll discuss that coming up next. But something else that needs to, and that is Texas Star Grill Shop. They've got 5 locations all over the place, and I'm telling you, you roll in there, and they'll give you everything you need. They'll give you absolutely everything you need, and
7 are your cue to call, and you could be heading to see the Stones at NRG Stadium in April.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We appreciate all of you who helped make us the #1 afternoon sports show in all of Houston. Can't do it without you. And we appreciate you, everybody, however you're taking us in. If you're taking us in by listening to us on the radio, Sports Radio 610, we appreciate you. If you are listening to us via the Odyssey app, we appreciate you. And if you're listening to us, cheers to us on YouTube or Twitch. Tyler's waving. I got the coffee up. We appreciate you. And I know many of you are commenting to us towards
watching on YouTube with their eyes.
With their eyes and watching their iPods. I think I said that earlier. You're commenting on us on YouTube or Twitch or by the text line 713-572-4610. We appreciate you. And as someone just said, who I think is doing both, watching and texting the text line. Next segment, guessing what Clint's eating. Whatever it is Frito pie, maybe.
Nah, it was a little chicken broccoli teriyaki. A little healthier, man.
A little different than that Frito pie.
Yeah, man. I mean, I gotta reel it in, y'all. I gotta reel it in a bit, man. The Frito pie Wednesday at 5:30 just wouldn't. I mean, I couldn't feel good about it. To be honest with you.
That metabolism starts slowing down.
There's a part of you that could feel good about it. But
I mean, I would taste good. I mean, I'd feel good about the taste of it. I'd really enjoy one right now. But the bottom line is, boys, it's this is about the time that my bowel movement hits.
Absolutely.
Yes, that too. But I got to get this thing reeled in a bit, man. I got to settle down on just eating whatever's in front of me, man. So that was a little chicken broccoli teriyaki on the healthy side.
Yeah. Speaking of that,
it was really good.
Reeling it in. You don't have to reel it in with us tomorrow. Come join the drive as we will be out. Thanks to our good friends at Buffalo Wild Wings and Bud Light. Tomorrow we'll be in Tomball. We were there. Again, I did that to mess with you. We'll be in Tomball.
I thought you did.
We were there a couple of weeks ago. This time, FM 2920. Come hang out with us on this Thursday. You can grab some wings, grab some great drinks. People at Bud Light will take care of you. They also have everything you need at Buffalo Wild Wings. And then enter to win some amazing prizes. So come on out with us and hang out on these Thursdays. We always have a pretty good crowd. As Clint said, they set the mood right. For you there at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, man, they got that low light, man. That does it for me. I'm a lounge guy, man. I'm more of a lounge. I greatly appreciate it.
It should be a good time. So come on out, hang out with us in Tomball, and you can have a good time. FM 2920, and enjoy your time with us on the drive. It'll be a beautiful.
All you gotta do is show up. You'll definitely enjoy.
Absolutely.
Fine folks over at Buffalo Wild Wings do a hell of a job.
They really do, and so do we.
The drive is live.
Fortunately, Tyler won't be there in person, but in spirit, he certainly will be.
Did you say fortunately Tyler won't be there?
I said unfortunately. If I didn't, I mess up. I want to hear from you, Clint. I want to hear from the people, but Tyler, let's start with you since you are one of the real psycho Texans fans. When you heard Titus Howard, and I love to preference it by, yes, he is the second best player or second most expensive player on this team, second highest paid player on this team. I think before the year started, and then even up until he started playing, we would have said, yeah, he's one of the top 5 most important parts of this team. He is a cornerstone part of this team. They paid him. They made him the 11th highest paid offensive lineman in football. But now that we've watched him play and we've seen his impact on this team this year, you're in the middle of a playoff race. You're 6-5. You're about to play another team with an identical record of yours in a huge, huge game at home. Tyler, what was your thought process when that guy, it was announced he'll be out for the season.
I didn't slam on my brakes. I heard the news and thought, man, that sucks. But, all right.
Next man up, huh?
It's about how I felt.
That to me is the story. That to me is even bigger. Like, I don't think coming into it, when we got the news today that we would have been floored that the guy who was able to kind of walk off on his own power and then was carted the rest of the way would be out for the season. I don't think that was a shocker. But to me, I think the story, Clint, is a guy like Tyler, a guy, and I'll get your thoughts in a second, a guy like Minnie, that when that guy gets hurt, it's not devastating. It's not devastating to the team. And I don't think it's a testament to like, how deep things are, whatever, maybe a small bit, but it's not devastating because he's just not made a huge impact while he's been on the field this year at left guard. And to me, that's a big story because I don't know of any other playoff team. Like right now, they're reeling in Indy with Jonathan Taylor missing 2 to 3 weeks potentially. I don't know of any other playoff team who is second highest paid player is going to be out for the season, and it's fans going, yeah. So, I mean, that to me is the story, is where the way he's performed, this isn't that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, first of all, before I get to my point, because I'm going to feel somewhat bad for saying it, but prayers up for Titus Howard. I hope everything goes well with the surgery, and I look forward. Well, I look forward to the days of him being our right tackle and playing well.
Me too.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. When I heard about the injury, it was a sigh of relief for me. Because as a fan, what I don't want to happen, what I didn't want to happen, was the coaching staff to make the easy decision of let's just continue to play Titus Howard at guard because we're already there. Fant's playing really good. Laramie Tunsil is the highest paid lineman in football. We're kind of handcuffed on making a decision. We're going to hurt somebody's feelings if we make a decision. Let's make the rookie that hasn't played, that just got back from injury, that had the bad hamstring. He played three quarters. He played well. Let's just put him back in a backup role. Let's move him to center and leave Titus Howard at guard. I thought that was the worst thing that the team could do. And I'm talking about in terms of winning ball games this year. I'm talking about in terms of maybe finding a way to generate at least a decent run game the rest of the season. I feel like this offensive line is better with Juice Scruggs at guard. And I'm not sure that it's not going to be – the guard play itself is not going to be significantly better with Juice Scruggs, rookie second-round pick.
I don't think there's an argument to that.
My concern was that they were going to muddy the waters because it was Titus Howard who you just gave the contract to, because Fant was playing good, because Laramie is Laramie. It was one of those where they're going to muddy the water, not going to make the right decision. The injury excludes Titus Howard from the mix, so you have no choice but to keep Fant at right tackle. Everybody knows no matter what the hell, no matter how Laramie Tunsil plays or doesn't play, he's going to be your left tackle. Your left guard position is going to be Juice Scruggs, and I'm looking forward to watching the kid play. So for me, there was a sigh of relief because I knew the right thing to do, the right thing to do, and the winning thing to do was to put Juice Scruggs at guard, regardless of what move you have to make after that. Whether it's Titus to the bench or Titus to right tackle and Fant to the bench. The right move is to put Juice Scruggs at guard. Now you don't have a choice. This injury kind of bailed out the coaching staff to make a tough decision.
Yeah. And as I'm seeing here on the text line from many people is the same thing. Is I think we're going to be better. And that boy, there. I don't think that's just all on Titus. That is the reaction to that right now, and that's got to hopefully improve. You get the best out of him.
Look, I'll be clear. I'm not down on Titus as a right tackle. I'm not down on Titus as getting paid. I still think Titus should get paid. I think Titus was used this year, and I think to some degree as an emergency guard because you had a surplus and all the injuries happened to your interior offensive line. That's a luxury that you have with Titus Howard, and one reason why you would pay him so much money is because he really can play 4 of the 5 positions, either guard or either tackle. When you paid him the money, we now know that, hey, man, he's going to struggle at guard. His best bet is to be your right tackle and lock it in and move forward. Now, I'd be lying if I told you, Ron, that I don't have a little bit of concern about who Titus Howard is right now after he got that bag.
Really?
The lack of physicality, the lack of even being remotely interested in contact and moving people and being aggressive, that scares me. I don't care what position you're playing. So I do have a little bit of concern of now who is Titus Howard now that he's gotten paid, now that he's been under the wing of Laramie Tunsil. The standard set in that room is not one of being physical. So I do wonder, like, hey, man, well, who is Titus today versus who he was when he was chasing that big money? We'll see.
Yep. All right. CJ has had some issues with decision-making late in games here of late. Should there be a conversation to be had with CJ about those decisions? I think that is a slippery slope to play with. We'll discuss that coming up.
you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on up to a $60 a month voice plan depending on device. Select models only while supplies last. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See store for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As a lot of news today with the Texans that we've discussed. We were just talking about Titus Howard, who is out for the season. I just want to know, what was the thought process? And to me, the big thing was, or hell, we may be better without him. And that's not what you want or you hope for, especially when it is a position group that is struggling. Like the offensive line struggled last week and has struggled for the bulk of the season. And the thought is a rookie who has never started, which is a very fair assessment, and I think the right assessment, a rookie who has never started is a better option than your second highest paid player.
It's an interesting dynamic, man.
But it's real. As someone, but I do, like I said, for me, as someone said, I will, I want to wait for my judgment. I feel differently about my judgment if he'd be playing his natural position, maybe. And
well, that's not part of the equation, though. I mean, that's just not where we're at. That's not. I mean, we can't say, well, if he was playing his natural position, I'd probably be a little bit concerned. Yeah, we wouldn't know that. We probably wouldn't have George Fant. We probably wouldn't know that George Fant is playing a solid right tackle. I mean, what has gone down? It's not an if situation. What we know is he was playing guard, and he is paid well to play football. He was playing guard, and he was struggling big time. And Sunday it got worse for the small sample size he was in there. And the guy that was drafted in the second round this year went in and played for him and appeared to play a better left guard than he had played to date. And that's really where we're at.
Yeah, I there is a part of that to me of I think there's a little bit of setup to fail here.
Oh, I definitely agree. Yeah,
and to me, when you say, man, we trust and believe in this cat so much, I think he's got to be in a position where he performs. And I'm with you, man. If he never got injured, I wonder would they just keep rolling this out? Because I don't know what they thought but it did seem like there was a thought that it was as rough as maybe as we were looking at and we were seeing, and I wonder if they would have just continued to run him out here. I mean, I think a part of that is him playing there, and I understand what George Fant has done, but your thought process would be, man, if that guy's playing that bad at guard, and it's not just, last week. I mean, we can go back to the Panther game where he missed a pull block like three times
don't remind
in a
me
row,
of that.
right? And like at that point, that was weeks ago. Yeah, at some point, you're like, well, George Fant shouldn't be able to stop us from putting our second highest paid player that we've invested to be one of our cornerstones, shouldn't be able to stop him from playing a certain position when he is showing us he can't play over here. So hopefully because this is the second time to me it's happened to where we see, oh boy, there is a lot of promise from him in 1 year. Then the next year, let's play him at guard extensively, and he sucks. And then he comes back the next year. Boy, it's feeling really good to a point where let's extend him. And now he's playing guard. I just hope, as you said yesterday, this is the last time that we ever see Titus Howard at guard.
I hope because he's a right tackle, and I hope because he's not played well at guard. I hope that's the case.
Right or left tackle, whatever. That's
what
the
I
last.
say, right? Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying, yeah. I'm hearing you right or left. Like hopefully that's the last time because he's shown that is not his strength.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question real quick. A little Texans trivia here. I like this thing the Texans do on Twitter.
Michigan.
Yep, you already saw it.
Yeah.
All right, you got to guess the player.
Nico Brown.
You didn't even let me finish.
Nico
what an
Collins.
ass, man.
Oh, did you?
He's from Alabama, played at Michigan, 3 seasons in the league. Who is the player?
Nico Collins.
Yep, that's right. Good call, bub.
And Nico Brown.
Man, you really screwed that up.
Yeah, I did.
You really didn't play into that with me, boy. I tell you what.
Sorry, I had it. Did you have that one, Tyler?
Yeah, I'd already seen it.
That was selfish.
Boy, you guys are fun.
That was selfish of me. Well, Tyler let you have it. I wasn't going to. Did you have it immediately?
Yes.
When you read it? Oh, okay. Yeah.
As soon as I saw 3 years in Michigan.
That's it. Yeah.
The one I saw that almost got me was it was Robert Woods.
It's a
USC
battling
USC 11 seasons, I think. I didn't have him at US. I wasn't like it didn't
in need of a hair transplant.
Hey man, hey man. Hey man, you need a tan and a butt implant. How about that, man?
I don't need no tan.
You need a tan and a butt implant. How about that?
But
butt implant, I can't argue.
But
with.
those are really good clues, Tyler. They would have had me.
Has no ass and is kind of pasty. Oh, that's producer Tyler.
I meant for you, Robert Woods. That would have had me. I'd have had it.
Oh, the guy with some male baldness.
I think you should do, Tyler. What I think you should do. I think you should steal the graphic.
Okay.
Eliminate the Michigan.
And put my own clues.
Yeah, put your own clues in there. I think that would be really great.
Yeah, text line. Just shut the F up, Ron. Damn. No.
Yeah.
No, I'll take it.
I mean, he wouldn't even let me get it out. I mean, I didn't even finish setting it up. He said, Michigan.
Yeah, I knew it was.
I think you're onto something though. I want to start giving my own clues.
Yeah, give your own clues.
Like
what would you do for Nico?
Oh God.
Nico.
It's a tad bit pigeon-toed.
Nico's tough. There's not a lot of...
I'd go Alabama, 3 years, and Michigan.
But first year with
that's what the Texans just did.
Yeah, that is what. Like I would do like if it was Titus, like if he hadn't gotten injured, obviously, and we're praying for Titus, hope he gets better. But if it was Titus, I would have started with like is often played out of position.
Ooh, nice. Okay, they got a couple there.
Cross-trained.
At one point, we thought the Texans should trade this guy.
Active on Twitter,
yeah. Gives away tickets.
Arguably the most tattoos on the team.
Yeah, forget about that.
I mean, those are good ones. See, those are good ones. This would be a fun game, Tyler. I think they've already done several, so you can build up some of your ammunition, man. You can get you a good 2 weeks worth, I think.
I could also just do other players like around the NFL. You know?
Nah, stick with
Texans. No, we're gonna do that.
Okay. Yeah, that could be fun.
That could be.
I'll play along. I won't guess until you're finished setting the table.
I'm giving it up.
Okay, here's one for you. Here's a Texan. You ready?
Yep, right here. Got it.
Having a disastrous year when compared to his rookie season of last.
Damian Pierce.
Got it. Dang.
Let him finish, man.
Doesn't wear shoes.
Part of the entertainment is the clues that he comes up with.
Oh man.
Definitely pigeon-toed.
All right, how about this
pigeon-toed downhill.
I feel like he's going to be close to losing his smile here soon.
This one might trick you. This one might trick you. All right, this Texan wears a hat much like Smalls from Sandlot.
I ain't got it.
He wears
Bobby Slowick.
Dang it. I knew you'd get it. I'll work on it. That's
good, man. That's good. That's good. Coming up behind us, the man who signed all of them, Nick Caserio. The GM, Nick Caserio, as he is each and every Wednesday, joins the fellas on Texans All Access, so stay tuned. We hand things off to the guys, and you can hear from the general manager, Nick Caserio. Maybe he'll give his thoughts on Shaq Griffin. Maybe he'll give his thoughts on Titus Howard and the things going on there. So
maybe.
Got a description for him?
I think say be honest. Are y'all thinking of a description?
Oh, I got one.
Hate sleeves. $1.20 soaking wet.
Has 12 lives.
Yeah, well.
Kale for lunch each day.
It could be. I'm thinking of a lot of them.
Y'all think of something for Cal here in this next
big ass fingers.
Oscar does not smoke cigarettes.
Big
Oscar Mayer fingers prefers cigars over cigarettes.
Some kind of stash.
Pinky ring wearing.
taco meat fluttering out.
Shows his assistant cook. He's his help.
Hold on, Joe.
Walks away.
Chef
Walks away once he's got it done. Oh man.
Cal's a Longhorn, isn't he?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Who?
Yeah, you got to start because you got to start off really just really tough. Where it's hard the first one you can't guess. You know that one's got to be tough.
Longhorn wears a pinky ring. And Show is his chef assistant.
Pinky ring Cal.
It's Ron.
But left Ron hanging on the pit.
Sweat. I mean, I'm telling you, man, that was what a day.
Get a towel.
Was. Well, I mean, that was a sweat. That was a sweat out of this world.
Sean, you need a towel? Ron, you're good.
that paid out well for me though. Actually.
Yeah, they ended up getting us old tag team Reed, didn't it? OIW Marks.
Yeah, I couldn't get it without Clint though. Clearly.
What'd I do?
Hold on, Joe.
I had to have some help on that bad boy, but no, man, it was fun, man. It's fun. I like this game. Yeah, you should keep coming up with them. Keep coming up with them. That Nick one would be a fun one. Someone from D'Amico, Alabama.
Not a hair on his body.
Son kicked Ron's ass and Ron's son's ass.
Family member defeated Ron's family member.
Former Philadelphia Eagle.
Good. That's a good starter. That's a good starter. He said not a stitch of hair on his body.
He looks like he doesn't. Like it's just wax.
You seen D'Amico naked, bro?
No, but I guess I've seen his eyebrows. I guess he does have hair.
5 children. So that's a good early one right there.
That's good.
I think he's got 5 children.
I don't have it.
He might have.
I think he's got another one on the way.
Really?
I think so.
Good for him. All right, that's
Hope he invites us to the gender reveal.
D'Amico don't seem like a guy's.
I heard he's doing it in pregame on Sunday.
Oh, is he? I wonder what he'll use.
I think Jim Nance is going to pull out